towards making India shine in the space. Let's have a big round of applause for all these scientists. I'm Mamta Chopra. I'm a news anchor with DD News, and it's a pleasure to host this very first National Space Day. I can see there are a lot of students also who are here amongst us. A big welcome to the young future scientists of our country, the young students. And well, a big welcome and congratulations in advance to all the awardees who will be awarded by Honorable President of India today. So there are certain things which we all must take care of when Honorable President is here. Please do not leave your seats. अपनी सीट से ना उठें जब माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी हमारे बीच हों. Please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. You are lucky that you've been allowed to bring your mobile phones inside, just like me. But we must keep it on silent mode. Zara nikal lijiye, please take out of your pocket and just check it if it's on silent mode. A kind request, everyone, please take out your mobile phone and please put it on silent mode right away. जिस वक्त आप photographs ले रहे हो, I'm sure everybody would love to have pictures here when the function is on. But please put the flash off. Now put the flash off. You're all technocrats. You're all aware of how to handle your phone. So please do it. अपनी सीट पे खड़े मत हो. When Honorable President is on the dais, please do not stand on your seat. But when Honorable President arrives in this plenary hall, you're requested to please give her a standing ovation. तब ज़रूर खड़े हो जाइएगा जब माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी का आगमन मेरे right side के door से होगा. You are requested to please stand when she arrives in this plenary hall and of course, welcome her with a loud applause. Would you all do that? Yes? I know you must not have had your breakfast, but still, let's show the energy, we all have. So, would you all follow the command, follow my request? Yes? Yes? Do we have students here? No wonder we have more energy here. All right. Don't stand, don't put your mobile phone on the flash mode. Keep it on the silent mode. And we've already instructed the people that when they come on the dais, then how they have to behave. But everyone else, if you have any questions, you can raise your hand. No questions. Great. We have a very intelligent crowd today. So welcome once again. I'll connect with you briefly.
Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2.
which became the first Indian object to touch the lunar surface. This accomplishment is a testament to India's innovative approach and dedication to space exploration. The presence of water, H2O, and hydroxyl, OH, on the lunar surface was a groundbreaking discovery of the Chandrayaan-1 mission and opened up new possibilities for lunar exploration. The follow-on mission, Chandrayaan-2, was successfully launched on July 22, 2019 by the ISRO's heavyweight LVM-3 M1 launch vehicle. The Chandrayaan-2 satellite was made up of orbiter Lander Vikram and rover Pragyan. The orbiter is still healthy and continuing its observations about the lunar surface. The suite of orbiter payloads with unique capabilities is offering valuable insights into the lunar surface, providing a plethora of information to the scientific community and conducting a comprehensive analysis of the moon's topology. The Chandrayaan-2 mission paved the way for Chandrayaan-3's soft landing on the lunar surface. On July 14, 2023, ISRO's heavyweight launch vehicle LVM-3M4 successfully launched the highly anticipated lunar mission Chandrayaan-3. The Chandrayaan-3 integrated module is configured with a propulsion module and a lander module with the rover housed within the lander. The lander module of the Chandrayaan-3 has been enhanced to ensure greater durability and resilience, surpassing the capabilities of the Chandrayaan-2 module. It has been reinforced to independently adapt to a wider range of variables, enabling a safe and soft landing. Detailed tests have been carried out for the performance evaluation of the lander systems on Earth to ensure the capability of lander for autonomous, safe and soft landing in all possible conditions. The propulsion module comprised a payload called spectropolarimetry of habitable planet Earth, SHAPE. This payload was designed to discover how smaller planets in reflected light would allow us to probe into a variety of exoplanets which would qualify for habitability. The lander module was equipped with 4 payloads, namely radio anatomy of moon-bound hypersensitive ionosphere and atmosphere. RAMBA was used to measure the near-surface plasma density and its changes with time. Chandra's Surface Thermophysical Experiment, CHAST, carried out the measurement of thermal properties of lunar surface near polar region. Instrument for Lunar Seismic Activity, ILSA, measured the seismicity around the landing site and delineating the structure of the lunar crust and mantle. Laser Retroreflector Array, LRA, was a passive experiment to understand the dynamics of the Moon system. The rover module was equipped with 2 payloads, Laser-Induced Breakdown Spectroscope or LIBS, did qualitative and quantitative elemental analysis and derived the chemical composition and infer mineralogical composition to further our understanding of the lunar surface. Alpha Particle X-ray Spectrometer, APXS, determined the elemental composition of the lunar soil and rocks around the lunar landing site. The LVM-3 rocket successfully deployed the Chandrayaan-3 satellite into an elliptical parking orbit at a distance of 170 by 36,500 kilometers. Following the sequence of Earth burns or EBN, the spacecraft was precisely inserted into translunar orbit. On August 5, 2023, Chandrayaan-3 successfully entered the lunar orbit at an intended distance of 164 kilometers by 18,074 kilometers. Then the spacecraft achieved a lunar orbit of 153 kilometers by 163 kilometers through a series of lunar burns. On August 17, 2023, the lander module was successfully detached from the propulsion module. After a series of maneuvers, the lander module was successfully brought into a 25 kilometer by 134 kilometer lunar orbit. Consequently, the lander module initiated the power descent phase to achieve a soft landing near the south pole of the lunar region. Then, the much anticipated spacecraft landing on the lunar surface had begun. On August 23, 2023, the long-awaited Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft achieved a successful soft landing on the moon. The entire country witnessed the event and cherished the triumphant occasion. The entire nation was filled with pride as they witnessed the relentless efforts of the Indian Space Research Organization. The Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, witnessed the triumphant event through virtual mode and applauded the valiant efforts of the ISRO scientists.
चंदा मामा बहुत दूर के हैं, चंदा मामा बहुत दूर के हैं, अब एक दिन वो भी आएगा जब बच्चे कहा करेंगे चंदा मामा बस एक टूर के हैं.
On August 24th, 2023, rover ramped down from the lander and India embarked on a historic moonwalk. After coming back from South Africa and Greece, the Honorable Prime Minister promptly headed to the ISRO Telemetry Tracking and Command Network, ISTRAC, in Bengaluru on August 26th. During his visit, he expressed his admiration and delivered a historic speech about the achievements of ISRO scientists and the lunar mission Chandrayaan-3. He also saluted the pivotal contribution made by the women scientists of ISRO, the Nari Shakti, in the successful accomplishment of India's lunar landing mission. By achieving this historic feat, he has given it the names
चंद्रयान-2 के पद चिन्ह जहां है, वो स्थान आज से तिरंगा पॉइंट कहलाएगा. और जहां पर चंद्रयान-3 का मून लैंडर पहुंचा है, वो स्थान आज से शिव शक्ति पॉइंट कहलाएगा.
To commemorate the grand success of Chandrayaan-3, the government of India announced
23 अगस्त को जब भारत ने चंद्रमा पर तिरंगा फहराया, उस दिन को अब हिंदुस्तान नेशनल स्पेस डे के रूप में मनाया जाएगा.
To honor India's amazing space exploration journey, MyGov, in collaboration with ISRO, conducted the Chandrayaan-3 Maha Quiz, in which millions of students participated. The remarkable achievement of Chandrayaan-3 highlighted India's impressive technological advancements, scientific expertise, and unwavering dedication to the exploration of outer space. India's success will further strengthen its position in the global space community. The success of this mission will ignite a sense of pride and inspiration in future generations.
He saw science as a way of life.
He had the idea that we should use science and technology to leapfrog And Dr. Sarabhai had picked up the idea from Gandhiji's basic idea that the development that we are looking for, economic development, the social development and all other things, will happen only through education.
Even today, if you ask me the use of space for societal application, nobody can emulate India.
And that every institution he started, every thought he left behind was with the belief that we could do it. We did not have to depend on others.
I'd say longevity, because he was able to lay the foundation, such a strong foundation for so many institutions.
You have to take several people and put them together. And then what you get is one person, that is Vikram.
On August 12, 1919, a wealthy family of textile mill owners was blessed with a boy in their home retreat at Ahmedabad. His parents, Sarla Devi and Ambalal Sarabhai, named him Vikram. Little did anyone know that this prodigious son of theirs would give so much to the nation in a short lifespan. From very early on in school days, Vikram became proficient in all subjects, but his core interest was always in mathematics and science. After his schooling in Ahmedabad, Vikram went to Cambridge in 1937 for higher studies. After earning PhD, he came back to India in 1947 with much widened horizons and tremendous zeal for nation building.
When he came back from Cambridge after completing his PhD in 1947, and India had just won freedom, that's when you kind of see Vikram's grand plan, if you can sort of put it like that, unrolling one by one.
The conditions of the society in the nascent free India troubled him deeply. He strongly believed that it was science and technology alone which could solve the real problems of Indian society.
In my opinion, the aspect of space research which I would like to stress most is in relation to the national capability, the self-confidence that this will generate.
He started in right earnest on the path of realizing his vision by founding Physical Research Laboratory in 1947. With this, he set the pace and charted the course for India to leapfrog generations of technology and rapidly develop into a scientifically advanced nation. He next established Ahmedabad Textile Industry Research Association, ATIRA, for modernizing textile industry in India in 1947. From 1950 to 1966, he set up and managed a number of industries. Dr. Sarabhai started working towards formation of the Indian space program in 1961. He recruited talented scientists like Dr. APJ Kalam, Arvamudam, H.G.S. Murthy, Ishwar Das, Ramkrishna Rao, Prakash Rao, and many others to join him in this task. He canvassed around the world for bringing technology and scientists settled abroad to India. He nurtured cooperation with the advanced nations like USA, Russia, and France for setting up basic facilities. In 1962, the government formed Indian National Committee on Space Research, INCOSPAR, chaired by Dr. Sarabhai, within the Department of Atomic Energy. He established Thumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station, TERLS, at Trivandrum in 1963.
He knew that all the sounding rocket sites in Western countries were in the middle latitudes or near North Pole. There were no equatorial sites. And so he said Thumba would be an equatorial site which would be of great interest to international scientific community.
In November 1963, the first Nike Apache rocket successfully flew from here and is today regarded as the beginning of the Indian journey into the space. He also established the Space Science and Technology Center, SSTC, for developing indigenous satellite launch capability. Under his guidance, the scientists at SSTC started to realize the dream given to them by their mentor.
All right, everyone, kind attention please. May I please request you all to please settle down. Just few minutes before Honorable President arrives at Bharat Mandapam, I can still see a lot of students and a lot of people who are going up and down the stairs. All the volunteers, all the guests, you are requested to please take your seats. Kindly keep the aisle area free. No one in the aisle area, please. If your friends are outside, you can use the mobile phone, at least now, to call them and ask them to come inside. In few minutes, we would shut all the doors and then no one will be able to enter. So it's the last call, another 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Everyone, all the guests, all the volunteers, all the members of the organizing team, everyone, please settle down. Once again, for all those who entered late into this hall, please put your mobile phones on silent mode. It feels so bad that in spite of repeated instructions, someone's mobile phone beeps when Honorable President is on the dais. It's really embarrassing. So we would need cooperation from each one of you. Your friends who entered late, please tell them to put their mobile phones on silent mode. 2-3 days ago, I was in an event with Honorable President where we were not allowed to carry the mobile phones. It was such a respite, I can't tell you. No requests. So I would request for this cooperation from each one of you. You can watch the film for now, and then we'll connect in a few minutes. Good morning once again. It's nice to see you all settled down, but I can still see a few people here who are walking in the hall. All eyes on you, gentlemen. Please settle down fast. This is to convey to you, ladies and gentlemen, that Honorable President has arrived at Bharat Mandapam, and she is being received by Honorable Union Minister of State, Independent Charge, Department of Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh, and Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman, ISRO, Dr. S. Somnath. And in few minutes, she would be proceeding to the exhibition hall. And as we're all aware, a wonderful exhibition has been set up here. And I would request you all to also visit this exhibition. Use this opportunity, because in this exhibition, along with the exhibits of ISRO, we also have 10 ministries who've put up their stalls. We also have exhibits from the space industry, the space startups, and also the educational institutions have also put up their stalls. And not to miss, there are demonstrations of the winners of Robotics Challenge and Bharatiya Antariksh Hackathon. So the winning teams are demonstrating what they have created out of these challenges. The young scientists showcasing their wonderful capabilities as space scientists. There are 10 robots, model of Bharatiya Antariksh Station. There's also a model of Chandrayaan 4, and also the next generation launch vehicle, Surya. I'm sure you would be eager to take a look at it. There are 9 space industry exhibits here, so you can take a look at them and understand how our industry is contributing to the space technology and, of course, in the efforts of our country to make our presence felt all the more in the space. Ministries have put up their exhibits where they are showcasing, as you can see the visuals, Honorable President arriving in the exhibition hall area, going through the exhibits. And as I conveyed to you, you can also see that Dr. Somnath is explaining the various stalls and the exhibits. And as I was saying, that ministries have put up their exhibits, demonstrating the application part of space technology, how they are using space technology for ease of living. For example, PM Gati Shakti. Now they are showcasing here how space data is used for faster realization of infrastructure projects. We also have the exhibits which showcase how cyclone and natural calamities, for which we are seeing that now we have reduced number of loss of lives. And that is because space technology is being used in a meaningful way. There's also an exhibit of fisheries, and they are showcasing how our fishermen are being benefited from the use of space technology. They get an alert when they go to sea for fishing, and they get an information where they can go and do the fishing, where the borders of the country end, so that they do not cross into the neighboring country's area. And they also get to know where are more fishes available, so that they save their time. Agriculture sector also uses space technology in a very useful way. For example, for crop harvest, through space technology, we get to know in advance the status of crop production, and this helps to devise our policies for exports, for imports of agricultural products, and also the other aspects of agriculture. The policy making, we do get a lot of help from space technology. Similarly, forest area, we get to know how much is the forest cover of our country, and accordingly the policies are devised. Also here, We are exhibiting how the large cities, their master plans are devised using the space technology. And even in the mining sector, for example, the mineral mapping is done using the space technology. Every exhibit showcases the power of space technology. And there goes the hard work of our scientists into realizing all these applications. And so we are all here for this National Space Day to salute our scientists. Honorable Prime Minister always encourages that we should use science for ease of living, to make the life of common man easy, more comfortable. And we can see that the space technology is no longer limited to the labs, but it's finding more ways to get connected with the lives of common man. And this is also one of the aspects being highlighted when we are here celebrating the National Space Day. Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh and Chairman ISRO Dr. Somnath accompanying the Honorable President and explaining to her the various exhibits. This showcases the achievements of our scientists. Now, no longer the work is being done in silos. The whole India as a team works to make lives of common man comfortable. I request you all to kindly visit these exhibits because I think everyone would have some element to add to their knowledge base. एक दौर था जब अंतरिक्ष विज्ञान एक बहुत दूर की कौड़ी लगता था, लेकिन आज ये विज्ञान हम सब के जीवन को बहुत करीब से छूता है। आज केंद्र सरकार के प्रयासों के कारण आम जन भी इस बात को पहचान पा रहा है कि किस तरीके से ये अंतरिक्ष विज्ञान हमारे जीवन को सरल, सहज बना रहा है। इस प्रदर्शनी के माध्यम से जिस तरह की एप्लीकेशन स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी की यहाँ प्रदर्शित की गई हैं, उसके माध्यम से भी आप इस बात को बेहतर तरीके से जान पाएंगे कि कैसे अंतरिक्ष विज्ञान हम सब के जीवन के साथ बहुत करीब से जुड़ा है। लैब्स में घंटों जो मेहनत हमारे वैज्ञानिक करते हैं, उस मेहनत का ही नतीजा है कि हमारे हाथ में वो तकनीक आ पाती है जिसका प्रयोग सरकार कर पाती है, सरकार के विभिन्न विभाग करते हैं। नीतियाँ इस तरह की बनाई जाती हैं कि वे तकनीक सरलता से सबके लिए उपलब्ध हो सके। Now, it doesn't take decades for a technology to reach the market from the labs. The system works, and the policies are devised in a way that every technology which is created and which can help in welfare of common man reaches the right hands. Native for States, PM Gati Shakti, these are the initiatives which are making it all possible. Young students explaining what they have created. They are the future of India, the future scientists, the winners of Bharatiya Antariksh Hackathon, Honorable President visiting the stall, trying to understand what have they achieved in this hackathon. There were teams participating from all across India in this hackathon. And the 3 top winners are here, and they have demonstrated their achievement. A great honor indeed when they are explaining to Honorable President their achievements. And now, Honorable President visiting the Robotic Challenge stall. And as I conveyed to you, there are 10 robots which have been showcased here. Ad Astra, the team, and the team members explaining to Honorable President what robot they have created. They were all given a challenge to design rover, and Ad Astra explaining the capabilities of their rover. It's a great moment for these young students who are standing in front of the President of India, and they're getting the opportunity to showcase their creation to Honorable President. So in a few moments, Honorable President will be here with us in this plenary hall. With the increasing number of initiatives being taken by the government to promote science and research in the educational institutions, in the schools, in the colleges, and also increasing the budget allocation for science and research, we do hope to have large number of entries in such competitions in the forthcoming years. Honorable President is very keenly trying to understand the applications and the exhibits, how they work, what they achieve, and how are they useful to the common man. प्रदर्शनी के अलग अलग पहलुओं को बहुत करीब से समझने का प्रयास करते हुए माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया किस तरह से अंतरिक्ष विज्ञान को विभिन्न एप्लीकेशंस के माध्यम से आम जन के जीवन को बेहतर बनाने के लिए इनका प्रयोग किया जा रहा है, इसी का उदाहरण प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं विभिन्न मंत्रालयों के द्वारा प्रदर्शित ये एग्जिबिट्स। So very shortly, Honorable President would be here with us in this plenary hall. You can see the joy on the faces of the young scientists, young students who are showcasing and explaining to Honorable President their exhibits. Honorable President proceeding to the plenary hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh and Chairman ISRO, Secretary, Department of Space, Dr. Somnath. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu. Rashtragan. Namaskar. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, it is with great reverence and joy that we welcome Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, to this illustrious occasion of the first National Space Day. On behalf of the Department of Space, we extend a heartfelt, gracious, and sincere welcome to Honorable President. We would also like to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guests who grace the dais with their presence today. Dr. Jitendra Singh, Union Minister of State, Independent Charge for Science and Technology, Earth Sciences, MOS PMO, Department of Atomic Energy, Department of Space and MOS Personnel, Public Grievances and Pension, and Dr. S. Somnath, Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman, ISRO. We also wish to convey our warmest greetings to the distinguished guests who honor us with their presence on this special day. 23 अगस्त, भारत के इतिहास में स्वर्णिम अक्षरों में अंकित वो तारीख जब भारत ने चंद्रमा के दक्षिणी हिस्से में चंद्रयान 3 उतारकर इतिहास रच दिया था। अंतरिक्ष में भारत की क्षमता के इस बुलंद उद्घोष को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने सदा के लिए हर भारतीय के हृदय पर अंकित कर दिया जब राष्ट्रीय अंतरिक्ष दिवस मनाने की घोषणा की गई। आज पहला राष्ट्रीय अंतरिक्ष दिवस जश्न मनाने का तथा अंतरिक्ष के क्षेत्र में भविष्य की रूपरेखा तैयार कर आगे बढ़ने के संकल्प को दृढ़ता प्रदान करने का भी दिन है। And this reflects the theme of the day, ladies and gentlemen, touching lives while touching the moon, India's space saga. To highlight the importance of this day and to welcome the Honorable President of India and the esteemed guests, I now invite Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Dr. S. Somnath.
Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji, Honorable Minister of State for Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, distinguished invitees, plenary speakers, delegates, students, industry captains, startup companies, all the space enthusiasts, my hearty welcome, greetings to you on the occasion of the first National Space Day. It was on 23rd August 2023, Chandrayaan 3 made the historic landing on the moon, creating a never-before event in the history of the space program of this nation. In ISRO, we never imagined the impact that it's going to create out of this accomplishment. And it is when Honorable Prime Minister of India visited us in the control center after a few days, and he made the announcement of 23rd August to be the National Space Day, and also declared the landing site of Chandrayaan 3 as the Shiv Shakti point. This year, the National Space Day is being celebrated all across the length and breadth of this country with the participation of departments, ministries, educational institutions, science organizations, NGOs, general public, and there is a lot of energy and enthusiasm that is visible. Today we have culminating the entire celebration with the presence of our Honorable President of India, on the National Space Day, the very first National Space Day, celebrating the inspirational journey that we had in the Chandrayaan-3, and also to envision the future course of action that we need to take in the space sector, especially the journey in the Amrit Kal. And I wish to thank the Honorable Prime Minister of India for the motivation, the vision that he has given to all of us for creating the next space vision for our country. Today, we have the fortune to have our Honorable President, Draupadi Murmuji, with us to inaugurate the maiden National Space Day. I remember she has taken keen interest in the space activities and also invited me to the Rashtrapati Bhavan once to start a talk program in the Rashtrapati Bhavan the very first time. Thank you so much, ma'am. And also for your gracious presence in the Rashtriya Vigyan Puraskar. Yesterday, we had the award from her for the team Chandrayaan-3. And I wish to thank for her kind gesture to be with us, to be visiting our stalls, and to be among all of you during this inaugural function of the National Space Day. Thank you, ma'am, once again. And I heartily welcome you to this program. Dr. Jitendra Singh, the Honorable Minister of State, is such a pillar of support for all of us in Department of Space. I think all of you know he has keen interest in space sector, and he has all the time been supporting us with his support, his good gestures and consideration for all of us in Department of Space. And thank you so much for you being with us and also your presence today. My heartfelt thanks and also welcome and greetings to each one of you for the distinguished invitees, speakers, the delegates, and other students and all participants for this program. We hope that the first National Space Day will create an engaging day throughout today, where we interact with all the space users, the space sector people, the ministries, departments, the industry, startups, students, and also to not only to savor the success that we had in the Chandrayaan-3, but more important is to look at what is lying ahead of us, how to create bigger landmark in the history of the space program, how to create a vibrant space ecosystem in this country. And the whole inspirational journey of space program is something that trigger right from today. Thank you so much once again, and welcome all of you. And thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Somnath, for the welcome address. मान्यवर, आज हमारे देश की माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी की गरिमामयी उपस्थिति से इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर हम सब अत्यंत प्रफुल्लित हैं। मैं माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह से सादर अनुरोध करती हूं कि कृपया आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति जी को शॉल और स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान कर उनका अभिनंदन करें। And now, Honorable President being presented with a special memento, which is a space-grade titanium plaque engraved with National Space Day logo. Thank you, Honorable Minister. And now I request Dr. Somnath to felicitate Honorable President of India with the model of Bharatiya Antariksh Station. दो 2035 तक वास्तविक रूप लेगा ये भारतीय अंतरिक्ष स्टेशन। थैंक यू डॉक्टर सोमनाथ, थैंक यू। नन्ही आंखों में चंदा मामा के सपने देखने से लेकर विज्ञान के मजबूत धरातल पर तैयार सीढ़ियां चढ़कर उसी चांद को छूने की संकल्पना को साकार करता है ये नेशनल स्पेस डे। And being the maiden National Space Day, ladies and gentlemen, widespread celebrations took place across the country from July to August. We present before you a short film on the glimpse of events across the country and the genesis of National Space Day.
Over the last decade, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, India has achieved path-breaking achievements in the field of space science technology. ISRO has accomplished a stellar journey in space exploration over the years with successful missions like Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan, AstroSat, Aditya L1 and ExpoSat. These missions have garnered international recognition for the Indian space community. On July 14, 2023, the LVM-3 M4 successfully launched the much-anticipated lunar mission Chandrayaan-3. After an incredible journey spanning around 4 lakh kilometers over the course of 40 days, the Chandrayaan-3 reached its destination, the Moon. On August 23, 2023, the Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft achieved a spectacular soft landing near the southern polar region of the Moon. After a few hours, rover ramped down from the lander and India embarked on a historic moonwalk. The Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, applauded the valiant efforts of ISRO scientists. He also saluted the pivotal contribution made by the women scientists of ISRO, the Nari Shakti, in the successful accomplishment of India's lunar landing mission.
23 अगस्त को जब भारत ने चंद्रमा पर तिरंगा फहराया, उस दिन को अब हिंदुस्तान नेशनल स्पेस डे के रूप में मनाया जाएगा.
To celebrate the inaugural National Space Day 2024, the entire country was categorized into 7 zones with various centers of ISRO and other ministries, academia, industries and institutions, the month-long conferences, talks, exhibitions, open houses, quiz, Bharatiya Antariksh Hackathon and ISRO Robotics Challenge, etc. were conducted as part of the National Space Day 2024. The theme selected for this year is Touching Lives While Touching the Moon, India's Space Saga. India's remarkable advancements in the space sector over the past decade demonstrates its unwavering commitment to scientific excellence, technological innovation, and touching the lives of billions of people in the country. With an ambitious vision, the future of the Indian space program looks promising. This will inspire the next generation of scientists, engineers, and explorers to reach beyond the universe.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we move forward to the much-awaited award ceremony. Awards will be presented to the winners of 2 competitions. पहला competition है robotics challenge का. हमारे देश के युवाओं में स्पेस रोबोटिक्स के प्रति रुचि जगाने और उनकी रचनात्मक सोच को रफ्तार देने के लिए ही इसरो ने रोबोटिक चैलेंज कंपटीशन का आयोजन किया, जिसमें एक ऐसे रोवर को डिजाइन करना था जो कई काम कर सके. A rover that can identify sample, pick and drop at a location by autonomously navigating in a simulated lunar terrain. Proposals were received from 273 teams, out of which 10 teams qualified for the on-field competition. And finally, 3 winners are selected, whose space robotics are also displayed here in the exhibition. दूसरा कंपटीशन था भारतीय अंतरिक्ष हैकाथॉन का, जिसका आयोजन 4 जुलाई को किया गया था. और इस कार्यक्रम का मुख्य उद्देश्य था अंतरिक्ष आधारित अनुप्रयोगों में नवाचार के लिए एक मंच तैयार करना, जो उद्यमियों के लिए संभावित बिजनेस मॉडल में विकसित हो सके. देश भर के छात्रों को 12 क्षेत्रों से जुड़ी हुई समस्याएं दी गई थी, जिनका हल उन्हें तलाशना था. और अब मैं माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया से अत्यंत आदर भाव से करबद्ध निवेदन करती हूं कि कृपया पुरस्कार प्रदान करने के लिए मंच पर आगे आएं। Ladies and gentlemen, we begin with the winners of Robotics Challenge. Third prize goes to Team Samarth. मंच पर पधार रहे हैं टीम के सदस्य कार्तिक पांडे. First year students developed a rover with a split wheel configuration to enhance obstacle climbing, showcasing exceptional creativity. Now invite Muskan, the second team member, to receive the award. Second prize goes to Team Ad Astra. I invite on dais Dhanush Kumar V. This team designed a rover that accomplished sample picking and dropping without the need of a robotic arm. Truly remarkable. And now Prabhakaran GS from the team receiving the award. And the winner of the first prize of the Robotics Challenge is Team Titans. I invite on dais Sanjot Kavle, and the team created a rover with safe sample handling and precise autonomous picking and dropping. Outstanding innovation skills indeed. And now Dipanshu Pise from the team is on the dais to receive the award. And now we have the winners of Bharatiya Antariksh Hackathon. Third prize goes to Team Khagola. I invite Biki Ram on the dais. This team developed an application which gave a new insight into the timing capabilities of our first multi-wavelength satellite, AstroSat. And now I invite Shyam Prakash VP to receive the award, the second member of the team Khagola. Second prize goes to Team Lucene. First I invite Sambit Malik. The team developed Shakti, a shadow-based hybrid algorithm for knowledge of topological irregularities to detect craters and boulders using OHRC images. And now Snigdha Paul receiving the award. And the winners of first prize of Bharatiya Antariksh Hackathon are Team 10011. I invite Navdeep Singh Sidhu on the dais. This team developed Lunar, an application developed to predict safe navigation routes with 10 points of interest for rovers on the moon based on the given coordinates of the landing site. Riya Sachdeva is now receiving the award. आपका बहुत-बहुत आभार माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी पुरस्कार प्रदान करने के लिए. Ladies and gentlemen, ISRO, along with Indian space fraternity, is gearing up to realize the vision led by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi. निरंतर आकांक्षी लक्ष्यों की ओर अग्रसर है ISRO. फिर चाहे बात 2035 तक भारतीय अंतरिक्ष स्टेशन स्थापित करने की हो या फिर 2040 तक किसी भारतीय की मून लैंडिंग की. Now we present before you a short film on Space Vision 2047.
Today, our satellites circling the Earth in space have literally touched the lives of millions of Indians. By simultaneously relaying thousands of telephone calls, enabling high-speed internet and hundreds of TV channels across the length and breadth of the country, they have brought in national integration as never before. And by enabling the provision of accurate weather forecasts and facilitating safe and accurate navigation, they now have a profound influence on the daily lives of Indians. The fact that the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, has also developed many launch vehicles to place these satellites in various orbits further underscores status of India as a major spacefaring nation. To strengthen the space ecosystem, the Government of India has incepted ENSIL to commercialize space technologies and InSpace to promote, regulate and monitor activities in the space sector. Together with ISRO, they unveil the decadal vision setting the stage for India to emerge as a dominant global space power. The recent successful launches of Skyroot Aerospace's Vikram S rocket and Agnikul's Agniban are making waves. This is a game changer for the country's private space industry, ushering in new opportunities for entrepreneurs and scientists.
Now, as far as space economy is concerned, I think in the last 3 or 4 years there's been a quantum jump. And I have the confidence to say that in the years to come, space economy would be an important component of India's overall economic growth.
As the latest chapter in its 6-decade-old space saga, the country has now embarked on Gaganyaan, the maiden step in its ambitious human spaceflight program. A careful look at the history, and particularly from the past 10 years of Indian space program, makes us confident about India's future space vision 2047. The Government of India, under the visionary leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, has laid down clear roadmap for the India's space exploration endeavours. ISRO is planning to develop India's next-generation launch vehicle. Surya is a heavy-lift rocket being developed by ISRO to carry payloads of up to 10 tons to geostationary transfer orbit (GTO) and 30 tons to low Earth orbit (LEO). India's space station mission, Bharatiya Antariksh Station, aims to establish a sustainable Indian presence in space. The mission involves launching a modular and robotically built space station weighing around 52 tons into a low Earth orbit of 400 kilometers. The space station will serve as a research platform for scientists to conduct experiments in microgravity, astronomy, and Earth observation. India will witness launch of the first module of Bharatiya Antariksh Station by 2028. As a follow-up to Chandrayaan missions, India is gearing up to bring back samples from the moon through the Chandrayaan 4 mission. This mission is scheduled for 2027 and will feature demonstration of new technologies such as lunar docking, precise landing, sample collection, and safe journey back to Earth.
2035 तक अंतरिक्ष में भारत का अपना स्पेस स्टेशन होगा जो हमें स्पेस के अज्ञात विस्तार को जानने में मदद करेगा। इतना ही नहीं, इसी अमृतकाल में भारत का एस्ट्रोनॉट भारत के अपने रॉकेट से चंद्रमा पर भी उतरकर दिखाएगा। 2047 तक भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने का संकल्प लिया है।
With these milestone missions, India will progress towards conducting sustained travel of Indian Gaganyatris to space, culminating in the Indian landing on the moon by 2040.
देवियों और सज्जनों, राष्ट्रीय अंतरिक्ष दिवस मनाने का एक अहम उद्देश्य है विज्ञान और वैज्ञानिक सोच को आम आदमी तक पहुंचाना, ताकि वे इसे जाने और इससे लाभ भी उठा सकें, युवा वैज्ञानिक सोच विकसित कर सकें। So now I take this opportunity to request Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh to address the august gathering on National Space Day.
भारत की राष्ट्रपति महामहिम श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, अंतरिक्ष विभाग के सचिव एवं इसरो के चेयरमैन श्रीमान एस सोमनाथ जी, इस सभागृह में उपस्थित विज्ञान के भिन्न भिन्न क्षेत्रों से पधारे हुए विशेषज्ञ गण, महानुभाव, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आज का दिन बड़ा ही शुभ दिन है, शुभ अवसर है और हम सब भाग्यशाली हैं। भाग्यशाली इसलिए कि भारत का सर्वप्रथम राष्ट्रीय अंतरिक्ष दिवस अथवा नेशनल स्पेस डे का उत्सव मनाने का काम हमारे हिस्से में आया है। आज से ठीक 1 वर्ष पूर्व 23 अगस्त 2023 को हमारे एक स्पेस मिशन चंद्रयान ने इतिहास रच करके दुनिया को चकाचौंध कर दिया। चंद्रमा के साउथ पोल पर पहुंचने वाला वो पहला स्पेस मिशन था। और तभी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ये घोषणा की कि प्रतिवर्ष इस दिन को राष्ट्रीय अंतरिक्ष दिवस के रूप में मनाया जाएगा, ताकि हम जहां एक और चंद्रयान की गुणगान को स्मरण कर सकें, वहीं साथ ही साथ आने वाले समय के लिए कार्यसूची एजेंडा पर चिंतन मंथन भी कर सकें। ये कोई साधारण बात ना थी। जैसे सोमनाथ जी ने कहा, जिस चांद के दीदार के लिए दुनिया इंतजार करती है, उस दिन भारत ने उसे छू करके महसूस किया था। And the world never expected that we would be able to achieve this feat, because our journey in space was just about 55 years long. ISRO was born in the year 1969, the year which is remembered for the first human being having landed on the surface of Moon, Neil Armstrong. And we were just getting born. And today, the same ISRO, the same team, within 50 years, just about half a century, we became the first to have landed on the south pole of Moon before anybody else could do. And therefore, when we observe the National Space Day, it's also a day of introspection, reflection, and also to create roadmaps for the future. And also to ponder about how did we manage to cover this long journey in a short time, and where do we go from here? और यदि आप इन प्रश्नों का उत्तर ढूंढें तो ध्यान में आएगा कि हमारे वैज्ञानिकों के पास, हमारे विशेषज्ञों के पास प्रतिभा की कमी ना थी, योग्यता की कमी ना थी, मेहनत करने का मादा भी था, आंखों में अरमान भी थे। आप संग्रहालय में जाइए, साराभाई अपने बाईसाइकिल के कैरेज पर सामान उठा करके भी साधनों के अभाव की पूर्ति करते थे। और इस सब के बावजूद भी यदि अभाव था तो उस अनुकूलता का जो नीति निर्धारकों के स्तर से अपेक्षित होती है। What was lacking was perhaps an enabling milieu which is expected from the policy planners, from the political leadership, and that was overcome when Prime Minister Modi came in. And for 70 years, space sector had functioned with limited resources and limited funds, also the limited partnerships within and outside. प्रधानमंत्री ने वो गुजरे समय की बंदिशों को तोड़ करके he broke the taboos of the past and liberated ISRO from the shackles which were constraining, which were limiting its journey. And on the day when Chandrayaan was launched, me and Somnath ji was there. We had more than 5,000 spectators and more than 1,000 media persons. One of the media persons came over and said, there are some critics saying, why this halla bulla, what is new? And I asked him a simple question. I said, when did you come here last? He said, this is my first time. I said, that is new. And that is precisely during the formal announcement of successful launch of Chandrayaan. I had just spoken 3 sentences. I said, this is a moment of glory for India, a moment of destiny for all of us who are here to witness this at Sriharikota. And then I said, thanks, Team ISRO, for making us proud. And thanks, PM Modi, for unlocking the doors of Sriharikota. And that indeed was the turning point. And today, within the last 3 years, there has been a quantum leap. I know how many of us in this room are aware of the fact that we were just one-digit space startup 3 years back. Today, we've gone up to almost 300. The other day, I was saying, if you want to make a good caption out of it, you can say we have gone up 300 times. And that is why the finance minister during her budget had the confidence to say that India's space economy will go up 5 times in the next 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just $8 billion US, and we hope to go up to 44 billion in the next 10 years. And as you were just seeing the space vision for the future, I think one of the most momentous happenings in the next 1 year would be the launch of Gaganyaan. The first Indian human being going into this space. Of course, we had one in early 1980s, but that was a Soviet mission. So purely indigenous mission, living up to the ideals of Make in India, the ideals of Atmanirbhar Bharat, and also at the same time pushing India as a frontline nation of the world. And as you were seeing in the film just now screened, and Prime Minister himself saying कि पहला अंतरिक्ष का हमारा स्टेशन, which is being decided to be named as Bharatiya Antariksh Station, would be there in place in 2035, and finally in 2040, an Indian landing on the surface of Moon, which is not very far. And in a few months from now, one of the 4 astronauts who were displayed in the movie will be accompanying his counterparts to the International Space Station. Wing Commander Shukla, who is now promoted as Group Captain Shukla, has already been identified for that exercise. Ladies and gentlemen, space technology today has entered every Indian household. And I'm glad to note that space technology is also adding value to its performance through artificial intelligence, through machine learning, through quantum technology, as you saw in the citations of these youngsters who received the awards this morning. And India today has proved to the rest of the world its space capability in all the 3 verticals, whether it is space transportation, whether it is space ground station, whether it is space platforms. And apart from Earth and deep sea, now we are going to the next level to reach out and clear the space debris. Honorable Rashtrapati ji very rightly was expressing her concern when we were entering this room कि इतने सारे सैटेलाइट अंतरिक्ष में चले गए, वहाँ इसकी भीड़ का क्या निवारण होगा. And I'm glad to share with the Honorable Rashtrapati कि इस बात में भी पहल भारत ने की है. We have set up one of the latest technologies in Bengaluru to detect, to clear debris. And very soon, we will be also retrieving back the commissioned satellites. जो सैटेलाइट अपना काम मुकम्मल कर चुके हों, उनको वापस धरती पर लाने की कला भी दुनिया भारत से ही सीखने वाली है. And I think one of the most exclusive components of space technology in the last 10 years under Prime Minister Modi has been that it was no longer limited only to the launching of rockets. I vividly remember, I think it was the year 2015, when Dr. Radhakrishnan was the chairman. We had a 2-3 day long marathon brainstorming in Vigyan Bhavan, where space scientists were made to interact with the representatives of each ministry so that they could share wherein the space technology could step in. And I think that's proved to be a role model for the rest of the world also, because we have so many sectors, so diverse, so heterogeneous, which no other country has. And therefore today, space technology is enriching our work in fisheries, in agriculture, the soil health card, the Swamitva program, which has almost become a role model for the rest of the world, in disaster monitoring, in natural resource monitoring, in railways, the unmanned rail crossings, in the construction of highways, the construction of smart cities, education, healthcare, you name a sector, and India has shown the rest of the world how space technology can improve our performance. And before I conclude, for the benefit of those, because as I was saying yesterday, during one of the discussions, after Chandrayaan, space technology has fascinated every Indian. And many of those who may not have a direct stake in space sector, many of them who may not be interested, but since they feel a sense of esteem, they feel a sense of pride, they look here, India can do it. India can lead the rest of the world. And for the benefit of those, because as students of science fraternity, we've been taught not to speak without evidence. India was the first to reach the Mars in the first attempt. India, as I said a few moments ago, through Chandrayaan, was the first to reach the south pole of the moon. India is the second to have an X-ray polarization satellite. And India, a few months ago, was the third to have a solar observatory, the Sun-Earth endpoint, the Aditya. And therefore, I have the confidence to say, when we talk of India 2047 and India reaching that pedestal, when we try to scientifically analyze how it would happen, where the value addition will come from, the value addition will come from those sectors which were hitherto either unexplored or underexplored. हमारे वो सरमाए जो ना पूरी तरह तराशेंगे ना तलाशेंगे, और मोदी जी की प्रेरणा से उस तरफ हमारी निगाह गई. And one of them is going to be the space sector. And I'm proud to declare this morning, ladies and gentlemen, with Chairman ISRO as a witness, that in 2047, space sector will be an important component writing the growth story of Viksit Bharat. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for your inspiring words. देवी और सज्जनों, हर स्वप्न जब गगन की विशालता समान प्रयासों से सजता है तो परिणति को प्राप्त करता है, और इसी सोच को यथार्थ की जमीन पर साकार करने के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण इस नेशनल स्पेस डे के ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर मैं माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया जी से विनम्र भाव से निवेदन करती हूं कि कृपया आज के इस अवसर पर अपने आशीर्वचनों से हमें कृतार्थ करें. ऑनरेबल प्रेसिडेंट श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू.
इस समारोह में उपस्थित अंतरिक्ष विभाग के राज्य मंत्री डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह जी, अंतरिक्ष विभाग के सचिव, अंतरिक्ष आयोग और इसरो के अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर एस सोमनाथ जी, वैज्ञानिकगण, अन्य गणमान्य अतिथियों, देवियों और स्वजनों, वो ऐतिहासिक क्षण जब विक्रम लैंडर चंद्रमा के दक्षिणी ध्रुव के पास सफलतापूर्वक उतरा था, हर भारतीय के लिए अत्यंत प्रसन्नता का क्षण था. मैंने टचडाउन का लाइव प्रसारण देखा था. हर भारतीय की तरह मैं भी गर्व से भर गई थी. इस सफलता के उपलक्ष्य में नेशनल स्पेस डे मनाने की घोषणा करना एक सराहनीय कदम है. मैं समस्त देशवासियों और आप सभी को प्रथम नेशनल स्पेस डे की बहुत बहुत बधाई देती हूँ. अपने प्रारंभिक दिनों के अब तक इसरो की यात्रा शानदार रही है. इसरो ने स्पेस सेक्टर में उल्लेखनीय उपलब्धियां हासिल की हैं। जैसा कि यहाँ उपस्थित वैज्ञानिक समुदाय के लोग जानते ही हैं कि 1-2 दिन पहले ही चंद्रयान की प्रज्ञान सेवर से प्राप्त जानकारी से ये धारणा मजबूत हुई है कि आरंभ में चंद्रमा पूरी तरह मैग्मा का महासागर था और धीरे धीरे शीतल होते हुए वर्तमान स्वरूप की तरफ बढ़ा। इसे वैज्ञानिक भाषा में लूनार मैग्मा ओशन हाइपोथेसिस कहते हैं। मुझे ये जानकर प्रसन्नता हुई है कि भविष्य में इसरो द्वारा चंद्रमा के अध्ययन के लिए अन्य मिशन की भी योजनाएं है। मैं संपूर्ण इसरो परिवार तथा विशेषकर चंद्रमा मिशन के से जुड़े सभी लोगों को अपनी शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ। आज के कार्यक्रम में विद्यार्थियों की भागीदारी देखकर मुझे खुशी हो रही है। इसरो द्वारा आयोजित भारतीय अंतरिक्ष हैकाथॉन और रोबोटिक्स चैलेंज की विजेताओं को मैं हार्दिक बधाई देती हूँ। मैं आशा करती हूँ कि इसरो द्वारा चलाए जा रहे स्पेस ऑन व्हील्स और स्पेस ट्यूटर्स जैसे कार्यक्रम सामान्य एवं विद्यार्थियों में स्पेस के बारे में उत्कृष्टता और जानकारी बढ़ाने में उपयोगी सिद्ध रहेंगे। देवियों और स्वजनों, स्पेस सेक्टर के साथ साथ इसरो ने देश के सामाजिक और आर्थिक विकास में भी अमूल्य योगदान दिया है। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि आप ऐसे ही देश के विकास यात्रा में योगदान देते रहेंगे। इस महीने में भारत के स्पेस प्रोग्राम के जनक माने जाने वाले डॉक्टर विक्रम साराभाई की जयंती भी मनाई जाती है। ये न केवल महान वैज्ञानिक थे बल्कि एक दूरदर्शी इंस्टीट्यूशन बिल्डर्स भी थे। उन्होंने स्पेस सहित विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में कई संस्थानों की स्थापना की। उन्होंने कहा था, एंड आई कोट, "Those that can apply their insights to the problems of the community and of the nation discover an exciting area of activity where efforts is rewarding even while the results so slowly." अनकोट। वर्तमान परिप्रेक्ष्य में उनका ये कथन अत्यंत प्रासंगिक है क्योंकि भारत के स्पेस प्रोग्राम का उद्देश्य अंतरिक्ष के क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भरता प्राप्त करते हुए देश का सामाजिक और आर्थिक विकास करना है। आज के इस आयोजन के विषय टचिंग लाइव्स व्हाइल टचिंग द मून, इंडिया स्पेस सागा भी इसी उद्देश्य से जुड़ा हुआ है। देवियों और स्वजनों, स्पेस एक्सप्लोरेशन ने मनुष्य की क्षमताओं को बढ़ाया है, मानव की कल्पना को यथार्थ में बदला है, ब्रह्मांड के रहस्यों से पर्दा उठाया है। स्पेस एक्सप्लोरेशन रोमांचकारी होने के साथ साथ एक चुनौती भरा कार्य भी है। इसमें अनेक समस्याएं आती हैं। इन समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए किए जाने वाले अनुसंधान विज्ञान के विकास को गति देती है और मानव जीवन को बेहतर बनाती है। स्वास्थ्य और चिकित्सा, परिवहन, सुरक्षा, ऊर्जा, पर्यावरण और सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी समेत ऐसे कई क्षेत्र हैं जो स्पेस सेक्टर में हुए विकास से लाभान्वित हुए हैं। उदाहरण के लिए आरंभिक चरण की सैटेलाइट्स को पृथ्वी की कक्षाओं का अध्ययन करने के लिए निर्मित किया गया था। उन सैटेलाइट से प्राप्त ज्ञान के बल पर सैटेलाइट कम्युनिकेशन का विकास हो सका। आज इसके बिना मानव जीवन की कल्पना संभव नहीं है। देवी और स्वजनों, भारत के स्पेस सेक्टर की प्रगति असाधारण है। चाहे वो कम संसाधनों में सफलतापूर्वक पूरा किया गया मंगल मिशन हो या एक बार में 100 से अधिक सैटेलाइट्स का सफल प्रक्षेपण हो, हमने अनेक प्रभावशाली उपलब्धियां हासिल की है। निजी क्षेत्रों के लिए स्पेस सेक्टर के खुलने से स्टार्टअप्स की संख्या में बहुत तेज गति भी वृद्धि हुई है। इससे न केवल अंतरिक्ष अनुसंधान की उन्नति हुई है, बल्कि हमारी युवा शक्ति को अपने प्रतिभा दिखाने और उसे तराशने के नए अवसर भी मिले हैं। कुछ महीने पहले ही भारत की एक कंपनी ने सिंगल पीस 3D प्रिंटेड सेमी क्रायोजेनिक इंजन संचालित रॉकेट का सफल प्रक्षेपण किए हैं, जो कि इस तरह की पहली उपलब्धि है। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संबंधों में विश्वास एवं साझेदारी बढ़ाने के लिए भी स्पेस सेक्टर एक अच्छा माध्यम है। उदाहरण के लिए पड़ोसी राष्ट्र में संचार को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भारत ने वर्ष 2017 में साउथ एशिया सैटेलाइट GS-89 का सफल प्रक्षेपण किया था। अन्य देशों के साथ जुड़ाव के नई क्षितिज खोलने के लिए भारत सरकार द्वारा किए जा रहे प्रयास अत्यंत सराहनीय है। इसरो भारत का अंतरिक्ष स्टेशन स्थापित करने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। मैं गगनयान मिशन की भी उत्सुकता से प्रतीक्षा कर रही हूँ, जिसमें भारतीय अंतरिक्ष टीम को अंतरिक्ष में ले जाया जाएगा। मुझे विश्वास है कि इन सभी मिशन के फलस्वरूप ऐसे परिणाम सामने आएंगे जिनसे देश सामाजिक, आर्थिक एवं वैज्ञानिक रूप से लाभान्वित होंगे। देवियों और स्वजनों, हमें भावी चुनौतियों के लिए भी तैयार रहना है। स्पेस डेब्री अंतरिक्ष मिशन के लिए समस्या अत्यंत चिंताजनक है। अंतरिक्ष अनुसंधान की गतिविधियां निरंतर चलती रहे, इस उद्देश्य के साथ इसरो सिस्टम फॉर सेफ एंड सस्टेनेबल ऑपरेशंस मैनेजमेंट फैसिलिटी का संचालन किया जा रहा है। ये एक सराहनीय कदम है। मुझे ये जानकर भी खुशी हो रही है कि भारत वर्ष 2030 तक अपने सभी अंतरिक्ष अभियानों को डेब्री फ्री बनाने के लिए लक्ष्य रखे हैं। हमारे निष्ठावान वैज्ञानिकों ने न्यूनतम संसाधनों का उपयोग करके भारत के स्पेस प्रोग्राम को विश्व के श्रेष्ठतम स्पेस प्रोग्राम्स में स्थान दिलाया है। इसके लिए वे सराहने के पात्र हैं। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है हमारे देश में अंतरिक्ष विज्ञान के क्षेत्र में निरंतर प्रगति होती रहेगी तथा हम उत्कृष्टता के नए मानक स्थापन करते रहेंगे। मैं भविष्य के सभी स्पेस मिशंस के लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
आपका आभार माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी। प्लीज राइज फॉर नेशनल एंथम, राष्ट्रगान। Ladies and gentlemen, there are a few important announcements. I request you all to please wait for a few seconds before leaving the hall. Now, all the students who are here, you are requested to please take an exit on the left of the stage, that is from the exit on my right. Kindly look at me. All the students are requested to please exit from the gates on my right, and you have to go to the exhibition first, and after the exhibition, you have to go to hall number 14 for the refreshments. This is an instruction for the students. And all the dignitaries, all our esteemed guests, you are requested to please exit the hall from the door on my left. That is to your right. All the guests, other than the students, you are requested to please exit from the gates on my left and kindly proceed to hall number 14. And you are all requested to please assemble back at 11:15 in the multi-purpose hall, which is right behind the plenary hall. Our esteemed guests, I hope the instruction is clear. Kindly proceed from the gates on my left, and at 11:15 you are requested to kindly assemble in the multi-purpose hall, which is right behind the plenary hall. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your cooperation. You were a wonderful audience indeed. And with this, I, Mamta Chopra, take your leave. Bye-bye, take care, have a wonderful day and a wonderful National Space Day. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very hearty welcome to all of you to the National Space Day. Here's a polite request to all of you to please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We have been graced by the Honorable Minister of State for Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji. He's here in our midst now. I request all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to please take seats. And here's a polite reminder to please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. This is an announcement for everyone who's still outside in the pre-function area, East Block and West Block. I request you to please come and take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. May I invite you to please be seated? Let's all settle in. We have to get the opening session started, ladies and gentlemen, and we seek your cooperation. We invite you to please be seated. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. This is an announcement for everybody in the pre-function area. The doors are being closed now. I request you to please take seats. Thank you very much. So once again, namaskar and a very heartfelt welcome to all the distinguished dignitaries, our delegates, participants, eminent speakers. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion. And we begin with the opening session, ladies and gentlemen. And it is indeed a privilege and an honor for me to invite on stage our esteemed dignitaries gracing this occasion. So with a huge thunderous round of applause, please help me welcome to the stage the Honorable Minister of State for Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji. May I also invite Member Niti Aayog, Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat, who is also our keynote speaker. Let's extend a hand and welcome him. I invite Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Dr. Somnath S. A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I invite Chairman in Space, Dr. Pavan Kumar Goenka, to kindly grace the stage. A huge round of applause as we welcome him. Ladies and gentlemen, India's journey into the cosmos is a captivating tale of innovation, ambition, and unparalleled achievement. Our ancient ancestors were, in fact, skilled astronomers, meticulously recording celestial events such as eclipses, comets, and planetary alignments. And these early astronomical pursuits became an integral part of our Vedic studies dating back to 1500 BCE or even earlier. Today, India stands as a prominent global player in space exploration. Over the past 2 decades, the world has witnessed our remarkable achievements through milestones such as Chandrayaan-1 in 2008, Mangalyaan in 2014, AstroSat in 2015, and in 2023, India made history by becoming the 4th nation to successfully land a spacecraft on the moon and the first to reach the lunar South Pole. The Chandrayaan-3 mission not only solidified India's status as a capable spacefaring nation, but also ignited our aspirations for even greater achievements. And as our Honorable Prime Minister eloquently stated, the success of Chandrayaan-3 is not just India's alone, it belongs to all of humanity. He emphasized that the discoveries from this mission will open new doors of possibility for lunar explorations across the globe. Today, we come together to celebrate the monumental accomplishments of India's space sector and to chart a path for its exponential growth in the future. And at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin with the opening session, allow me to invoke the words of the missile man of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. I quote, "Look at the sky. We are not alone. The whole universe is friendly to us and conspires only to give the best to those who dream and work." With that, I extend a very warm welcome once again to the esteemed dignitaries gracing the dais. Can we have a huge round of applause for them, especially for the Honorable Minister of State for Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing this occasion. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to invite Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Dr. Somnath S., for his address. Let's welcome Dr. Somnath S. with a round of applause.
Good morning, all of you. Honorable Minister of State for Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Member Niti Aayog, who is going to give the keynote speech today, Dr. Pawan Kumar Goenka, Chairman in Space, all the distinguished invitees, speakers, delegates, participants, my greetings to you on the occasion of the National Space Day. We just had the inaugural session. Now we start the opening session. In the opening session, we have two important announcements or releases that has to be done. The first and foremost is the impact analysis of the Indian space program, the socio-impact analysis of the space program, which will be presented, and also the document will be released. And the second, of course, is the Chandrayaan-3 science data. Of course, the success of the Chandrayaan-3 has been hailed very well, but the most important part is after the 1 year of the Chandrayaan-3 landing, what has come out of that mission is something that must be very important for each one of you, and a glimpse of that will definitely be told. And also, we are going to make sure this data is not going to be confined within those scientists who have created those instruments, but it will be made available to all the researchers of this country and the world for furthering the outcome out of it. So this is going to happen today. So these two important announcements are going to be there. Of course, we will going to have the keynote speech by Dr. V.K. Saraswat, and we look forward to his wisdom and vision. I think all of you know that today, this National Space Day being celebrated, the purpose of this celebration is nothing but inspiration. The journey of Chandrayaan-3, building upon the capability of the Chandrayaan series of missions, starting from Chandrayaan-1, 2, is something extraordinary. When space program started, all the time that we have been talking about touching lives, how to make an impact in the society, how to make the very capital-intensive space program to the benefit of the humankind, and how to make use of this space-based data for the progress of the nation. This has been the focus. That's why we talk about touching lives. But when you want to touch the moon, it's a difficult journey altogether, but a difficult choice to make in the early part of the space journey. And that decision was made at a point in time when we have certain capability developed, to have our own rockets built in India, having an ability to send a moon probe to the moon, to build those satellites and spacecrafts with complex technology within the country, incorporating those sensors and features that are important for missions like that. And once that stature has been reached, a decision was taken in 2008 to send the first Chandrayaan-1 to the moon. Today we know history has been made by that decision. We found out the presence of water on the moon. Subsequent to that, the journey continued. The Chandrayaan-2, which tried that soft landing attempt in 2019, though it was a near miss. But we know today that the orbiter of the Chandrayaan-2 has been doing extremely well and producing so much of remote sensing results of the moon, including the best of the high-resolution images ever produced of the moon, which has become useful for us in Chandrayaan-3 as well as many other nations of the world. The Chandrayaan-3 has really created history. It not only soft landed on the southern side of the moon, but also did exceptionally well in terms of the experiments. We planned that in such a manner that it lives for at least 14 days on the moon. The day is actually 14 days of Earth days there. And all those 14 days, it worked very well. And all the 5 experiments on board, 3 on the Vikram and 2 on the Pragyan, delivered exceptionally good scientific outcome. The data volume today measures at least something like 55 gigabytes of data. And this data is now put in the ISSDC, the Science Data Center, and this has been subject to reviews and analysis and publications, and many of those publications, of course, we will hear about it a little later. But now it is going to be made available to you. The journey of the Chandrayaan-3 is going to continue. Possibly you would have seen the next step of Chandrayaan-4 displayed there, the model. And how to go up to the moon, we have proven, but to come back is going to be another difficult thing. It's important for us to take a next step, because we have had a vision to send humans to space, to moon, and then bring them back safely. So we have to incrementally progress in the next 20 years or so, building that capability to ultimately make an Indian go to moon, land there and come back safely. So our effort is in creating that interest, enthusiasm in the community, and also to work in many different technologies that are required for it. Let it include the launch vehicle capability, which should be frugal and cost effective. Also a technology proving ground through Chandrayaan mission series. Also important step is creating the Gaganyaan program to sustain and continue to create a pool of astronauts, and also to create a scientific platform for experiments, the Bharati Antariksha Station, where there will be huge amount of collaboration between academic institutions, industries, as well as scientific talents in this country. So we call upon everyone to be part of this journey. That's why such a Space Day program has been organized with the participation of departments, ministries, science institutions, students and researchers, startups and industries in these sessions that are going to follow. So I look forward for active interaction and engagement, each one of you. And let me also take this opportunity to welcome all honorable dignitaries, including our Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Saraswat and Pavan Goenka, and each one of you to this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the context for this opening session. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the privilege to request Chairman in Space, Dr. Pavan Kumar Goenka, for his address. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Pavan Kumar Goenka.
Minister of Space, Minister of State for Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Member Niti Aayog, Dr. Saraswat, Secretary DOS, Chairman ISRO, Dr. Somnath. Undoubtedly, 2023 holds a special significance for the space sector in India. The year India landed near the south pole of the moon and became the 4th country to soft land on the moon. Kudos to our space scientists and team ISRO who made this monumental feat possible and made the country proud. I was fortunate enough to be witnessing the landing from the Mission Control Center at Strat on that day. And at that historical moment on 23rd August, everyone erupted in cheers, and the whole experience was nothing short of a fairy tale. Entire country was in a celebratory mood, the kind I have never seen before, not even when India beats Pakistan in a cricket match. The whole world has praised the efforts of a scientist at ISRO. And it is a matter of pride for our scientists and the space community that Honorable Prime Minister declared this day as the National Space Day. Success of Chandrayaan-3 symbolizes the new India raring to make its mark on the global space sector. And this success has put India's capabilities in space technology in the global spotlight. It has also increased the expectations of our countrymen and the world from India's space industry. And while ISRO continues to be a beacon of innovation, there is another movement brewing, that is the growing participation of the Indian private enterprise in the space sector and in advancing the space technology. I'm pleased to see the momentum in the private sector ecosystem, particularly startups. Number of space startups has crossed more than 200, 5x in 5 years. Growing investment in Indian space sector, 20x in 5 years, crossing $100 million mark 2 times in a row. Very happy to see increasing investments made by the established companies like Anand Technologies, TASL, L&T, etc., and startups like Dhruva Space, Pixel, Digantra, Skyroot, and Agnikul in building capacities. Also very happy to see the outcome, the groundbreaking suborbital launches by Skyroot Aerospace and Agnikul Cosmos, as well as Earth observation satellites launched by Dhruva Space, Tata Advanced Systems, Ajista BST, and Space Kits India. This growth is fueled by implementation of the space sector reforms, the revised FDI policy, and the Indian Space Policy 2023, and several other initiatives taken by the Government of India to facilitate the participation of private industry in the space sector. In fact, last few months, we have multiple initiatives in place and made several announcements to encourage and handhold the private space ecosystem. The seed fund scheme for startups, pricing support policy, mentoring support, transfer of ISRO technology to the private sector, most importantly, the SSLV technology, design lab with simulation software and testing facilities for space objects, international outreach platforms for NGEs, skill development are some of the key initiatives to encourage innovation and develop space capabilities of NGEs. We are encouraging the private sector to launch an Earth observation constellation in the PPP mode. Efforts are being made to make available unused ITU filings for NGEs. We are working on fiscal and non-fiscal incentives along with state governments to promote space subsystems manufacturing in India. InSpace has unveiled a decadal vision to grow our space economy fivefold in 10 years. That is $44 billion. And I'm happy to note that now everybody talks about uniformly this $44 billion as the target for the space economy. Honorable Finance Minister announced a 1,000 crore venture capital fund for space startups on July 23rd, on the budget day. This fund will help bridge the critical financing gaps faced by budding enterprises and ensure their growth and sustainability. And I believe this is the first time the Government of India has done anything like that for a specific sector. Several building blocks will need to be put together to achieve the decadal vision. InSpace's continuous endeavor is to enable the ecosystem by bringing all the building blocks together and integrating them in the most meaningful way, by enabling private sector to play a significant role. The 6 building blocks that I have often talked about, and I won't have time to go through them in detail, but are technology and know-how, enabling regulatory and policy environment, global competitiveness, demand generation, infrastructure, and skilling. And as I conclude, I would like to say that if we could put all these building blocks together, some which are already happening, some which are work in progress, there is a huge opportunity waiting to be leveraged in science and technology, in societal benefit, and in economic benefit for the country. We need to dream big and dream as if the sky is not the limit anymore. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your insights. India's space technology truly is becoming a beacon of innovation driven by the collaboration of all stakeholders. And synergy may be an overworked word, but it is really the need of the hour. Thank you very much for that insightful address. And from the launch of the first sounding rocket from Indian soil in 1963 to the Chandrayaan-3 mission to the moon, India has championed a pioneering vision of harnessing space as a catalyst for socio-economic development. This vision has consistently prioritized the cultivation of autonomous capabilities in critical areas such as satellite communication, remote sensing, and access to space with the objective to ensure self-reliance in strategic domains for domestic, social, and economic growth. Now, thanks to this unique vision, ladies and gentlemen, India has represented a model of successful space development for generations of space-aspiring nations. ISRO engaged a consultant to assess the socio-economic impact of Indian space program. I now take the privilege of inviting Mr. Steve Boshinger, Affiliate Executive Advisor, Nova Space, to please present the preliminary findings of the socio-economic impact analysis of Indian space program. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Steve Boshinger. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. If we can display the slide. Thank you very much. Dear Honorable Minister of State for Space, dear Mr. Chairman of ISRO and Secretary of Department of Space, dear Mr. Chairman of InSpace, dear executives, ladies and gentlemen. It's a true honor for me to be with you today during this National Space Day and sharing some highlights on the report on the socioeconomic impacts of the Indian space program. This report has been initiated by ISRO with the objective to highlight and assess and evaluate the different level of benefits that have been generated by the Indian space activities. And this project has been developed by a project team of 2 companies, Econ1, based in India and specialized in economic studies, and Nova Space, formerly Euroconsult, a global leading consulting firm in the space sector. This project has included an extensive consultation campaign with Indian stakeholders, and I would like to thank them for their participation. You know, the Indian space program has benefited from constant political support decades after decades, and this has led to a steady growth of national investments in space. These investments have essentially been directed into two priorities areas, access to space and satellite applications, but this is not diversifying as the country is pursuing more and more ambitions in other areas such as space science, explorations, and manned spaceflight. With $13 billion that have been invested during the last decade, India stands as the 8th largest space nation in the world in terms of funding. As we just discussed, the Indian space sector, in addition, is developing very fast and is experiencing profound changes. And this is materializing with a large number of new companies entering the space business, with more than 200 startups, alongside traditional and legacy players who have been involved in the national space program, working with ISRO for decades. And this is leading to a strong diversification of the ecosystem and also a growth in revenues in the industry that we estimate to be at $6.3 billion in 2023, which represents around 1.5% of the global space market in terms of market share. This evolution in the Indian ecosystem is happening in a fast-changing international environment. I'm going to be quick here because for the sake of time, but basically new space is accelerating the development of the global space economy, and in the meantime, there are a number of disrupting trends, megatrends in the sector that are totally reshaping the face of the international space ecosystem. Now, what have been the impacts of the Indian space activities and space sector? First, the economic impacts have been quite significant, as you can see in this chart. We have estimated with the study that the Indian space sector has contributed to $60 billion to the Indian GDP over the last decade through direct, indirect, and induced effects. In addition, it has supported more than 4.7 million jobs in the country, and we estimate that it employs directly 96,000 jobs through the public and the private sector. Another interesting KPI I think that I would like to share is that for every dollar spent and produced, not spent, produced in the space sector, there is an additional $2.54 that have been generated to the national economy. This is what we call the multiplier effect. In addition, the space activities in the countries are generating wider, what we call catalytic impacts. And we asked the stakeholders' views on these impacts. I don't have time to go into the details. I just want to share two interesting takeaways. The first is that stakeholders largely agree that the national space program has largely contributed to the nation in terms of prestige, in terms of sovereignty, in terms of international leadership. But when it comes to their own company benefit, they tend to report lower level of impacts, such as, for instance, competitiveness, such as, for instance, access to new market, because it highlights the fact that in the past, essentially over the last decade, the national space program has essentially been driven by political consideration, but this is expecting to change. You know that commercial space is a key priority of the national space strategy. Another interesting takeaway is the different point of view between the legacy players and the startups. Typically, the startups will report lower level of benefits because they tend to develop under their own initiative so far, sometimes outside the scope of the government, but here again, this is expecting to change with greater collaboration and public-private partnerships. Last but not least, space is providing a wide range of tangible and intangible impacts and benefits to a large variety of end users and verticals, and we discussed that, we heard that very much earlier this morning. It is quite difficult to measure them in an exhaustive manner. So what we try to do here is to highlight the diversity of these benefits through various verticals and use cases that have been able to benefit from life savings, from cost savings, from productivity gains, and much more. And there are much more details in the report. To conclude, the Indian space sector stands at a critical transition time, and this transition is creating specific challenges that are highlighted here from the consultation we have conducted. I will just, for the sake of time, name two. the regulation, because there have been significant regulatory reforms, but they have not produced their full effect yet, and there are strong expectations in this domain. Second, financing. We just heard about the recent announcement of the Space Venture Capital, Space Fund. Access to private capital is vital for startups, and they are fighting to get access to private capital, especially due to an underdeveloped VC ecosystem specifically for space in the country compared to what we can see as well. So there are good initiatives in this way. These challenges are calling for actions. Obviously, I don't have time to go into the details. I will just focus on one, which I think is quite important, which is strengthening collaboration and dialogue within the community, within the space sector, but also with end users. This is really important to develop this connection more and more with end users. Too many players are working in silos, and it is important to strengthen collaboration, find pathways and bridges of collaboration in order to have a fully inclusive space program, help the development to grow in terms of revenues, but also support wider development and maximize the benefits of space for the nation as a whole. With this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I look very much forward to the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boshinger. May I request you to please stay with us on the dais for the upcoming report release. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are now privileged to request our Honorable Minister to please release the report on the socio-economic impact analysis of the Indian space program. Ladies and gentlemen, this report is a comprehensive study that delves into the far-reaching effects of India's space initiatives, not just in terms of technological advancements, but also in how these initiatives have driven economic growth, created employment opportunities, and contributed to societal development across the nation. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. By showcasing the tangible benefits of space exploration, this report highlights the critical role that space programs play in shaping a nation's future, both economically and socially. Thank you, Mr. Boshinger, for being a part of this. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Chandrayaan-3 marks a groundbreaking milestone as the first robotic mission to explore the moon's surface and near-surface conditions in the uncharted southern polar region. And this mission has provided invaluable insights into the moon, offering crucial data that will not only pave the way for future lunar explorations, but also significantly enhance our scientific understanding of the solar system. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a short video on Chandrayaan-3 science outcome. Let's all take a look at this video on Chandrayaan-3 science outcome.
On 23rd August 2023, Chandrayaan-3 landed on the moon as the first ever robotic exploration in the southern polar region. The landing site is named as Shiv Shakti Point. Chandrayaan-3 carried 6 scientific payloads on board the lander, rover, and the propulsion module. 2 payloads on the rover, APXS and LIBS, made several novel observations on the elements on the lunar surface. These observations facilitate identifying sites for future lunar mining. The lander comprised 3 payloads: the chased ILSA and Rambha LP. ILSA payload has recorded several vibrations of the lunar surface. These are key inputs for building lunar infrastructure and habitats. The chased payload has studied the thermophysical properties of moon's surface up to a depth of 10 centimeter. It yielded vital inputs for in situ resource utilization in future. The Rambha LP has characterized the near-surface plasma environment. It has inferred that the moon's ionosphere will not pose any difficulty for lunar radio communication. The SHAPE payload has studied the Earth as an exoplanet, which is an important step towards the search for Earth-like planets. The Pragyan Rover has traversed around 101 meter distance on the moon's surface. The data from Chandrayaan-3 are available at the Indian Space Science Data Center's website for the scientific community.
Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And we are now honored to release the Chandrayaan-3 data and declare it open to the public. So I request Director Physical Research Laboratory, Dr. Anil Bhardwaj, to kindly join the dignitaries on the dais for this release. Let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir. I request our Honorable Minister to please step ahead of the dais. I request the esteemed dignitaries to step ahead of the dais. And Honorable Minister, we request you to release the Chandrayaan-3 data and declare them open to the public as well as to the global scientific community. Chandrayaan-3, India's third lunar exploration mission, is a remarkable achievement. This mission represents a significant step forward in lunar science and exploration, and this data will actually empower scientists around the world to collaborate, explore, and expand our understanding of the moon and beyond. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for doing the honors. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to invite on stage Shri Shantanu Bhattaudekar, Scientific Secretary ISRO, to please join us on stage and introduce our keynote speaker. Let's welcome Shri Shantanu Bhattaudekar. Welcome, sir.
Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, good morning, everyone. It's my honor and humble privilege to introduce the keynote speaker of this opening session. Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat is a distinguished scientist par excellence and currently member of Niti Aayog. He has decades of experience in defense research in both basic and applied sciences. He holds a PhD from Osmania University and an ME degree from Indian Institute of Science. Having served as the Secretary of Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, he has made remarkable contributions to the indigenous development of missiles like Prithvi, Dhanush, Prahar, Agni, as well as two-tier ballistic missile defense systems. Dr. Saraswat played a key role in establishing infrastructure to support the nuclear doctrine, developing cybersecurity technologies, and enhancing nation's defense capabilities. Dr. Saraswat has been actively involved in the development of alternative energy systems, such as clean coal technologies, concentrated solar power systems, hydrogen-based economies. He has been pursuing major initiatives in sustainable and resilient transport systems, such as e-vehicles, hybrid vehicles, and hydrogen-powered long-haul transport system. Dr. Saraswat has also made significant contributions to the development of silicon photonics and configuration of the microprocessor for ICT applications. As a member of Niti Aayog, Dr. Saraswat has initiated the Methanol Economy Program, aiming to utilize the methanol for transportation, energy generation, and chemical production. He has involved a concept document for setting up the Indian Railway Research Institute, Shrestha, for Indian Railways, which could propel indigenous design and manufacturing program such as high-speed rail systems and dedicated freight corridor. Dr. Saraswat also led an important empowered technical advisory committee for the development of national supercomputing systems with strategy for development as a multi-organization mission. Dr. Saraswat's outstanding achievements have been recognized through numerous awards, including the Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, as well as honorary doctorates from nearly 26 universities. Sir, we are honored by your gracious presence amongst us. Thank you.
We now request Dr. Saraswat to please now render his presentation. Thank you very much, sir.
Very good morning, Namaskar. Honorable Minister for Science and Technology, Space, Earth Sciences, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, Dr. Somanath, Dr. Goenka, and all the distinguished dignitaries participating in this National Space Day celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, at the onset, I would like to congratulate Indian scientific community for bringing this day to us after a very, very rigorous journey of about 60 to 70 years. A journey which has been full of events, a journey which has thrown up a lot of innovations, a journey which has brought economic value to the space. And we are all very proud to celebrate this National Science Day in the memory of the launch of Chandrayaan-3. I would like to start my talk with our Honorable Prime Minister's statement, who said about the space that it is evident that 20th century tendency of trying to rule the space and the space sector divided the countries of the world. Now in the 21st century, India will have to ensure that space plays an important role in uniting and connecting the world. My topic is space economy. So I will start with what is space economy, which is nothing but a full range of activities and the use of resources that create value and benefits to the human beings in the course of exploring, researching, understanding, managing and utilizing space. You know our India's own space program is guided by the vision of none other than Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, who said that we must be second to none in the application of advanced technologies to the real problems of man and society. And that's why all elements of space have been particularly covered as part of our journey. A glimpse of the global space economy as on January 2022, there are 9,984 satellites orbiting the Earth, out of which about 6,718 satellites are active. There are 91 countries operating in space, and 8 countries have orbital launch capabilities. There are 14 companies that conduct regular launches. And India stands in the active satellite about top 10 countries. We are at number 5 or 6 now, and probably we'll be jumping in near future to the first 3 or 4. So what is the space ecosystem? And it is big, it is growing. Nations operating in space, as I mentioned earlier, at 91, with a 5% rise year on year. Size of the global space economy in 2020 was $469 billion with a 9% year-on-year increase. Commercial space revenue is about $362 billion with 6% rise. Global government space program spending is about $107 billion with a 19% increase. Investment globally about 272.3. Global launch attempts in 2022, 186. Number of payloads deployed in 2022, 2,354, 36% increase. And average number of payloads per launch is about 12.7, which is about 6% increase year on year. What is the space economy forecast globally and for India? We are seeing increased participation of the private sector, greater than 1.8 trillion economy, and frequency travel to space. Indian space scenario, space economy is about $5 billion in 2022. 1.8% of GDP, which is about $0.7 trillion, more focus on the second order impact, space reaching all. We are emerging trends in space which are with respect to utilization like mining, rare metals, minerals, hospitality, farming. And in 2021, the Indian space industry contributed 2% to the global share. And this is expected to rise by 8% in 2023 and further to 15% by the year 2047. If you want to look at what is space economy, we have to see all the downstream, upstream, and the mainframe activities. Upstream, of course, provisioning of the technology and space systems, designing, building, manufacturing, and operating components and space, managing the ground systems. Launch activities are the mid-segment. We are designing, building, manufacturing, and operating equipment and services related to the launch of space systems and space activity support services. Downstream, of course, is the space-enabled services and applications. We are designing, building, manufacturing, operating equipment, services, or applications that require data or other services from space-based systems or components, which is, of course, in combination of space-related research and development and also requires space education and training. If you see the investment in space, countries around the globe, $92 billion in their space programs, of which 83% come from just 5 countries. In the same year, startup space ventures attracted more than 15 billion, breaking the 7.7 billion record. In addition, 2021 was a record-setting year for the number of startup space deals. You can see India with about $1.84 billion. That is the kind of a number we have, whereas USA is about 54.6, China is 10.3, and investment is rising. All of you know about the Indian space program. It's on at the repetition point, but 92 launch vehicle missions, 124 satellites realized, 52 satellites orbiting in and catering to the national requirements. Launched about 424 satellites from 34 countries. This is the 2023 data. ISRO's capabilities have multiplied over the years, with starting from the SLV-3 of the yesteryears to PSLV, GSLV, LVM-3, SSLV, and now reusable launch vehicles and LVM-3 upgrade. And space infrastructure, space segment, more than 20 Earth observation satellites, 24 communication satellites, 8 navigation satellites, 2 interplanetary satellites, and of course, full ground segment for gateway tracking and telemetry. Space applications, meteorology, broadcasting services, monitoring of land, farms, forests, and of course, satellite-assisted navigation, Gagan and Navik. The applications of space are wide, which includes weather, disaster support, cartography, agriculture, ocean, and PNT services, which includes communication infrastructure, data connectivity, broadcasting and education, monitoring the natural resources, meteorological observations, discerning the environment, strategic services, assured navigation signals, geospatial services, sustainable development plan, and disaster management. Now, space is also very important for defense. So India has launched a space defense mission, a military space program to develop innovative solutions for the country's defense forces through the industry and startups. Space technology is an example of what security will mean for many strong nations in the future. That's what our Honorable Prime Minister said. He also said that mission defense space will not only strengthen the forces, but also provide new and innovative solutions. Under this program, India has identified 75 challenges in the space sector to private firms to work on based on defense requirements in the space domain. There are 5 technology buckets which have been identified, which are like launch systems, satellite systems, communication payloads, ground systems, and software. We have unlocked the space program considerably. Like globally, the space economy has jumped from space 1.0 to 2.0 to 3.0. And of course, we are today where there's a shift of paradigm changes in motivations, actors, contents, roles, shift from governments of a few spacefaring nations to involvement of a number of diverse space actors around the world. And Space 4.0 is about commercialization, participation, and innovation, which will be emergence of private companies, participation with academic, industry, and citizens, digitalization, and more inclusive global interaction. Our new space ecosystem, which used to be earlier government, prime vendors, and subcontractors, has led to now a mesh in which startups, private firms, investors, consumers, entrepreneurs are there. So government-funded and government-led system has led to government and private agencies as stakeholders in the space ecosystem. And the forecast for the Indian space economy is 2% of the global space, as I mentioned to you, will become by 2030 about 10%. That is from $7 billion to something like $50 billion. And we have now 3 agencies, ISRO, NSIL, and InSpace, which are doing human service with respect to research, development, commercial exploitation, promoting regulations, and so on. Basically, we are also ensuring that there's a huge participation of the private sector and startup in the country. Our focus today is on the SATCOM sector, where broadcasting, streaming users will reduce, but connectivity, in-flight, maritime, security, broadband will increase, where ISRO's role will remain designing multi-orbit constellations, LEO, MEO, and so on, developing advanced flexible payloads, indigenization of critical components, and fostering private comset builders in the country. Small geosat through the private industries, niche markets will be there, bringing in new services and applications, bringing in technology gap with respect to international standards, and so on. Another focus area is the Earth observation satellites. The earlier days, we were all depending upon a single-stage satellites, but now the constellation is the order of the day, where government-funded and private-funded Earth observation constellations will be there with an agile and flexible, interoperable, open-day policy and high-level revisits and real-time data. So you have funding by Government of India, private sector industries, and private and public launches, which is already happening in our country. It will ensure that the government will anchor customer, government EO constellations plus private EO constellations, and private launches will be the reality of the day. There is a new space beyond India's emerging private sector. As Dr. Goenka was mentioning, today we have a very good active private sector, like for space transportation, you have a Skyroot Aerospace, which has done 1 suborbital flight with composite structures, Agni-cooled Cosmos with a semi-cryogenic engine test, LOX methane, Bellatrix Aerospace with first demo thruster in orbit servicing and space running, Pixel India with 3rd demo satellite, hyperspectral imaging, first 2 demo nano satellite, CubeSat bus and deployers, Digantra with first demo space debris collection, it is yet to take place. Space applications, SatSure, value-added solutions are provided with 3D map generation. And Vasundhara, doing algorithms being developed in the space deep learning, again Digantra for the space, which is space situational awareness. Indian private sector has grown from what used to be 7 once upon a time, is now 47, cumulative about more than 100. So there's a more than 100% increase. And investor confidence is going up. What used to be $6 million, that means it is going to about $80.5 million. Cumulative about 170. So more than 150 applications have been received by InSpace for a variety of projects and programs. So what are the InSpace global trends now? Where are we going? The next generation satellites, flying formations and so on. Manufacturing in space will be next order. Small satellite constellations is what is being tried out. Dr. Goenka also mentioned about it. Space-based solutions like IoT, automation and governance, they are going to be there. Space tourism will be another future activity. But we'll be also managing the space, traffic will be managed there. Our very old dream that one should be able to generate space-based solar power, which has inexhaustible supply of the clean energy, provide energy when you want and where you want on the planet. I think that dream also will become a reality, subject to, of course, the cost of launching coming down further from what it is to about less than about $300 per kg. My last point is Indian leadership in the International Space Alliance on Space is India must take a leadership in the formation of an international alliance on space and involving not only the spacefaring nations but also the space aspiring nations. This alliance should develop a protocol for utilizing benefits of the space for mankind by focusing on the following areas: space asset surveillance, satellite network for economic growth, satellites for securing borders, space tourism, space debris mitigation, space mining, space energy, and space laws. So new space activities, a catch-all term for endeavors including orbital tourism, orbital manufacturing, and mini satellites providing specialized services. So the space sector, with a market capitalization of 400 billion, could grow to as much as 1 trillion by 2040 as a private investment source. And that is possible with the kind of efforts which are being made by our Department of Space and all the scientists, industries, and academicians of the country. I think we will one day be coming in the first 3 nations as far as space and space technologies are concerned. And I wish all the participants for their today hearty congratulations for their achievements in this particular journey to space and celebrating this coveted National Space Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the enlightening keynote on the occasion of the National Space Day. With that, I now request Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Dr. Somnath, to please felicitate the Honorable Minister with a token of our gratitude. I request you, Dr. Somnath, to please felicitate our Honorable Minister with a small token of our gratitude. We are so grateful to you, sir. We cannot thank you enough. We request the Honorable Minister to please accept this token of gratitude. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Honorable Minister of State for Space. Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, thank you so much, sir. And Dr. Somnath, I would request you now to also felicitate our keynote speaker at this juncture, our keynote speaker, Member Niti Aayog, Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat. We request you, Dr. Somnath, to please do the honors. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our keynote speaker. All right, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji being felicitated there. And now, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed to the panel discussion straight away. So we will not be taking a break, and that's why I request all of you to please remain seated. But we have to thank the esteemed dignitaries. The photographers may need a group photo opportunity. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, once again. Thank you very much to our eminent dignitaries for joining us for this inaugural session. We'd like to thank you all very much. We thank our keynote speaker, Member Niti Aayog, Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat, Secretary, Department of Space, Chairman ISRO, Dr. Somnath S., Chairman in Space, Dr. Pavan Kumar Goenka ji. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again. And a thunderous one for the Honorable Minister of State for Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji. Thank you, sir. Now from here, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving on to the panel discussion, like I said, and the changeover is not going to take a lot of time, so we request you to remain seated. And here are a few house rules. First of all, of course, I request you to please be mindful of the mobile phones, because some of them are probably still ringing, so I request you to please keep those mobile phones on silent mode. And we will soon be graced by our moderator and our panelists for the first session after a quick changeover of the days. So we are going to be doing the changeover of the days, ladies and gentlemen. And here's a very important piece of information, which is for a more interactive experience during our panel sessions, we're using the Slido app for a question and answer session. And for that, all you need to do is you're going to be given a QR code which is on some sheets of papers which will be distributed, and you have to scan the QR code displayed on the screen to access the app. Once scanned, you will see all the panel sessions listed. You can submit your questions through the app, and our moderator will ensure that they get those questions answered for you. So you're going to find all the sessions when you access the Slido app. And how can you access the Slido app? By scanning the QR code. And that QR code will also be on the screen. The moderator is going to allude to it just before taking questions from the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to remain seated, not go away anywhere, because this is going to be a very, very interesting theme. The first panel discussion is themed Space-Enabled Governance and Development. And I request you to please remain seated. This session, ladies and gentlemen, will be addressed and moderated by Dr. M. Subramaniam, Joint Secretary, Enterprise Policy and Legal and Financial Advisor, Department of Space. And we will have our eminent panelists gracing the occasion in just less than a minute. I request you to please remain seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is now set, and it is truly my honor to invite the eminent panelists on stage now. May I request at this juncture our moderator, Dr. M. Subramaniam, Joint Secretary, Enterprise, Policy and Legal, as also the Financial Advisor of Department of Space, to kindly grace the stage. And our panelists are getting mic'd up, ladies and gentlemen. I request you to please stay in the room and not miss these deliberations that are going to happen now. Very, very insightful and unmissable. So I request you to please remain seated. And now we're going to be inviting our panelists on stage. Just as they are mic'd up. Just the mics up. Mics are just getting ready, ladies and gentlemen. Our panelists are getting mic'd up and they're going to be joining us on stage. I hope that everybody is clear about the Slido app. There will be a QR code given to you. It will also be projected onto the screen. And as you see it on the screen during the discussions, you just have to scan the code and that will lead you to the Slido app. It will also lead you to all the sessions that will take place today. And all you have to do is you have to submit your questions, your name. It's going to ask you a few questions, of course, about your name, etc. And then you will have to post your question on it. The moderator will make sure that those questions are addressed. So please ensure that you do scan the QR code and download the Slido app. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite our moderator, Dr. M. Subramaniam, Joint Secretary, EPL, Department of Space. He's also the Financial Advisor of the Department of Space. Let's welcome him. Warm welcome to you, sir. I'd like to invite our eminent panelists, Shri Kushvinder Vora, Chairman, Central Water Commission, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation. We have with us Shri Krishna S. Vatsa, who is Member, National Disaster Management Authority. A very warm welcome to our eminent panelists. We have Dr. Pramod Kumar Meherda, who is the Additional Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. And we have Shri Anjan Kumar Mohanty, Additional Director, General of Forest, Ministry for Environment, Forest and Climate Change. We also invite Dr. Anita Gupta, Scientist G, Department of Science and Technology. And before we hand it over to the moderator, ladies and gentlemen, it is truly my privilege to introduce him. Dr. M. Subramaniam, Joint Secretary, Enterprise Policy and Legal and Financial Advisor, Department of Space, is an IRS Customs and Indirect Taxes Officer of 1991 batch. Currently, like I said, Joint Secretary and Financial Advisor in the Department of Space. He has in earlier stints worked as Director, Drawback, Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, Consul Trade in CGI, New York, and recipient of President's Certificate of Appreciation in 2008. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And I request you to please take over now with this panel discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. Just small, before we start the panel discussion, I think I need to give some opening remarks, setting the context for the panel topic about space-enabled governance and development. Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, on several occasions said, I quote, there should be no space between common man and space technology. This has been the goal of Indian space program since its inception, that is socio-economic development. In the words of father of the Indian space program, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, I quote, "If we are to play a meaningful role nationally and in community of nations, we must be second to none in the application of advanced technologies to the real problems of man and society." On this first National Space Day, it is befitting to recall that the father of the Indian space program, he was a strong proponent of the fact that the development of the nation is intimately linked with the understanding of and application of science and technology by its people. Governance and development are integrally connected. Space technology-derived inputs, along with geospatial technology and field information adopted in an integrated manner, will enable very proper evaluation of projects or missions, devising appropriate mechanisms, effective implementation, and efficient monitoring of projects and missions. Advances in space technologies have been used by several departments to leverage for ensuring proper decision-making process, thereby improving the quality of governance. We in the Department of Space, ISRO, and InSpace are fully cognizant of the fact that space technology immensely contributes towards expanding the potential for building systems and platforms that can lead to inclusive and sustainable development while fueling economic growth. It is also relevant to highlight here that technology, more specifically space technology, can play a very crucial role in realization of sustainable development goals set by United Nations. There have been numerous applications enabled by Department of Space, ISRO, to several departments of the government, which facilitated effective management of projects in a targeted and focused way, thereby improving the quality of governance and service delivery. Space tech governance attributed immensely in numerous programs, especially Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, providing education, communication, and health services in far-flung areas, as in telemedicine and telehealth programs. Further, the contribution of navigation satellite systems of Department of Space in dealing with natural calamities, as well as mission mode e-governance projects like Digital India, Smart City Mission, National Mission for Clean Ganga, etc. have been immense. So it is now with these opening remarks, setting up the context for this panel discussion, I now feel it's appropriate to introduce our esteemed panelists. So if we can say, we have with us the eminent panelists from 5 departments which have set up specialized cells, namely Ministry of Agriculture from Mahalanobis National Crop Forecast Center, Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change had set up Forest Survey of India, Ministry of Home Affairs, National Disaster Management Authority has set up Integrated Control Room for Emergency Response, Central Water Commission has set up National Water Informatics Center, and Department of Science and Technology, the Survey of India, to make use of space technology to improve the governance and thereby development in their areas of work. So the bias of our panelists have been so overwhelming, but due to constraint of time, I may be excused for making it very brief. So it's now my pleasure to introduce the esteemed panelists of the day who have been instrumental in their respective domains to make the best use of space technology. Sri Krishna S. Vatsa, he is a member of National Disaster Management Authority, Ministry of Home Affairs. He was a policy advisor, UNDP, New York, and Nairobi, and also Regional Disaster Reduction Advisor for South and Southwest Asia, UNDP, New Delhi. In his career, over 32 years, he held several managerial, technical, and advisory positions to the Government of India, Government of Maharashtra, and UNDP, supported many initiatives in livelihoods, microfinance, food security, rural housing, and other related matters. Sri Kushvinder Vohra, Chairman, he is yet to join us. Central Water Commission is in charge of water planning and project, river management, design and research, and human resource management in the Commission. He is also the President, Indian Water Resources Society, and Vice President, International Commission in Irrigation and Drainage. Dr. Pramod Kumar Mehadia is an IAS officer and is currently Additional Secretary in Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, and he is the Chief Executive Officer of PM Kisan Yojana, one of the largest DBT schemes in the world. He is in charge of various divisions in the ministry, such as digital agriculture, farmers welfare, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, mechanization and technology, and international cooperation. Sri Anjan Kumar Mohanty, he is an Indian Forest Service officer and is currently the Additional Director General of Forests in the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. He has also worked in Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment and Central Academy for Forest Service Officer as a faculty. He discharged duties in several capacities in the field of wildlife management and rural development. Dr. Anita Gupta, Scientist G and Head of Innovation and Entrepreneurship in the Department of Science and Technology, played a vital role in establishing over 100 technology business incubators at institutions of academic excellence, including IITs, IIMs, and NITs. She has been instrumental in the new initiative, NIDHI, which stands for National Initiative for Developing and Harnessing Innovations under Prime Minister's National Initiative of Startup India. So now with these remarks, now I would like to introduce what is the format of panel discussion going to be. Initially, all the panelists are going to speak for 3 to 4 minutes in the first round. In the next round, there is going to be questions, and some of the questions are going to from audience. There are several questions which are received. So now I'll start over to our esteemed panelists, please, starting with Sri Krishna S. Vatsa, please. You can do that from your seats. That's ideal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me. I would like to mention that the climate change impacts are presenting new challenges before us, that we are seeing more and more extreme rainfall events in the country. We are also witness to rise of atmospheric hazards, heat waves, urban floods, forest fires, and lightning. Lightning has emerged as one of the biggest killers in the country. As these hazards are increasing, there is a simultaneous need or a pressing need to improve our early warning systems. And if we, for improving our early warning system, there are two things that are needed. One, of course, is that we need to expand the observational network. And second, that we need to get more and more satellite feed and more satellite images. And both the findings from the observational network and the satellite feed need to come together to provide precise and targeted early warning system. So we need to depend upon the satellite network for getting accurate information. Now, last 30-35 years, there have been huge developments. All the disaster management authorities at the state, national level and state level are getting feed from the ISRO network, and it has really improved our understanding of many hazards. We are monitoring some of the hazards with the help of satellite images. I would like to say that some of the hazards like landslides, GLOF, all these are being monitored largely through the satellite images, and this is really very big progress compared to the say the last century. We are also, I mean, for example, I just wanted to illustrate that we are right now monitoring about 200 glacial lakes, and it is only through the satellite images that we are monitoring the level of risks. So it's very, very, very important source of information for us. The issue is that sometimes there is a problem of data latency, and that is something that we are facing, that we are not getting feed on a continuous basis, largely due to the satellite not being available, or the feed not being available on a continuous basis. So we need to have a more foolproof system of getting the feed on a continuous basis. Two, that we need to have better interpretation of the satellite images. And three, that we need to have more technical capacities within the disaster management authorities at the national level and at the state level to interpret the data and apply them in practical situations, or to develop products which are actionable. On the institutional side, I would say there is a huge progress. Within the NRSC, the capacity, the scientific capacity has expanded considerably, and we have an excellent interaction with the NRSC, and the number of scientists working together on different hazards. We have so many hazard atlases coming through. We have, almost all parts of the country, we have the flood hazard atlas available, and this is again so reassuring. At the state level, we have remote sensing application center, and they are providing support to the state disaster management authority and state governments, which is also very remarkable. But as the applications increase, as the demands increase, we need to have more hand holding, we need to have more technical assistance, and I feel that both within the NRSC as well as the remote sensing application center, there should be much greater interaction, much more scientific assistance to the disaster management personnel for interpreting the satellite images and improving their applications. This is an area that needs more attention. As was being mentioned in the previous presentation, the ecosystem for the space applications is changing. We are seeing more and more private players coming in, and I think it's important to recognize that we need to draw upon a larger satellite network for improving our services, and perhaps the ISRO should help the NDMA and the SDMAs to draw upon the network so that we have a continuous availability of the satellite images. And also, once we start using it on a more intensive basis, I think we will also develop a more embedded culture of using the satellite applications for early warning systems, and many other disaster management applications. So I think these are some of the future directions. We have made a lot of progress, but we still need to keep improving in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vassar. Now may I move on to Dr. Pramod Kumar Mahadda, please, for the opening remarks.
Yeah, certainly. So, the intersection of space technology in last couple of decades with the issues that we deal in governance and development has actually thrown a lot of exciting fields and areas where we can take advantage of space technology and improve our governance and development. I'll focus on agriculture sector, where considering the need for space technology in agriculture data statistics, collection of data statistics, I believe those who are acquainted with the agriculture sector know that one of the very important data is on crop production. So this crop production data generally is collected from the field functionaries based on eye estimates, but that was something that was not very close to the reality, and therefore the Ministry of Agriculture set up a center dedicated for using space technology in helping the agriculture sector get the data more accurately on crop production, which is, the center is Mahalanobis National Crop Forecast Center. It was set up in 2012, and since then we have been collaborating with NRSC, SAC, all the agencies of ISRO in improving these systems within the institution. And in fact, we get the director is generally from ISRO. So we have a very close coordination with ISRO on using space technology in agriculture sector. Now, crop production depends on crop area. So the space data that we get helps us in improving crop, in seeing the crop area, the crop acreage. And now we are developing products with the help of ISRO on how we can have use space technology for crop yields also, so that crop area into yield would give us better picture of crop production estimates. In fact, there's another field which uses in agriculture sector these yield estimates beyond the crop production estimates that are required by government for policy formulation and decision making. There's another field which is very important field, which is the crop insurance, and we use this data for in yield estimations for arriving at crop loss, so that the claims can be settled very quickly. So there's a program which we have started in agriculture which is called YesTAC, which is yield estimation through technology, and this has been done in close collaboration with ISRO and using space technology. In fact, we have a whole institutional mechanism where the ISRO agencies are in fact those who finally vet the data that comes from different agencies and then help the agriculture sector in arriving at crop losses. There are many other things where we are using this data, for instance, our land resource management, in fact, for crop planning also, so which area is suitable for which crop, and where is the arid area, where is the wetland area, which crops can be grown, where crop diversification. All this data is coming from space technology and we are using very heavily. There are many other things that we do for evidence-based decision making and policy formulation. And for instance, besides the crop planning, we are also using this for precision agriculture. Very recently, we have initiated a very ambitious project called Krishi Decision Support System, which we call Krishi DSS, which was just a few days back launched by our Honorable Minister of State. There are 13 modules in it, but just to tell the audience about this very ambitious project is that this is something which is based on Gati Shakti pattern, where we collate all the data, in fact spatial data along with non-spatial data, and then we have standardized products which are then open for private sector, for government agencies, for everyone to use this data. In fact, Honorable Member NDMA spoke about in the end about collaborative approaches. So here is in the Krishi DSS we have a collaborative approach where farmers don't only get insights from our data products, but they also feed into, their data is fed into the system where researchers, academicians, industry, startups can use it for farmer-centric solutions in agriculture. And not to mention about the transparency that it helps in, because it is helping us in getting that data which is reliable and is acceptable by everyone. It helps us in improving transparency also. One thing that was mentioned by the member NDMA was that there is a lot of need for collaboration, especially on that account. I would like to mention about agriculture sector's need, where we need a lot of data because the population is now increasing and land is getting fragmented. So there the more granular data and where the satellite visits, revisits are more frequent and the data is more granular is something that is the need of the hour. And I would just in the closing remarks would say, just mention about one issue. I don't want to elaborate more on it because member NDMA has already mentioned about it, is the disaster response. So I was one anecdote where I was actually sitting in NRSC Hyderabad, and on October 5, 2023, I still remember the glacier broke down and there was a landslide in Sikkim, and immediately NRSC could give where it was located with the help of the satellite images, and disaster response could actually take place after that based on such data. In fact, we are using this data heavily for our disaster preparedness, which is in agriculture sector is mostly about the drought management. So with the help of ISRO, we have in fact developed a drought management portal through using Vedas data, and many more such tools we are now trying to develop through Krishi DSS, where flood management will also be important for crop assessments, etc. So that is all I wanted to say in my initial remarks. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Now over to Mr. Anjan Kumar Mohanty, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Subramaniam. As far as forest and wildlife management is concerned, because I am from Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, I'll talk a little bit of forest and wildlife management. The mandate is about objective assessment of huge resources we are having, and they are monitoring, and of course their conservation for the posterity. And as I told, it is a huge resource. If you see the country scale, so the forest cover is about, forest and tree cover is about 80 million hectares in a country of about 328 million hectares. And also we have got forest land of about more than 77 million hectares. To have this in a very comprehensive way and different aspects of management and different aspects of components, a very difficult task if we go by ground verification and take assessment physically. So this space technology has really has become quite handy, and we have a few. For the sake of time, I will talk about a few components in the whole gamut of forest management, like forest cover mapping. One of the things most of us know how the forest cover mapping is done with the help of satellite imagery data. And with that, we go to the next level, that is, we go for densities, different density classes and forest types, and how over the period of time these are also changing. They also give us quite insight into that. We also take up land use changes vis-a-vis urban development and agricultural development, whether there is any impact on these kind of developments on the forestry resources and forest land. That also we get to know by analyzing the data. Then I will come to wildlife management. That is quite interesting and it is more technical. The wildlife movement, migration patterns, animal behavior, these are also being tracked nowadays by satellite colouring. So as we know, in the oceanic areas also we have got these olive ridley turtle. They come to the coastal areas for laying eggs and they go back, and by tracking them we get a lot about their behavior and their conservation values, conservation importance. So these are also noted and they are used to understand the whole ecosystem we are living in. One of the key areas which Mr. Krishna Bhatt mentioned just now, because we are also in collaboration with National Disaster Management Authority, it is regarding forest fire monitoring. That is one of the areas in the whole forest and wildlife management. We have actually done a lot of progress by monitoring how generating hotspots and transmitting to the end users, they are the subscribers, particularly the ground staff of forest departments. So we get much early in case of any fire incidents, and we take care of and we mobilize resources like manpower and forest fire fighting equipments, and we take control by and thereby reducing the probable damages, large damages, and we reduce them. These are all the data we create and data we generate. They are really very useful in making our policy documents and making action plans, and of course implementing those action plans. These satellite data and this space data rather, they have come really handy and quite helpful to us. I will just mention another another event we did in last 2 days in Indian Institute of Forest Management, that is in Bhopal. We, in a run-up to this big event, we had a 2 days workshop there, application of space technology in the field of forest and wildlife management. We just concluded. It was a learning for everybody. Experts we had invited from NRSA also, and ISRO and many other user agencies and stakeholders, and of course forest departments. The kind of data, kind of application, and in their own way improvisation they have done for to suit their site specific requirements. It was quite amazing to see, and I am sure in the days to come we are going to have more and more refined data, more and more evolved data, which will give us more objective possibilities to make our management more effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am, now from DST.
So, very good afternoon to one and all, and I must congratulate each one of 1.43 billions on this very momentous occasion of having being celebrated this National Space Day, a very historic day. So, needless to say, having worked with Department of Science and Technology, we are actually sector agnostic. How the role of technology can impact each and every one of us, and our PM has been champion of the way technology and innovation could be game changer for the years to come, and that will be the defining pillars as we progressively target our overarching aspirations of being Viksit Bharat. In fact, DST, wherever we work on, whether it's a high-end mission of being a national quantum mission, or any mission you talk about, nanotechnology mission, cyber physical mission, we intend to first create the requisite ecosystem. Until many new technology, if you really want to get adapted by and large to the requisite beneficiary group, we have to create. So our focus within DST is to really how to create the required ecosystem. Having worked for more than 25 years in the realm of science and technology based innovation and entrepreneurship, I can proudly say that DST had been the pioneer way back in 2000, how to really integrate innovation and entrepreneurship within the academic environment, being considered as the seed beds of new ideas, new knowledge, with a portfolio of about 200 incubators as of now. But we were actually sort of working in silos. The way our PM in 2016 announced this National Initiative of Startup India, I think there's no looking back, and see how the space has really evolved and it has opened up. So the reforms which have taken place in this space has really provided and unlocked the potential, and their startups are now really being a part of the entire supply chain and the growth of the space economy. Actually, if you really trace the historic evolution, even NASA had that SBIR program, Small Business Innovation Research, and they actually promoted the technologies which could be spun out and could be used by the industry or for any civilian application. And that was the, based on that also, we also started working on and how to first really integrate with our academic community. And when the COVID struck and in the Startup India program, we really, without wasting any time, rolled out a new program by consulting the various stakeholders, how our startup activity, what are the key challenges, what are the real SWOT analysis, and going forward, and Nidhi program was coined, national initiative. And the really felt need in India is where is the funding to translate idea to a prototype. There's no funding available. So we came out with a Prayas program, and it has really been a good pipeline for our startups. And at the translation rate, we have touched upon more than close to 5,000 ideators and innovators. And the success rate of translation of those ideation from idea to prototype to startup is currently close to 70 to 80%. That's a high number. And even like democratizing the innovation entrepreneurship, I have rolled out as a head inclusive technology business incubator program, because our tier 2, tier 3 institutions, while we had the coverage of these incubation program in all top-notch institutions, IITs, IIMs, NITs, ISRs, but some of the tier 2, tier 3 colleges were devoid of these kind of mechanisms. So we have mechanisms, we have funding programs in place. You may talk of any program, is a seed support program, EIR, Entrepreneurs in Residence program. Even during Kavach, we rolled out a Kavach program during COVID times in the history of DST. In a span of 3 days, we could roll out, and it was 50 CR program, and 50 odd startups were supported. And there we learned that if private sector is on board right at the drawing board stage, we can compress the time to market and the products which can hit the market in a minimal time. And I think that kind of model we really need to replicate, be it like space technology, or now the traditional sectors like mining sector has opened up. There is so much need if we really see the manufacturing competitiveness of India, and in the supply chain part, where there's the critical minerals, rare earth, we need to really, the startups are finding a place there. There's a grant program by Ministry of Mines, Department of Mines to support those kind of startups. So now startups, we see a vertical and horizontal growth, clocking a number of close to 1.4 lakh of startups as a part of DPIT registrations. And we had one of its kind initiatives, India Innovation Growth Program with on PPP model with FICCI, Lockheed Martin, which is an aerospace company in US, and Tata Trust. So we had a very successful program, and most of the, I used to lead a delegation of top, you can say a cohort of top 10 startups and innovators, and we used to actually make them visit, see the exponential learning of the mature and evolved ecosystems like US, the way they are actually supporting. So the need is to really translate and enable them to navigate the valley of death, and also enable translation from idea to prototype, from technology readiness level. So most of the support programs actually from government funding actually are at lab level, 3 or 4. So there's a critical funding gap between 4 to 6 where we can really demonstrate, create a test bed, and then enable and sort of create a living lab for these innovations to be demonstrated, and in real life conditions, and then that will actually encourage the interest from the industry. And once you are actually at the TRL level 7, industry should really chip in, and then we need to translate from TRL level to manufacturing readiness level to investment readiness level. So now is the time when we are targeting for the Viksit Bharat, and we need to prioritize and bucket our priority areas where India needs to position itself, and then systematically address through a thorough mapping and analysis that this will be the roadmap going forward. I think currently I have moved on from innovation entrepreneurship, heading climate, energy and sustainable technology. So what Mr. Srivas talked about and what they all talked about in Agri and MOFCC, we have a clear role to play. As a part of National Action Plan of Climate Change, DST is actually spearheading 2 national missions. One is National Mission on Sustaining Himalayan Ecosystem, and huge role of satellite mapping data to really see that the way glaciers are melting. We have set up state-of-the-art lab in University of Kashmir to really map, and startups like IdeaForge, they are being used to collect the data and the surveillance part.
Yeah,
I
thank you,
have much more that I'll tell you.
I know, like, you have talked too much of a lot of information, but unfortunately due to time constraints, I just have to put a stop here. Like, you know, there is so much of work which is happening with regard to the private sector in space. There are a lot of things, what you said about the technology readiness levels and what you said of the incubation centers, all are being handled by our regulator and promoter in space, Indian National Space for Promotion and Authorization. Due to the constraint of time, I have a couple of questions here from the audience, but before that I just thought, like, you know, I can't go for the second round, but I'll have only one question each for each panelist. Over to you, sir, first. How space technology is useful for in disaster risk management? You have told about some of the perspectives about it. Would you like to elaborate on that?
So we have just got a large urban flood management program approved. You know, we are implementing it in 7 cities. All the top tier cities: Mumbai, Calcutta, Chennai, Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Pune, Hyderabad. Now, in all the flood mitigation programs, we are trying to prioritize nature-based solutions. We are trying to improve the lake management. We are trying to rejuvenate rivers and revive wetlands. Now, all these measures can only be monitored through continuous satellite observation. I mean, we can do that, so, but we have to.
You mean to say you need to have a real-time data?
Real-time data and all the time, and there is some way through which this data could also be managed in a way that we can show how the flood management is progressing from a particular month to another month and to another month, because all these measures need to be, we need to have a record of them, how the wetlands are being reclaimed or how the wetlands are being expanded, how we are improving our capacity to impound more flood waters. This is something that would be much easier with the help of satellite images. Now, so this requires access to satellite images on a continuous basis.
And sometimes what happens, in spite of the sufficiently early notice, like, you know, unfortunate incident of Wayanad, we all know it's a so fragile region, is prone for landslides, but still we have some issues with regard to implementation because of the ground level issues.
Yes. So there is, and there are many other areas. Say, for example, I definitely see insurance spreading in the country, also in the area of disaster risk reduction. The trend is towards increasing the coverage of parametric insurance. Now, if we want to expand the coverage of parametric insurance, we cannot do it without the satellite images. We have to have the validation, all the trigger mechanisms, all the events, you know, which have crossed a certain well-defined threshold have to be checked and validated and authenticated with regard to the satellite images. So if we really want to expand the insurance coverage in the country, the access to satellite images is an essential precondition. So this is why I am very keen that we have a kind of a system through which we are accessing the data, whenever there is a situation, whenever there is a demand, and we should not have to wait for, say, days together, so that we can make it more actionable, we can validate any situation on the ground. Yes. And that's where I think we need to innovate more. There are now a whole lot of satellites available, and we need to go beyond the existing satellites, the satellites existing with the government, and access the wider constellation of satellites. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Mehta, you have mentioned of the precision agriculture. So, to elaborate further on that, how do you foresee the role of geospatial technologies in future agriculture in India?
See,
I mean to say, like maybe in short term, medium term, and long term, how do you want to see?
Today the major problem of our country is basically threefold. One is that we have to ensure farmers' income security, number one. Number two, the food security, and number three is the sustainable agriculture. Now, with at least 10 major agroclimatic regions and numerous soil type conditions, numerous weather zones, variabilities in weather climate zones, it becomes really difficult to manage such a country, huge country, with and the population increasing at the same time, with land fragmentation taking place almost every month, the number of plots increases. It is only the space technology which can help us to zero in on field parcels, field parcel level, where we not only monitor let's say crop health through NDVIs or vegetation index, etc., but soil organic carbon, soil moisture, water content, stress, etc. That will help us in targeting real time and in time, utilizing our resources to water the crops, to give them fertilizers as and when they are needed, and also other nutrients and pesticides if there are pest infestations, etc. So this kind of a precision agriculture which zeroes on the field parcel would then help in increasing the productivity. But at the same time, since we are giving only the precise amount, etc., then that also helps us in carrying on with a sustainable agriculture while improving the food security. So that is why precision agriculture and use of space technologies is very important. So in the short term, we have done all this with the help of the available data, but in the long term, we would require advanced satellite systems to give us more granular data. Today we use mostly Sentinel-2 data, which gives us 10-meter data, and the visits are also not so frequent. It's 7 to 10 days. For this precision agriculture to really happen and benefit the farmer and agriculture sector, we'll need to have at least 3 to 5 meter data with 3 to 5 days of revisits and much more granular data.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Now to you, Mr. Mohanty, forest fires have been one of the major disasters for the forest coverage and also ensuring the sustainability of forest area. So how do you think the modern technology can help us in addressing this problem?
Thank you, Dr. Subramaniam. As I was telling, one of the areas in the whole spectrum of forest management where application of space technology has been quite handy for us is forest fire monitoring. So some insights were given by Mr. Butts. I would just say that there are 3-4 areas where we have been monitoring the forest. That is, one is near real-time monitoring. That is, whenever we get hotspots, that is from the thermal scanners of list 3 data, we get, and it comes through National Remote Sensing Center after it has been converted into this pixel data, and then it goes to our Forest Survey of India facilities in Dehradun. They again refine the data based on the requirement of the forest departments. Then it is disseminated to the end users, our forest staff particularly. So now we are getting 6 times a day this kind of data, and that is more relevant particularly during the period of forest fire season, that is November to June. So we are expecting that slowly more and more refined data will come up, and maybe more frequently we will get this data. And now we are having 1 hectare pixels, so maybe in future more pinpointed information we will be getting, and that will really help us in reducing time and getting into action. So that we are foreseeing in those way only.
Yeah, thank you. Now, Dr. Gupta, one question on what has been the social impact of the Swamitva. Swamitva refers to survey of villages and mapping with improvised technologies in village areas. So what has been the impact of this program?
Unfortunately, I do not have the real data because I have the overall macro level understanding, but I will just shift this question towards that, like what space should be doing in terms of the advancement of the technology. So I have 4 suggestions to offer what Dr. Saraswat has also talked about, because India has an overarching target to be net zero by 2070, and by 2030 we have, our PM has already outlined Panchamrit targets, enhancing the share of renewables in our energy mix. As Dr. Saraswat had given that if if we could harness the solar energy through space, and that could be a continuous supply of energy to India, so that could be a really, should be launched on a mission mode, that how we could really, because for setting up 1 megawatt plant of solar energy, we require 2.5 acres of land. So that needs to be as a futuristic research, and given the renewable energy, India, 70% of India is yet to be built up or constructed. So as we move on the growth trajectory, we are walking on a very thin rope where you can say economic development and the environmental sustainability, we have to strike a balance. So energy is the one thing. Secondly, since I am also driving the sustainability part, and as a part of our pro-planet activities, we each one of us has a responsibility. So you talked about the debris management, the sustainability where we can use a reusable space launching vehicle. So those kind of technologies needs to be promoted, how we could minimize the use of materials. So what are the alternate materials which can be used, which are more lighter. So all these aspects from the sustainability perspective, as a responsible entity, all of us are responsible for these. And third one I would like to say, because the PM has already announced our Anusandhan National Research Foundation, where there will be a lot of funds will be infused from the industry. There will be applied research, you can say market relevant research in collaboration with industry. So co-creation or collaboration with industry, because there will be a pool of 1 lakh crore of funds for driving the innovations, and space can also be a part of that particular huge program. And ultimately we have to work for 5 P's. Whether it is, we need to have a purpose, we need to have a requisite policy, we need to really equip our people, and we need to have the relevant partnerships, and all these are designed as a pro-planet activity. So that's our intent. And because emerging technology, you talk be it communication, 5G, or using quantum computing, using AI, ML, using GPS navigation technology. So technology going forward will have a greater impact and role to even to advance the space technology and realize the various space missions and the roadmap which ISRO is targeting, and DST will be an equal partner in this all realization of all these dreams for the national development and national interests.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. It has been quite wonderful, but I know the time what we have quite limited with these eminent panelists speaking on this very important subject on space-enabled development and technology, development and governance. So when you speak of the governance and economic development, so both are so intricately related. How do you ensure, like, it's something like development and sustainability issues. So how do you strike a balance? That has to be the crux of it. Now we have seen, like, we have the representatives from agriculture who has said about what is going to be the precision agriculture in days to come. And similarly, natural disaster, how well you can ensure you can have early warning system, and also you can have real-time data to handle it in almost on real-time basis. And we also have the forest, which refers to our sustainability aspect, and the technology, how the technology is going to help us in addressing these problems. So we all know, like, we have come such a long way. We are going to have a separate panel discussion on citizen-centric services. This particular panel is essentially about the governance, how the departments have been leveraging this technology to ensuring the governance has improved. So if you look at some of the examples what our Bhuvan portal has been enabling in better governance, like whether it's property data mappings in some of the states, or whether it's the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. Once you geotag the assets what are created using the exchequer, it can be monitored, it can be effectively ensured the funds for which it are being utilized for a specific purpose reach them without any problem, and you can ensure that these programs, wherever there are corrections are required, you can take midterm corrections, and you can ensure, that effectively they are managed. So just to conclude, the takeaway from this panel discussion has been, we have done a lot. There is a scope to do much. For that, you need to have technologically advanced satellite systems in the space. So naturally, essentially, what we are trying to highlight is, you have to have more technology to ensure the governance quality improves and the citizen-centric services also further improve. So thank you so much. I must say, I don't have words to thank you. In such a short notice, you people could make it possible and update us and enlighten us on these various aspects of the governance what you have been doing, and the proactiveness what your departments have taken in ensuring that geospatial technology is being used for better governance is a real example for others also to follow and emulate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Subramaniam. Let's extend a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the panelists and our moderator. And I'm going to request Chairman in Space, Dr. Pavan Kumar Goenka ji, to kindly join us on stage and felicitate our moderator as well as our panelists. And right after this, ladies and gentlemen, before the lunch break, we have one more very enlightening panel discussion. So I request you to please remain seated and don't go away anywhere. Dr. Goenka, please felicitate our panelists, our moderator, after that group photograph. Thank you very much. Yes, we can have that round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for that very enlightening discussion. We thank the lady, Dr. Gupta. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to all our speakers, Dr. Mehda, Shri Vatsa. We also have Shri Mohanty. Thank you very much. And finally, our moderator, sir, Dr. M. Subramaniam. Let's have a huge round of applause. And now we will have that group photograph. Thank you, Dr. Goenka, for doing the honors, and thank you, eminent panelists, once again. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we will now go on to the next discussion, which is themed Space-Enabled Solution and citizen-centric services. So space-enabled solutions as well as citizen-centric services is going to be the theme of our next session. And that session will be moderated by Dr. Prakash Chauhan, who's the Director, National Remote Sensing Center at ISRO. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be shortly inviting all the esteemed panelists. We're just resetting the days, so that changeover will just take about 2 minutes. I request you to please bear with us, be patient, and not go away anywhere. I request you to remain seated. So this is also going to be a very compelling discussion, ladies and gentlemen. I invite you to please remain seated. Thank you very much. And once the stage is set, I'm going to be inviting our moderator and our panelists. So may I now invite our moderator, since the stage is set, Dr. Prakash Chauhan, Director, National Remote Sensing Center, ISRO. All right, all of our speakers getting mic'd up, but I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, who's going to be joining us on stage. Our moderator is going to be joining us on stage, Dr. Prakash Chauhan, Director, National Remote Sensing Center, ISRO. Our panelists, Shri R. Anand, Additional Secretary, Department of Land Resources. I invite you, sir. And I'm going to also now call on Dr. Surendra Kumar Ahirwar, Joint Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Dr. M. Mohapatra, Director General of Meteorology, and he's from the Indian Meteorological Department. I also invite Ms. Neetu Kumari Prasad, Joint Secretary, Department of Fisheries. We also have with us Ms. Rohina Gupta, Director, Urban Planning, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And ladies and gentlemen, we will also be joined by Shri Kushvinder Vora, Chairman, Central Water Commission, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation. A very warm welcome to all the eminent panelists. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I bring your attention to our esteemed panel. The panel will be moderated by Dr. Prakash Chauhan, Director, National Remote Sensing Center, ISRO. We have our panelists, Shri R. Anand, Additional Secretary, Department of Land Resources, Dr. Surendra Kumar Ahirwar, Joint Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. We have with us Dr. M. Mohapatra, Director General of Meteorology, Indian Meteorological Department. And we have Ms. Neetu Kumari Prasad, Joint Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Ms. Rohina Gupta, Director, Urban Planning, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And we are also joined by Shri Kushvinder Vora, Chairman, Central Water Commission, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's extend a round of applause for our eminent panel. And thank you for the applause, ladies and gentlemen. And national development. Having joined ISRO in 1991, Dr. Prakash Chauhan has extensive contributions to the applications of space technology, planetary remote sensing, to study solar system objects, atmospheric and oceanic process studies, natural resources management for ocean and land resources. A very warm welcome to our moderator and our eminent panelists, Dr. Chauhan. The stage is all yours now.
I'm still there, na? I'm there in Bharat Mandapam. Okay, I think. So Vineet has joined in.
Can we have the background noise cut
some
out?
Background is there. Vineet is there. Noted. So what do I do? Should I proceed for Prithvi Bhavan, because it will take minimum 20 minutes.
Okay, something has been connected to our room here, ladies and gentlemen, but we mustn't panic. I guess we can resolve this very quickly.
Okay, I think we'll start.
Can we cut out that
you just convey this to secretary,
please?
You convey this to secretary and let me know.
I think the outside pre-function. Okay, the previous panel is actually playing right now, so I'm going to request you to cut that sound out, please. Are we good now? Okay.
Okay,
I think
we are all set.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, I'd request Dr. Chauhan to please take over, sir.
Thank you very much, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to each one of you. We are going to start this the second panel discussions of the day, and the theme of the panel discussion is on space-enabled solution and citizen-centric services. You heard since morning, the various aspects of India's space program, and we are celebrating the success of our Chandrayaan-3. Even though, large amount of efforts have gone in terms of space exploration,
but the Earth observation program of Indian space activity is a very successful program, which we heard in the last panel also is providing large amount of data for enabling governance related issues. And out of those discussions today, large amount of space enabled solutions and citizen centric services are being provided by various ISRO centers as well as by different ministries, and of course academic as well as the private sector is also gearing up for these activities. Today we are going to talk about some of these space enabled solutions as well as citizen centric services, and we have very eminent panel over here, and we have a representation from Ministry of Earth Sciences. I welcome Dr. M. Mahapatra ji, who is DG of India Meteorology Department. Dr. Mahapatra has joined IMD in 1992, and since then he has been leading the efforts of improving the weather forecasting capability, and in particular the cyclone related forecasting and early warning system. Popularly he is known as the Cyclone Man of India. Welcome to you, sir, to this panel. We also have participation from Department of Land Resources. We have Shri R. Anandji, who is Additional Secretary at the Department of Land Resources. Department of Land Resources and Department of Space has very old relationship. We have mapped, the wasteland mapping has been done on behest of Department of Land Resources. Yeah, I'm introducing you. And he has been, spearheading some of the recent initiatives of Department of Land Resources. So I welcome you, sir, to this panel. As well as we also have a very important, representation in the form of Mr. Surendra Ahirwal ji, who is representing Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. This DPIIT is basically leading a very important initiative of Gati Shakti, program where large amount of geospatial data is being used for planning and execution of newer activities for national development. We also have representation from Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and I welcome Rohina Gupta madam, who is the Director of Urban Planning. She has been leading programs like Amrit as well as the GIS enabled services and of course the urban planning initiatives at Ministry of Urban and Housing Affairs. Welcome to you, madam, to this panel. And most importantly, we also have Ms. Neetu Kumar Prasad. She is Joint Secretary at Department of Fisheries. Welcome to you, madam, to this panel. Department of Fisheries is the largest beneficiary of space activity in terms of our potential fishing zone initiatives, as well as large amount of work which is done for the inland fisheries, and currently she is also spearheading a very important program of fitting the fishing fleets with the communication services so that we can keep track of our fishermen while they are in the sea. We also have Central Water Commission Chairman Shri Khushvinder Boraji, who was supposed to join in the previous panel, but due to certain constraint, we welcome you, sir, to this panel. Dr. Bora, he is the Chairman of Central Water Commission. He is a man responsible for many new initiatives in the Central Water Commission, including very advanced modeling system for flood forecasting. Bora Sahab is also responsible for negotiating Indus Water Treaty between us and our neighboring country. So welcome Bora Sahab to this particular panel. Now, the format of this panel is, I will say that I will invite each of the panelists to give your initial thoughts, maybe for 2 to 3 minutes, because time is constraintful. So I request you to stick to this time limitation, and then we will go for some question sessions. And if time permits, we will be happy to take questions from the audience. So with these words, sir, I would first like to invite Dr. M. Mahapatra, DG of India Meteorology Department, to give some important highlights of the space-enabled solution and citizen service centric services which Ministry of Earth Sciences is providing. You can speak from here itself, sir. Oh, your microphone is not there. Okay, then you can go to. What we would like to hear is that what is being done, but most importantly, you can also emphasize, sir, on what is the futuristic requirements as far as the Ministry of Earth Science perspective is concerned.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash, and distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I congratulate Indian space organizations on this National Space Day, and also entire space community and the people of India. As all of us know, the Ministry of Earth Sciences is a unique ministry where we are directly related with the people. We, as the ministry, provide the services directly to the people, disaster managers, and all stakeholders, considering all the aspects of the various spheres of the Earth. It includes the biosphere, it includes the hydrosphere, cryospheres, and atmospheres. When you look at the conversion of science into services, which is the mandate of Ministry of Earth Sciences, which involves various service organizations like India Meteorology Department, National Center for Meteorology Forecasting, Indian Institute of Meteorology, Indian National Center for Ocean Influence Services. But you find that the entire region, if you see, it is a data-sparse region. When you do not have data, it becomes very difficult to monitor and predict any kind of natural disasters arising out of the interaction between the various spheres, as I told. And the system which is utilized is very much nonlinear, and hence, therefore, it is an initial value problem. And the space agencies play a dominant role by providing the ground truth possible, as far as possible, to understand the system, to understand the facts behind it, and also to model it and provide the solutions to the various agencies and the citizen-specific solutions. Now, if you just look at, for example, the various activities what we carry out in the Ministry of Earth Sciences, it is dominated by the early warning for the disaster risk reductions, the management of natural resources, which includes the coastal resources, the living marine resources, and also the resources over the land. We also deal with the various activities related to climate change and its impact, and its mitigations and adaptation processes based on the data arising from the ministry. So to look at the most important aspect, that is the disaster risk reduction, the early warning system is the major component of the disaster risk reductions. And towards the direction, if you look at this region, we almost experience 80% of disasters which are related to hydrometeorological phenomena. And to top it all, it is the cyclones, then floods, droughts, heat waves, cloud waves. Or you can look at any marine disasters, nowadays the marine heat wave, or the monsoon-related disasters, or the thunderstorms, lightnings, etc. So you'll find all these disasters, they are very random in nature, and they need to be monitored continuously with the data. Being a data-sparse region with Himalayas to the north, Bay of Bengal, Arabian Sea to the east and west, and Indian Ocean to the south, this region is highly data-sparse. Apart from that, we have got the various regions like Western Ghats, Eastern Ghats, and many other hill ranges. So therefore, space data, when it was not there, if you just look at beyond 1960, you will find that there were many missing events. We could not detect properly and forget about the prediction of these events. Gradually, the advent of the space technology in 1960, we started focusing on the major disasters like, say, cyclones, and cyclones got, which were missed earlier, now could not be missed. And major breakthrough came up with the establishment of Indian National Satellite in 1982-83, where we could get every half-an-hour observations, and hence there was continuous monitoring, and we could not only monitor, but also could generate the data, and these data are utilized in the models to provide the forecast. And gradually, the development came up with small-scale disasters like say, thunderstorms, monsoonal systems, etc. The space-based solutions could help us to understand the various physical processes taking place leading to the development of this type of disasters. And at the same time, we could digitize data as a collaborative approach between Indian Space Research Organizations and Ministry of Earth Sciences. We could utilize the space data in our numerical modeling system. Since 1990s, we started to utilize this data, but in recent decades, we can find that there is enough solutions with the utilization of the space data in our numerical models. About 90% data utilized in our models are based on the space technologies. And further, I want to say that only 5% of this data generated by the space is utilized in the models. So there's enough scope, therefore, to utilize further to improve the quality and to improve the utilization, not only in the models, but also in real-time monitoring and forecasting of various types of disasters and others. At the same time, the data are also utilized in various types of other services like ocean state forecasting, potential fishing zone. For example, ocean color monitor and the sea surface temperatures are utilized for identifying the potential fishing zone. We also have other utilizations like the geospatial information. Nowadays, we do not provide simply weather forecast, but also we provide the impact-based weather forecast. When we go for impact-based weather forecast, the geospatial informations are very much crucial. And they are the geospatial technology which is generated by the centers of Indian space organizations are being utilized in a collaborative manner by the ministry to develop the solutions. So by this way, be it the marine resources, or be it the natural disaster management, be it the coastal erosion problems, or be it the water resources or agricultural resources, which is directly related to the farmers, they are also utilize the space data to develop various indices and hence to provide the impact-based information to the agricultural sector. So I will respond further towards the question and answer sessions. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Dr. Mahapatra, for giving a very fast and quick summary about the activities of Ministry of Earth Sciences and the way space data is currently being utilized. It is very heartening to note that almost 90% of the data from different satellites goes into the weather forecasting and of course for ocean forecasting related activities. Definitely we are looking forward to have the advanced meteorological as well as the ocean satellite systems in future. Next, sir, I would like to come back to Shri R. Anandji, who is Additional Secretary at Department of Land Resources. Sir, we would like to hear from your perspective that what has been the major achievements, especially using space technology at Land Resource Department, and what you foresee that in future where we should move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash Chauhan. I hope I am audible. Yeah. So as he rightly said, in fact, Department of Land Resources was one of the early movers to sign MOU and to sign an agreement with NRSC, and we started bringing out Wasteland Atlas, like NRSC brought out way back in 2000 year itself. And every 5 years, we have been bringing out Wasteland Atlas. And now what is the purpose of this atlas? Slowly we know that we are converting the wasteland to more productive land. So even in the last two temporal data comparison, if we do between the two wasteland atlases issued in 2015 and 2019, nearly 8,000 square kilometer of wasteland has been converted to productive land. So this has been the history of how we had started associating. However, we moved forward and to provide better services to farmers. Actually, what is happening is in India, out of the 143 million hectares of net sown area, nearly 50 to 60% is rain-fed. Now for these rain-fed areas, the best way what we do is, we do watershed management in the form of a program called Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, in that the watershed development component. For that, we have a tie-up with NRSC, where we engage them right from the planning stage to monitoring the implementation and post-implementation evaluation. Now, what do we do for the planning? For planning, using the elevation models and using the satellite data, we decide which elevation to construct the water harvesting structures so that there is best utilization of water conservation and soil conservation, so that the productivity of the land increases. More area which are having single crop can be made into double crops. So this has been possible through satellite technology. Now when we come to monitoring, so as rightly pointed out in the previous session also, so each structure now across India, we had done earlier in 30 million hectares of watershed projects. Now we are doing in 5 million hectares. It is humanly impossible to monitor every single project individually. So through satellite data, nearly 18 lakh structures have been geotagged, and these are monitored. The staff who go there, they have been trained. So through their mobile app, they take photos. Then through the Srishti app on Bhuvan portal, we upload. So we are able to see during implementation and post-implementation and evaluate what has been the changes. So for evaluation, what do we do? The green cover, that also through satellite imagery we see. So in fact, right from planning to implementation and evaluation, we utilize satellite images effectively to see that more area is brought under cultivation, and farmers who are so far having one crop go for 2 crops, who are dependent on water and water was running off. Now through these structures, they are having soil and water conservation measures implemented and are able to get better crop productivity. Now we have one more area in land resources where, what we call as each individual land property. Even if you all recall, in the recent budget, the finance minister had announced that each land parcel will be given a unique land parcel identification number, or what we call Bhuadhar. Now the basic requirement for such a ULPIN is georeferencing of land parcel. Now again here, the high resolution satellite imagery we are using. We are not getting it directly, but through the state governments. All the state governments are getting, and we are encouraging them to get the high resolution satellite imagery. And then through our software, which is a Bhunaksha software, they're able to generate Ulpin or Bhuadar. Now, what is the advantage of this? Everyone knows what is that land. There is no more land disputes. In fact, most of the cases in India, in civil cases, are land related. So by having clear identification, we can do away with all this, and farmers can focus on their production, and everyone can be satisfied with that land. I don't want to take more time. So this is how we are going. And future, we are planning to do even imagery for Z zone also, for urban planning when we go. Right now, we are doing up to rural land records. We'll be going for urban, for which also program we are starting this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving this very brief and, very, brief insight into the activities of Department of Land Resources and use of space technology. And I am sure that the Bhu-Adar concept and the Ulpin concept will be a game changer as far as the activities related to the modernization of land records in this country is concerned. I will come back for certain specific questions in the second round. Now, I would like to invite, the initial brief comments from our colleagues, Mr. Surendra Ahirwal ji from Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. As we are all aware, the very important Gati Shakti program is being run by DPIIT. So, sir, would you like to enlighten us that what exactly has been happening and how you are using space technology, especially for this very important Gati Shakti forum?
Thank you, Dr. Chauhan. The use of space technology and, in fact, the outcome of the space technology that we are calling as remote sensing data, which is also being called as geospatial data, it has really brought in a true transformation. And post its launch, the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan in October, on 13th of October in 2021 by Honorable Prime Minister, there has been a tremendous movement, dynamism, and a lot of traction from all the potential stakeholders. And what we are doing in Gati Shakti, you have been hearing all the stakeholders and the ministries, departments who have been using the space technology and the geospatial data for generally watching or monitoring as things happen or as things are being done in terms of the development which is happening. But what PM Gati Shakti is trying to do is also determine the development or plan the development or maybe plan for infrastructure which can also prevent disasters or mitigate the consequences of such disasters. So there's the completion of the story and of the entire development process and also the sustainability. So all across the spectrum from development to sustainability and in fact going to the disasters also, there has been a huge application of space technology and the geospatial data. Under PM Gati Shakti also, we have leveraged the geospatial data which has been available on the space application portals in various states. And in PM Gati Shakti, if we talk about the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, it has leveraged the data which is available on the BISAGAN platform. And starting with probably around 500 data layers in 2021, today we have more than 1,500 data layers on this digital platform, which we are calling as National Master Plan platform. And not only that, we have the data on it, but there are more than a dozen applications which we can call as the primary planning tools which are helping different sectors of the country and when it comes to infrastructure development. And it's like whole of the government is there on this platform today. We have more than 40 departments and the ministries of Government of India who have already come on board, and they are having their own portals for planning of infrastructure, which are geospatial platforms, and then they are all integrated to the National Master Plan platform. Further, not stopping only here, we have gone up to the states, so all the states and union territories, leaving not even one, they are all on board today on the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan platform, and again, they also have their own the portal for planning of infrastructure. And in the states and union territories, we have seen more than 500 projects, either they are mapped on the their state master portals or the planning portals, or they have been planned in itself. Many of the governments have also passed government orders for making the use of these planning platforms as mandatory for planning of infrastructure. In the Government of India, especially the infrastructure departments, especially the transport infrastructure, where we call the multimodal infrastructure development, all the ministries, infrastructure ministries, rail, road, air, shipping, waterways, power, telecom, they all are utilizing this National Master Plan for planning of infrastructure. And hitherto we have evaluated more than 170 odd projects of more than 500 crores. I mean, amounting to maybe around 15 lakh plus crores in just last two and a half years of period. And these plans, we are seeing a difference before PM Gati Shakti and after PM Gati Shakti. Now these plans are made basis more data, right? And then they are definitely more integrated. There is much of the multimodality which has been brought in, and the last mile connectivity to the economic nodes, which is being ensured in a big way. So there's been institutional arrangements and a kind of carving out within the existing institution to kind of cultivate this approach of PM Gati Shakti, which we call as transformative approach for integrated development of multimodal infrastructure. So
Thank
a lot
you.
more things are there, but for the time, we can
Thank you,
discuss.
Surendraji, for nicely elaborating the use of PM Gati Shakti platform and then how it is cutting across various ministries for mobilizing the national development and then, achieving our goal for, enhanced GDP as well as, the industrial output. I'm sure that we will be taking a few more questions in the second round on your views that how we can, leverage this platform, especially in terms of advanced space-based inputs from all three modes of our communication, navigation, and Earth observation satellite systems. Now I would like to invite Ms. Rohina Gupta, Director at Urban Planning. She is representing Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. There are large programs which have been taken up by MOHA, especially the Amrit 1 and now the Amrit 2.0 has been rolled out. Madam, we would like to listen from you that what has been the impact of these programs where large geospatial inputs have gone, and what is your views in terms of upcoming Amrit 2.0, especially you are also working on climate adaptation and the water security in the urban centers. I invite you to share your views.
Thank you. So firstly, I'd like to congratulate everybody, and I'm very proud to be part of this first National Space Day celebrations today. From behalf of what we're doing in Mahua, so cities today are expanding at a very rapid pace. We know that about 36% of the population resides in the urban sector, and the cities are contributing to over 60% of our GDP. But the landmass that cities occupy today is only about 3% of the overall landmass of the country. So there's a lot of increasing challenges that the cities are facing today, and for that MOHA has tied up with NRSC over the last couple of decades to be managing and planning these cities better, more efficiently, using our land and water more efficiently. So what we are doing is that all the geospatial data is coming in, and that has been now put under certain programs. So Amrut mission, for example, has we are working on the master plans with the cities to so we started with the 1 lakh plus population cities, 500 such cities, and the geospatial data was put together for mapped for over 1 lakh square kilometers, and we are happy to note that 210 master plans have been prepared using this geospatial data that has come in, and these 210 have been notified. the final notification, and 155 have already issued their draft notifications. So there has been significant progress from the states and cities to map their geospatial data and prepare their master plans on a more accurate level. Seeing the success of this, we moved on to Amrut 2.0, and then we started looking at cities which have population of over 50,000 to 99,999. And we covered 675 cities under this program, and we've been mapping, NRSC has started mapping the geospatial data for these smaller cities to ensure that the growth is happening in a very orderly fashion. So master plans will help us put this together and ensure planned development of the cities, mapping of the peri-urban areas, mapping of the water bodies, mapping of the green areas. All of that data, once that comes with the cities and it's mapped through the satellites, more accurate information is given to the planners to then make better and more efficient master plans. Another initiative that under Amrut 2.0 has been the urban water body management. In this, the satellites have been mapping the health of the water bodies. So some 28,000 water bodies over the country have been mapped, and temporal data has been taken. The health of the water bodies is being mapped, and this helps for the states and ULBs to understand how these water bodies are behaving, how, has there been encroachment around it, how the health of the water body is during different seasons, and what can be done then to preserve the water bodies and to improve the health of these water bodies going forward. Similarly, another pilot project that we've taken up is the aquifer management, under which some 10 cities have done aquifer management studies by NRSC again. The satellites have been mapping the aquifers and seeing the health of the various regions of the cities, and wherever there are water stressed areas, that has been brought to light, and accordingly further action plans can be taken on these. So these are some of the initiatives that have been taken up by MAHUA, and we are working actively with NRSC to ensure that more planned and orderly development of cities are.
Thank you very much, I think, Madam, for highlighting this important contributions which has come in last few years as far as MAHUA is concerned, and we look forward for improving the overall health of our cities as well as, in terms of the climate adaptability using more use of space technology. The next, I would like to invite Ms. Neetu Kumari Prasad. She is Joint Secretary at Department of Fisheries. As Madam, the blue economy is getting a more prominence today. We are talking of developing blue economy in coastal regions as well as large amount of initiatives in terms of inland fisheries. And inland fisheries actually contribute more with respect to the coastal fisheries in the country today. We would like to hear from you that what kind of initiatives has been taken up in Department of Fisheries in the use of space technology, not only for the productivity enhancement, but also for the safety aspects of our fishermen, especially by fitting communication gadgets and other things. Your thoughts, please.
Thank you, Chauhanji. I am honored to be a part of celebration of National Space Day, and this discussion on applied knowledge of space technology. With regard to this, fishery sectors actually has got a lot of transformation and the way fishermen do the fishing now. You all are aware of the vulnerability our Indian coast face, especially with regard to storms, cyclones, and with climate change, the severity and intensity has only increased. This create lot of problem for our fishermen who go to deep sea fishing, and generally they are not having the communication available to them. After 3-4 nautical miles, the communication is not available. Department of Fishery is working closely with ISRO since last 20 years to bring secure and safety equipment for the fishermen who are going to deep sea fishing. In 2008, ISRO has developed that is distress signal tribunal,
Distress alert
and
system.
it is being used till now by Coast Guard. It has been quite helpful to actually identify the fishermen who send the distress signal, be it fire in their boats or some accident or some storm they are facing. Any type of distress, it can be the signal can be sent to Coast Guard, and the Coast Guard vessels can go immediately to rescue them. This has been quite helpful. So going upon and building upon this system, now department is bringing and very soon going to be launching this vessel communication and support system. It is a project worth of 364 crores, and we are thankful to ISRO for bringing this transformational technology. This will not only give the signal or security measures to the fishermen who are at deep sea, but it will also inform them about the potential fishing zone. So they in advance, in 2-3 days advance, they can get the information that where fish aggregations are there, and they are found in large numbers. So efforts of fishing will be reduced. Similarly, they will also get the alert whenever they are crossing international maritime boundary. So it will actually save them from a lot of legal hassles. We are also hearing a lot of state disputes whenever boundaries are being crossed. So this type of geofencing of their vessels will be there. It will also help us in identifying the vessels, the crew, and the fishermen who are going for the fishing. So this is also important for maritime security bodies. We all are aware that in 2008, when the attack on Mumbai happened, it came through water bodies and through sea way. So this type of vessel identification is very important. What we are doing now, we are having all the vessels, around 2.5 lakh vessels, which are traditional, mechanized, motorized. All such vessels are now recorded and digitized in real craft, and this real craft data we are synchronizing with vessel communication system. So each and every vessels in the sea now can be identified by Coast Guard and the Navy people. So the security aspects can be strengthened. Similarly, in inland fisheries, the potential fishing zone and the stock assessment is quite better now, and it will help us in bringing sustainable fisheries and fisheries management also. So in that way, department is working very closely with.
Thank you, Madam, for highlighting the important aspects of maritime security and the use of space technology, as well as food security in terms of productivity enhancement, both for inland and coastal fisheries sectors. I'll come back to you with some more specific questions on this very important sector. The sixth panelist in this panel discussion is from Central Water Commission, and I welcome once again the Central Water Commission Chairman Khushvinder Boraji. Borasab, so I will request you to give your initial thoughts, especially how the space technology is enabling the water and governance in the country, and what are the new initiatives which has been taken by CWC. Thank you.
So, if we say water sources development and management is a very complex kind of subject, and it requires a huge kind of data to actually give any particular decision support system in such a vast areas which are being covered by water resources. So water resources, when we say we have number of challenges which are associated with it, and we all know the climate change, we all know the spatial and temporal variation in the rainfall today, and seeing that the rainfall of about 1,200 millimeter seems to be otherwise fine, but since it is not actually spread uniformly, and it is there is a disparity, so it brings the additional challenges. So at the one time we have the issues which are related to the floods, and the other places we are the issues which are related to the droughts. Now, how to analyze these situations, how to prepare the decision support systems, and how to cater to the large kind of data sets which are there, and there are a lot of gaps. Now, how these gaps can be filled up, this is all about how we are actually looking at geospatial and satellite driven and remote sensing, GIS based kind of our modeling systems, which can really help us to analyze the situation over a very vast area in a relatively very small time. So be it say we are actually involved in the flood forecasting throughout the country. We have more than around say 700 sites where we are actually forecasting, more than 340 sites where we are forecasting our forecast, and they are the level forecast. Now we have to go for the inundation forecast. Now for inundation forecast we have to, what we are trying to do is we are utilizing now the space technology, digital elevation modeling and other things which we are really, otherwise it is very difficult to do the surveys, and all those things will take a lot of time. So all these technology through the remote sensing satellite data is now actually facilitating us to look into those issues very fast and look into the more newer issues which are more relevant and which are more useful for that matter, be it floodplain zoning, where we want to keep people away from the floods, be it having the flood embankment where we keep water away from the population, and be it water sources assessment, what is available with me. Until unless I know what exactly is the stock in my hand, how to utilize it, I will not be able to do it. And this kind of thing needs huge kind of what we say data, which we may not be able to collect it in a very short time, which we are looking at this today. But then space enabled technologies, now evapotranspiration, another thing of looking at how the water is being utilized and where it is going. So ET tool is now available to us, and combining it with various other kind of data which is already available to us in the various layers readily, we are able to now assess the water resources in a short time. Now recently we have set up a model utilizing the ET based thing, and then we have come up with a set of methodology where we have just completed the assessment of water sources in the country. And now the thing which we have set up now every year within a very short time, maybe 15-20 days or maybe 1 month, I can really re-look at the water sources which is available into the country. So that has really been enabled only because we could go into all those things. Much more, actually all of our sectors are very complicated, be it extended hydrological predictions, where my project authorities want to know what kind of water will be available to me in the next 28 days, 30 days, how to do that. And maybe how much water is available in the water bodies as on today. There are millions of water bodies, how to tap them. We are developing various apps through that, although we are monitoring 155 now water bodies with about 70% of live storage data which is created in the country. But then there are millions of water bodies. Can we look at that? And we are already developing a new app by which we can really look at through the surface area. Then I can also create area elevation and capacity curves, and then I can look at how the variations are going on at a particular season. Now we have more number of satellites which are there, more swath is also increasing, and timing is also increasing. So more and more data is available. So maybe we will be able to, we are looking at a new things to monitor all these water bodies near real time kind of situation, what we say.
Thank you, sir, for giving a very good insight into the activities of Central Water Commission and use of space technology. As I see the watch, we are left with now only 5 minutes, and I've got some couple of questions from audience as well as my own questions to make it more interactive. So what we will do quickly, we'll take only one question from each panelist, and I will request you to be very brief so that we can finish in time. So Dr. Mahapatra, I would like to know that you have told that how in the Ministry of Earth Sciences you are using space technology today, and you have a lot of extensive future plans. Maybe just you can tell that what kind of future satellite systems you are looking forward for improving, the weather forecast in terms of the next generation of meteorological satellites?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So there has been significant improvement in weather forecasting by about 40 to 50% increase in forecast accuracy during past decade compared to previous decade. And it has been possible because of the improvement in numerical modeling and detection system, and where satellite played a dominant role. But if you look at present, still certain mesoscale and microscale weather systems, especially thunderstorms and associated weather like lightning and squalls, hailstorms, etc., are still going undetected. So therefore, we will look for such a satellite where we will have very high resolution detections. At present, we have got, so for example, 1 kilometer visual imagery, we can go for 500 meter visual imagery. Similarly, 4 kilometer IR resolution, we can go for about, say, 1 kilometer IR resolutions. In addition to that, we need the complete 3-dimensional or 4-dimensional structure of the ocean and atmosphere. That means we need the observations with respect to the vertical profile of temperature, wind, and humidity. And similarly, here the current and SST and other things in the ocean. So for this purpose, we need satellites not only in geostationary range, but also in polar orbiting or LEO range. And there we need some kind of hyperspectral sensors. And I hope that INSAT 4 series, which we are also demanding or expecting, will fulfill many. And with the introduction of certain, say, CubeSat or certain LEO satellites, etc., we can cover. At present, if we just look at LEO satellites, it's not covering the entire region more frequently. We do not get the data as per requirement of the numerical modeling systems. So therefore, these are certain type of satellites which are needed for improvement and further. And we hope we can improve further 10-20%, because it is improved with the existing satellite data. There is 20 to 30% improvement in forecast accuracy because of the satellite alone.
Thank you, sir. I think it's such a wonderful discussion. I feel sorry that we have to cut short, but nonetheless, we have to also honor the time limit. So I move on to Mr. Anand. So now we have recently launched this WDC 2.0 program. I would like to hear from you that what is your expectation and how do you think that this WDC 2.0 is different than WDC 1.0, and what exactly we are looking out of this mission?
So in WDC 1.0, though we had done the geotagging of the assets, so in terms of evaluation, we had not based it mostly on scientific patterns. We had done an evaluation separately. Here in WDC 2, what I would request is, if NRSC can play a role through satellite imagery on exactly what is the extent of the green cover, which has expanded because of all these soil and water conservation measures, in terms of increasing the horticultural plantations, forest area, in terms of agricultural crops. So wherever there was one crop, where it has become 2 crops, this extent of land, we would like to know scientifically through the satellite imagery, so that we know that, yes, there has been an increase in the crop area, there has been an increase in the water table. So these we want to do scientifically. That is
okay, sir. I'm mostly looking forward for the impacts of all these interventions and how we are meeting the goal of sustainable development at our rural sectors. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful answer. I would like to request now Surendraji to just elaborate that having developed this wonderful platform, PM Gati Shakti, and then cutting across various ministries, what is next? What do you think that where we can go in next step, and then what is your expectation from space, and what kind of futuristic data you are expecting from us?
Thanks for the question, an interesting question, and I know it's very difficult to do justice in just 1 minute to the question.
Sure.
Right, but let me try. Data in PM Gati Shakti is the resource, right? And when we are talking the resource, it has to be refined further, and it has to be more exhaustive, and therefore, we are working on all counts, like first making the exhaustive or attempt to map the exhaustive data, and then graduate from the point data to polygon data, graduate from the XY data to Z component as well, and then also extend this outreach, not just remaining confined to the state level, but also the district level. Then further, we are also looking at adding to the intelligence of it, because the data is huge, right, and which is already there and which can further be acquired, but it has to be analyzed, it has to be processed, and then intelligence has to be applied. So we are also looking at realizing the real potential of geospatial data, which we call Geo AI. So combining intelligence, not to supplant the available intelligence of human being, but to supplement
more
that
automation.
So that automation or AI application to finally reach to a level where we can do a predictive planning using the geospatial data and non-geospatial data through this platform.
Thank you. I think this is wonderful thought that more automation, especially using machine learning, artificial intelligence, high level of analytics is the need of the hour. Thanks for your answer. And now I would like to invite Ms. Rohini Gupta ji to just tell us that the urban sprawl and uncontrolled urban sprawl is a big challenge in Indian urban cities. How do you think that we can use in future the space technology for sustainable cities for our country?
So like I mentioned, the urban sprawl is definitely a challenge, and to do that, if we were actually to map or survey the land through the traditional methods, it would have taken a long time, but because of the geospatial technology and because of the accuracy and the detail, today we are looking at about 0.3 meters accuracy by using geospatial technology. So this GIS based maps that we are getting prepared, that will actually give us a much more, the accuracy will lead to more efficient planning, and the urban sprawl, we can map the peri-urban areas, we can see where exactly the cities are growing, in which direction it is happening, and accordingly bring transit connectivity to them and make that part of the larger city or make satellite towns as per whatever is required going forward. Okay. So not only that, even risk-informed master plans are now being prepared by the northeast states. They have initiated this. 9 states and hilly states, northeast states and hilly states have already started preparing risk-informed master plans. So going forward, there's a lot of potential that the geospatial data can provide in containing urban sprawl or in managing our land and water resources more efficiently.
Thank you, madam, for your thoughts. Now I'd like to invite Neetu madam to just share his vision or her vision on improving the productivity, safety and security of fishermen community. What more can be done where space can play a futuristic role?
I mentioned about vessel communication and support system, which is for fishermen safety and security. On that platform, we are bringing data and information of many departments like IMD. So with that data, accurate information of cyclone or storm alerts can be given to fishermen. You might be remembering in 2017 Oki storm, cyclone, lot of fishermen lost their lives because they were in the sea and we couldn't send the information in time. So these situations can be, this type of situation can be basically stopped. And department has given the financial contribution to OceanSat technology also. In overcast sky also we can get the information in time. Apart from that, for seafood export is now quite important in our overall scheme of providing livelihood to fishermen and women. Almost like 60,000 crores of export is happening. So seafood, all other countries are bringing elements of now sustainability and traceability. So with these vessels, real-time navigation path is bringing to our entire digital form, and we are able to see that which vessel is going where and how much catch is being brought. The harbor management, the catch management, everything will be good, and it will be helpful in promoting our export. Thank you,
madam, for sharing your views on in terms of generating some kind of dashboards for maritime security and monitoring services. Bora Sahab, the last question to you on this panel. The flood forecasting, CWC is champion, and then we are seeing that every year we have severity of floods is increasing. What are your thoughts on special flood forecasting system which we are developing along with you, and how it can be extended to other river basins in the country?
At present, we are giving a level forecast almost entire country, right? So on the request of the state governments also, we open up the new sites if required and feasible for that matter. So the level forecast is available with them, and I think on the near real-time basis we are able to get it to the stakeholders, NDMA, and all the state disaster management authorities. But the thing which we are working on is actually inundation forecast. So which means on the GIS platform we want to integrate the entire thing to give an information to the stakeholder or maybe disaster management authority, that what kind of inundation they are going to look at with respect to those particular levels which they are going to see. So that's what I just said, that for that matter we needed actually digital elevation model,
high resolution
geography and other system. So these are the things which are very difficult to take long term. It takes long time to go and physically survey for that matter. So satellite data is now coming as help to us, and we are actually through that only. And then integrating our other modeling techniques into that, and that is how we are actually developing into it. And in Ganga Basin we are at the moment developing. In Tapi and Godavari we have almost kind of finished one thing with the NRSC as well as CDAC, and they have done certain things, and we are now actually trying to launch it in a way that it is practically useful to all of them. And then once we gain much more experience in that, and we will be expanding it to the entire country in one way or other. So
thank you, sir. Thank you for your thoughts and the vision for enhancing this flood inundation modeling system for the country. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am afraid that we have almost run over, and in fact shot over the time limit. It has been a fascinating discussion with all of you in different sectors, how the space technology is being used, and what emerged essentially is that a lot of things have been done, but we need to do more. And for that, we need to have more satellites in space, especially for the Earth observation satellite. There is requirement for high resolution satellite imagery, more turnaround time, and then availability of a lot of data analytics, high resolution digital elevation model, and building the digital twins for the country. With this, I think let us thank all wonderful panelists for sharing their views and sharing futuristic vision of space technology for sustainable development of this country. With that, I will close this discussion and hand it over to our MC for
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Chauhan, for steering that wonderful discussion, and thank you to the eminent panelists. I'm going to now request Chairman ISRO, Dr. Somnath, to kindly join us on stage and felicitate our moderator and our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Shri Kushvinder Vora, Ms. Rohina Gupta, Ms. Neetu Kumar, Ms. Neetu Kumari Prasad, Dr. M. Mohapatra, thank you, sir, Dr. Surendra Kumar Ahirbar, and Shri R. Anand, and our moderator, Dr. Prakash Chauhan. Thank you very much once again. And now, as our esteemed panelists take a group photo with our chairman of ISRO, I request you, ladies and gentlemen, to hear me out very carefully about the lunch arrangements. Lunch for the VIPs is at meeting room 19, which is at level 1. For the rest of us, we have lunch organized at hall number 14, where tea break also was. So I now invite you to please join us for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, and we request you to please come back 4 or 5 minutes before 3 p.m. because 3 p.m. is when we will start with the next panel discussion, and that is also on a very interesting theme of New Horizons, Indian Academia and Space. So I request you to please come back, ladies and gentlemen, a couple of minutes before 3 p.m. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Indian academia in space. And I'd request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please take seats. Let us all contribute in getting this house in order. And once again, a polite reminder for those of you who are joining us now to please keep your mobile phones on silent. I request you, I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to please be seated. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. And this is an announcement for everyone outside the pre-function area, if you can hear me. I invite you to please be seated. We're going to be starting with the session at exactly 3 p.m., sharp 3 p.m. So I invite you to please take seats. We've got just 4 or 5 minutes to go. I do hope, ladies and gentlemen, that you enjoyed your sumptuous lunch. I invite you to please take seats. This is an announcement for all those of you who are outside the pre-function area. Please take seats. We're going to be starting shortly with the New Horizons Indian Academia and Space session. And our panelists are all here, which is why I urge you, ladies and gentlemen, to come and take seats. Please do join us in the room, those of you who can hear me in the pre-function area. Thank you very much. I do hope that you have scanned the QR code for Slido. Slido is an app that lets you interact with our speakers. All you have to do is, once you scan the QR code, that's the QR code, ladies and gentlemen, on the left and right, as you can see on the screens. You can scan that QR code right now, and you will get access to the Slido app, where you will find information, in fact, detailed information on the sessions. What you could do thereafter is you could submit your questions on the app itself, and the moderators of the respective sessions are going to actually make sure that most of the questions that are there are answered. So I would request you to interact and engage with us as much as possible using the Slido app. The QR code is now on the screen. With that said, we've got 3 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to request you to please take your seats in this multi-purpose hall, and we need to just get ready for the next session, ladies and gentlemen. The stage is set. Our speakers are here. I request you to please be seated. 2 minutes to go now. This is an announcement for all those of you who are in the pre-function area. I invite you to please take seats now, ladies and gents, because we're going to be starting now, in just less than 2 minutes. Thank you very much for joining us. I request you, I invite you to please be seated. We have a very, very interesting, insightful session starting in just about a minute or less, ladies and gentlemen. And so I invite you to please be seated. And the QR code that you see on the screen will give you access to the app called Slido, where you will find detailed information of all the sessions. And it will also give you the access to ask questions, so you can pose your questions on the app itself, and our moderators are going to try to get those questions addressed. So I request you to please engage with us, interact with us using the app. The QR code is now on the screen. You could scan that, and you will get access to Slido. Thank you very much. We've got less than a minute to go, ladies and gentlemen. Less than a minute to go, and that's why, once again, I urge all of you to please be seated. I invite you to take seats, and then we will begin. So 3 p.m. we have to start, ladies and gentlemen. We are just a couple of seconds away. May I invite you to please take seats. Thank you. Thank you to all of you for joining us. I request you, I invite you to please be seated. And it's 3 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be starting. I invite you to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, So the session that we're beginning with now post-lunch is New Horizons Indian Academia in Space. And I'm going to now request and invite our moderator on stage, Dr. S. Unnikrishnan Nair, Director, Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, ISRO. And I'm also going to be inviting our eminent panelists, Professor Govindan Rangarajan, Director, Indian Institute of Science, Professor Rangan Banerjee, Chairperson and Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, Professor G.S. Thalak, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, Professor M. Jagdesh Kumar, Chairman, University Grants Commission, Professor Indraneel Manna, President, Indian National Academy of Engineering. And the eminent panelists have now joined us on stage. I extend a very warm welcome to our moderator and our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, can we do a huge round of applause as we welcome them?
Name is in the front.
Names are there.
Okay. This is high tech.
And now, let me take the privilege of introducing our moderator to you, Dr. S. Unnikrishnan Nair, distinguished scientist, is the director of ISRO Vikram Sarabhai Space Center and the founding director of Human Space Flight Center, Bangalore. Having joined ISRO in 1985, he has contributed to the development for launch vehicles, orbital re-entry experiment, and human space flight program. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Once again, a very warm welcome to the other eminent panelists, Professor Govindan Rangarajan, Director, Indian Institute of Science, Professor Rangan Banerjee, Chairperson and Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, Professor G.S. Thalak, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, Professor M. Jagdesh Kumar, Chairman, University Grants Commission, and Professor Indraneel Manna, President, Indian National Academy of Engineering. And with that, I will request our moderator, Dr. S. Unnikrishnan Nair, to please take over the proceedings. Sir.
Audible? Yeah, well, thank you and greetings on this National Space Day, first Space Day. And the post-lunch theme is very interesting. New Horizon, the Indian Academia in Space. That is the theme for us to discuss next 40 minutes or so. So as we all are aware, the nation has a new awakening, a new vision in space, thanks to the new initiatives in the space sector. And also we heard in the morning the type of space economy that is going to happen where we are with respect to the global share. We are less than 2%, and how we are aspiring to become 8% by 2030 and 15% by 2047. So it needs a collective, coordinated effort from all fronts to see that we reap the benefit of the space, that growing space economy. And now the space endeavors in India is now open to all for so many startups, so many consortiums are coming up, FDI is allowed, and everybody who is interested can invest and innovate. So that is the type of very fertile ecosystem that has been developed in our country. Now the pertinent question is, we have central state, deemed state private universities, more than 1,114 or so universities that are there in our country. In addition to that, there are many autonomous bodies like IITs, NITs, IIITs. So many institutions are working in different fields, and then they are producing the students with a different caliber. Now, the natural question is whether our academia, they have really sensed the opportunity that is available. Have they understood the need to nurture more talents in select topics of space science and technology? That is the question that we are going to debate. As all of you are aware, we have an Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology at Trivandrum in Kerala that is dedicated for the space, for generating resource persons in space sector, an autonomous institute under a Department of Space established in 2007. It has a limited intake, like it takes around 150 undergraduates, similar number of postgraduate, and around 60 PhD scholars are getting admitted every year. And from this, a select group joins ISRO. But then the question is again, we need to also debate
Should IISc be the only institute in the present scenario? Or is it prudent to establish more dedicated schools in similar lines, or change, or have syllabus in other academic institutions to meet the future requirements? So we have assembled here for that, and we have a wonderful set of academics and techno managers with us today to share their thoughts pertaining to the theme, New Horizons, Indian Academia in Space. So it's my privilege to introduce these luminaries of Indian science and technology domain to you. It doesn't require any introduction, as they are well known and well respected by all of you. We have Professor T.G. Sitharaman, Chairman AICTE. He took over as Chairman of AICTE Government of India in December. As the Director of IIT Guwahati, he was responsible for creating 5 new schools and 5 new academic multidisciplinary centers at IITG during 2021, including establishing a medical school at IITG. And Dr. Sitharaman is a member of many scientific committees in international societies of repute and many other associations and universities in India and abroad. So let us welcome Professor Sitharam to this august panel. Welcome, sir. Professor M. Jagadish Kumar, Chairman UGC, is the Chairman of University Grant Commission and Professor of Electrical Engineering at IIT Delhi, and still he is teaching there. An alumnus of IIT Madras, he works in the area of nano-electronic devices, nanoscale device modeling and simulation, innovative device design and power semiconductor devices. He is the Chairman of the governing body of National Council of Science Museums, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. He is also President, General Council, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC, and eminent member in our panel. Welcome, sir, to this discussion. Professor Indranil Manna, President INAE, one of the best persons to passionately debate on improving the science and technology and academic programs of our country. He is an educationalist and a materials engineer with a wide-ranging research interest. Professor Manna is now the 14th president of INAE and is passionately involved in making INAE a national agency for promoting engineering and technological self-reliance of India by translational research and innovation. And he is a recipient of numerous awards and accolades. All through his life, he was closely associated with Indian academia, starting with IIT Kharagpur. Welcome, sir, to this discussion. Professor Govindan Rangarajan, Director, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He is a mathematician, academician, and a professional. He is currently the Director, IISc Bangalore. He was instrumental in setting up and running the interdisciplinary PhD program in mathematical sciences. He also headed the Indo-US Virtual Institute for Mathematics and Statistical Sciences. He is a J.C. Bose National Fellow. He is also a Fellow of the Indian Academy of Sciences and the National Academy of Sciences, India. He was also a co-PI of the Indo-French Cyber University project. He helped establish the first intercontinental satellite-based courses. Thank you, sir, for the coming to this panel. Welcome to this panel. Now we have Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director of IIT Delhi. His areas of interest include energy management, modeling of energy systems, energy planning and policy, hydrogen, energy and fuel cells. Professor Banerjee has been the Dean R&D and received the Excellence in Teaching Award from IIT Bombay and is a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering. Professor Banerjee is also an adjunct faculty honorary in the Department of Engineering and Public Policy, Carnegie Mellon University. Welcome, sir, to this. So we are ready, the panelists, and we have, to all the panelists, maybe we will, initially there was a suggestion to have a 3 minutes introduction. Probably I thought we'll do the other way. We'll ask the question and then the left-hand time, what is not discussed, probably we can cover in that time. So I will start with Professor Indranil Manna in a random way, not in the way we are sitting. Sir, you have been mentoring bright students of engineering in India for the past many decades. So we would like to know what is your perception on this theme, whatever we are discussing, its relevance, how we can motivate students for a passion in space.
Space always evokes enormous amount of curiosity from a child to the most learned person. When you look at the sky,
they're not able to hear you.
Yeah, Mike.
It is on. Am I audible now?
Just keep it closer. No, this one. Closer to the.
Okay. Yeah. Now I think it's better. Yeah. I just mentioned that, from a very young child to a very learned person, everybody has enormous amount of curiosity about the space, about what is beyond the sky. Now, space engineering or aerospace engineering, whichever way you say, is an evolving subject. And for example, in 70s, there was no graduate in computer science engineering. 90s, they were coming up. Today, everybody wants to study computer science and engineering. So similarly, space engineering is a subject domain which is evolving. So it is a duty of the academic institutions and the regulatory bodies to create such a platform so that in the future, we do have very competent engineers who actually can derive the benefits of exploring the space. I think I'll stop here because of time constraint. If you ask me, I'll come back.
Yeah, sir, but I have a sub-questions also. You have any suggestion on the specific policy initiatives to improve the impact of academic research, especially with respect to space?
I think while research anyway is happening, and ISRO is a brightest example, what we also have to do is to create technical manpower competent to implement some of the outcome of research. So for that, you have to train a set of professionals who are competent not only to implement but also think ahead. I gave you the example of computer science. The same way, aerospace engineering exists. More importantly, aeronautical engineering exists in all IITs and all top institutions. Incidentally, I come from an institution where space engineering and rocketry was first established in the country, even ahead of ISRO. But the question today is, do we have good curriculum which actually is required to train someone to be a space engineering professional? At the moment, possibly not. So we should go in stages of creating minors and majors, maybe specializations, and then eventually a complete undergraduate or postgraduate degree program.
Thank you, sir. I will move to Professor Jagdish Kumar. Now UGC has been spearheading implementation of national education policy, and we are also glad to say that IST has already implemented with respect to this academic year, with a focus on inclusivity of diverse choice of disciplines for overall development of individual students. While the goal is to make them skillful for real-world tasks, how do education in space, whatever we are discussing, that fit in with respect to NEP? So the question is, should it be restricted to engineering institutes, or do we have a scope to introduce some electives in undergraduate courses so that to induce students to later they can take up space sector as a career option?
Right.
I suppose I'm audible?
No. Better hold it.
All mics are, I think.
When we think about space sector, for a common man, what comes in our mind is the rockets and the satellites, and the data, the imagery that we create, and so on. But I think space sector is much broader than just the satellites and the rockets. For example, the study of cosmos, the study of large-scale structures, the radio galaxies, the dwarf galaxies, the material distribution in the space, the gravitational waves. These are all part of this study of the space. So when I look at the space sector from an academic perspective, not necessarily only from the space economy perspective, it is much, much broader. Now, if you look at how academia has played a role in the development of the space sector, starting from 1960s and 70s, when the space sector started evolving in our country, we first focused on capacity building and collaboration with other countries who are interested in the space sector. And in 80s, we focused on experimental launching. And then in the 90s, we started to move to operational launching and increase the user database. Now, since 2000, we are involved as a country in innovative launching, reaching out to the global community, and also bringing in the commercial aspects of these space activities. Now, I can confidently say from the point of the contribution of the educational institutions, almost all the scientists in the ISRO and in the space sector who are working, they are coming from our own homegrown Indian institutes. So that's also an indication of the quality of education that we have given to our scientists and the engineers. Now, from the perspective of whether we should start new programs or how, from the perspective of NEP, the space sector can be made interesting to the students, already there are many institutions which are working. For example, the IUCA, the Inter-University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics, which is established by UGC in Pune, they are involved in large-scale projects. For example, the LIGO India project, the Laser Interferometry Gravitational Wave Observatory, the LIGO India project is an international project, and a lot of students at the master's level and the doctorate level, they are part of this project. And we are also part of the Southern African Large Telescope project. And I'm very happy to tell you that the researchers from IUCA, they developed the SUIT, the Solar Ultraviolet Imaging Telescope, which is used in Aditya L1. So that way, the students and the researchers from the academia are playing an important role in collaborating with the space sector in India. Of course, with the introduction of NEP 2020 and the kind of frameworks that we are bringing in, more and more students can be encouraged to study space sector, both in the area of astronomy to do fundamental research, and from the space economy to do applied research. There are many, many opportunities now.
Yes, thank you, sir. But one sub-question. What are the UGC initiatives to provide financial support to new projects in space-related activities? Because we know that finance is very important, especially when students, they look at the scholarship and other things. In terms of fellowships, grants, for enhancing the participation in this space-based technology.
You see, we give close to 12,000 junior research fellowships across the country, and students can qualify in UGC NET, and then they can take up studies in the space sector. But also, as I mentioned, in the case of the SALT, the Southern African Large Telescope, we have a stake of 6%. That means we can use 6% of its time for studying the space. Now we are investing extra money there to provide extra time so that our researchers can make use of this and carry out very fundamental research in the area of space.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I will come to you, Professor Sitaram. Just 2 days back, AICTE model curriculum for space technology was released jointly by Chairman ISRO and yourself. And now we have listened to the views by both Professor Manna and Professor Kumar. Now the question is, in engineering colleges, we have so many colleges, what level should the space education be initiated? Should there be, like electives followed by, say, full PG courses or for research avenues? Or how do you perceive with the growing demand of space-based technology, how IICT is gearing up for meeting this challenge?
So
Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, let me wish the National Space Day. Today we are celebrating after completing 1 year of, landing on moon on the South Pole. Congratulations to ISRO and all the scientists and engineers. So coming back to your question, that 3 days back, myself and Dr. Somnath launched the minor degree in space technologies jointly with InSpace. Dr. Pawan Goenka is right here. With his efforts, we have already identified some of the institutions, and we are also going to identify a large number of engineering colleges to have the minor degree in undergraduate program as well, other than the postgraduate courses. Why this is very important, I think we should know, because 80% of our students, in the higher education are only in UG program. 80%. Totally, we have 4.3 crore students studying in the higher education. Out of that, 80% are undergraduate, and 25% of them is only in engineering and our professional courses, I can say. I don't want to say just engineering, professional courses. So this very clearly shows that we have about close to about 1.3, 1.4 crore students in the area of professional courses. So this course can be given as a minor degree and also a specialized course in the master's level. But however, you see, the entire thing is about pushing the boundaries of human knowledge and understanding. It's not just about the space technology itself. So I think this will give them a lot of wings and a lot of freedom to think about, so asking some questions which are not being answered. I think this kind of courses are very, very essential. I'm very happy to tell you that the 6 or 8 courses, a basket we have created for a minor degree, which will be accepted by the large number of engineering colleges. But I would like to just also tell you, today in engineering, particularly in engineering and the management professional, All India Council for Technical Education, which started as a regulatory body in 1987, was able to push these programs so well into most of the higher education. Because today we can confidently say, at least in engineering and management program, we are able to deliver engineering education not just for India, to the whole world. Because the numbers are so, you can go and see any companies. So even in ISRO, if you ask, I would like to ask a question here. How many of you have graduated from, undergraduate from IITs here? You see, only our chairman is here. So this is very clearly shows majority of the engineers who have studied are studied in AICTE approved institutions. So that means our education has brought leaders in this space very, very clearly. So we have a great potential also now, because large number of students are going to come. Even our own plan of NEP, National Education Policy, talks about 50% gross enrollment ratio. We are at 28.3 today. That means if another 22% come, so majority, large number of them also will be in engineering and other scientific disciplines. So automatically, I think we are going to be the world leader. Even with 4.3 crore in higher education, we have reached a stage where we are very clearly visible. But if you double that number by 2035, I think we are going to be the leaders of the world in engineering and technology. There is no doubt about it. I think these courses are very important. As I told you, it is not just about space technologies, or it is not about rockets, it is not about your rovers. It is more about pushing the boundaries of the human knowledge and understanding, and questions which could be asked by these young people of the nation would be definitely will be useful for the growth of the nation. So it will be Viksit Bharat at 2047. I think it's very, very clearly visible, at least in these areas. Thank you.
One additional question. Usually the curriculum or the syllabus change in our institutions at a very slow pace, but we know that technologies are changing very fast, like artificial intelligence and the quantum related quantum mechanics. All these things are making rapid strides. So how AICT view that? How frequently, or what is the frequency of changing the curriculum to adapt or to adapt to the rapid changes?
Thank you for this question. Every year actually, it is not now, from 2016 onwards, every year, every discipline curriculum, at least 5 of the disciplines, that is civil, mechanical, electrical, electronics, and computer science, these 5 major courses, we have experts sitting at AICTE and review. These experts are also not just academicians. They are also with industry people coming together and developing this curriculum. This curriculum changes is continuously happening. This is not outdated curriculum, and lot of discussions happen. I'll tell you, I am a professor at Indian Institute of Science and also was a director at IIT. This kind of discussion doesn't happen at IITs and IISc because professors are very completely control the course. They will deliver that. But here at AICTE, we call all of them, they sit together and work and give a curriculum for the future. This curriculum, actually, don't take it lightly. I think it's one of the best. Why I'm saying that? Recently we developed for semiconductors. Semiconductors curriculum was developed by international experts at AICTE. This is a UG program. I wanted to tell you, this is a BTech in VLSI and MTech courses and also a minor degree. 3 models we developed, and all of these are developed by the international experts and also our professors of Indian Institute of Science and IITs sitting at AICTE developed this curriculum. 425 colleges have adopted this. That means in 2 more years, because already 2 years back we did this, in 2 more years, 15,000 graduates in semiconductors will be out there. And I wanted to give one example. When data science and artificial intelligence came in, IITs, even IIT Guwahati, started this program in only 2021. I myself established with the support of philanthropist from US, Rahul Mehta, a school of data science and artificial intelligence. But by that time, AICTE had already graduated from large number of colleges, BTech in data science and artificial intelligence. So that clearly shows that AICTE actually, before even I joined there, is thinking very forward. And right now, we are working with Ajay Chaudhary ji on quantum technologies. Already we are developing a minor as well as some specialized courses on quantum technologies, and we have made a committee. This committee has already met twice, and soon the course or a curriculum will be developed in quantum technology. But what is very important, even because Chairman ISRO is also there, Chairman InSpace is also there, what is most important is all these colleges, theoretical knowledge they will give. But what we request from all these leaders is to put some center of excellence in our institutions. So that, I will tell you, there is a lot of hunger in the colleges. They are ready to really do this because IITs and IISc plates are full. They have lot of things already, they are doing it in the areas of research and innovation. For particularly training in engineering education, I think these colleges have a great potential. So I seek, if there are industry people also here, come and establish Center for Excellences, particularly the laboratories, because hands-on experience is very critical. So these are the things which very, very important. At AICTE, we have done one experiment of that kind, establishing what is called as AICTE Idea Labs. We have given them 3D printers and Raspberry Pi and many other chips and making so that students can do hands-on. And I think some of you should go and see AICTE Idea Labs, because then only you will see how the students enjoy doing this kind of work even in our country. I think there is a great potential. I think I request the leaders to look at establish some COEs in these areas.
Thank you, sir. Professor Rengan Banerjee, you are an expert in energy, the domain of energy, and you also know how the energy domain throwing a lot of challenge to space. When you go to space, the only source of energy available is solar energy. But then there is, or back on Earth, there is a global pressure for decarbonization. And the only non-carbon source is we are getting from solar system. Now, the question is, now when we step out, when we go for missions like Bharati Antariksha stations, where the energy requirement is high, and when we go think about going beyond, say, moon to Mars, and sometimes even we step out of the solar system. What could be that energy, the source for future requirement, and how the space curriculum the youngsters should be trained to innovate and then invent in this very niche area for the future?
Thank you for that question. Can you
Yeah.
So I think I'll try to make my response a little broader. And in that question, if you see, when we think in terms of space research and impact, there is something which is direct, and there is another thing which is knowledge overall. And I think historically also, there are a lot of spin-offs. For instance, the first alkaline fuel cell and some of the solar PV applications were all happened with space, because at that time cost was not a challenge. So space can give us challenges. One of the challenges we have in higher education is to excite students. And creating these challenges, looking at different perspectives, where we create missions, where we create groups of interdisciplinary people together, is something which I think we need to find ways and new ways in which space and the mainstream academia interface, right? We are doing it. You have the JPC, for instance. I think we have a large number of projects, and space does not just mean space. We are looking at what you can do with all the, with the BSSC, with what we get from space and how it can impact real life. So if we look at the challenges in terms of, we talk of payloads, how you do this, whether you have a dedicated solar station or you take hydrogen fuel, you have a multiple different technologies. So I'm not trying to see what should be the solution, but I think casting different types of problems, opening up the mind in terms of different ways of looking at it, and providing these as challenges and opportunities for students. I remember 6, 7 or 8 years back, when I was at IIT Bombay, there were a group of students who came together and they said, we'll form a satellite. We will create a satellite. This was called Pratham. And I remember this group presenting to all the ISRO specialists. It was amazing to see that. We then signed an MOU with ISRO, where ISRO was providing technology for the students. And I think it is important that we leverage and provide these kind of opportunities in different areas, have strategic goals, have missions, and have concerted. The problem in all of this is we try to create domains. We try to say, okay, we will have space research, everyone will be space technologies, but you need materials, you need mechanical engineers, you need civil engineers, you need the whole domains, and then they can apply it to space. You need to have ISRO taking our PhD students. You need to have mechanisms by which we work together in different things and have state-of-the-art labs, so that we create knowledge which is required for society, and we partner. There is a passion when it comes to space, there is an interest, and one of the things just recently we had from NASA, we had Swati Mohan coming and giving it. The hall was full and students had all kinds of questions. So we would like to have people from ISRO as professors of practice at IIT Delhi. We would like to have students having possibilities of exchange, going and doing internships. We would like to have, I don't know, how many of you are from ISRO? Raise your hand, please. Okay, how many of you would like to do your PhD? And I hope some of you would like to do your PhD in the IITs. We'd be happy to have you come and do PhDs. We would like to see that we engage, and instead of these silos, and I think it would be mutually beneficial. There is a synergy we would like to explore. We have annually right now a number of, I think, about 2.6 crores of projects ongoing with ISRO JPC, but I think we can easily add a couple of zeros to that. But overall, the academia, the space, we can see these are opportunities for us to create an impact in society. I think the new horizons are to find mechanisms to do this more effectively. We are willing and open, and we would like to have this engagement with ISRO and enhance this. I'd like to end here.
I have one more question. You know, the current level of engagement between ISRO and academia, we have many programs like a Trust Fund program.
Yes.
About 150 colleges and
Yes.
universities we have program, but it is minuscule compared with the total number of universities. But then there, usually the response, some certain programs are taken and that is solved over a period of time. But then the level of engagement, what we are looking for, like the perseverance or curiosity made by JPL Caltech, the universities are making systems delivering to the project. So to that extent, engagement with academia in India has not come to that level. So how do you find it, and do you think in the foreseeable future we will see such academic institutions?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it is something which we need to sit together, create common goals, short-term, long-term, and strategic goals. And I think there is no reason why we cannot actually scale up. We are doing this at IIT Delhi with the defense. We have a joint DRDO center. We are working on this, and it's actually scaled even in terms of magnitudes of. So I think the timing is right. There is very clearly, it is something in our interest, in the interests of academia as well as, so we should work out details and do that. And I think we should look at it when we are training future generations, giving them exposure to these kind of challenges and looking at making them future ready. I think it is imperative that we do this. So we at IIT Delhi definitely would be interested in discussing and seeing how we can scale this up. And I'm sure I speak for most of the institutions. We have to create mechanisms, track this, and move forward. This is the only way in which we can have that competitive advantage and create an Atmanirbhar and Vikasit Bharat for the future.
Thank you, sir. Now, Professor Govindan Rangarajan, see in the whole world, nearly 77 space agencies are there, and 16 have launch capability. That means many countries still can aspire to become spacefaring nation. And Indian space application is one of the role models available in the country. My question is, we had ancient universities in India like Nalanda and Takshashila. They were all centers of learning that attracted even students from abroad. So with the Indian space program poised for a greater growth with the space sector opening up, what is your appreciation of having a global space academy setting up in India, targeting space-faring as well as space-aspiring nation? And what is the type of format you would propose?
Yeah, I think it's an excellent idea. I was involved in some of the preliminary deliberations regarding the Global Space Academy. When our Honorable Prime Minister says we have to be the Vishwaguru, then I think it is imperative that we have a globally attractive academy. And space is one area where it makes eminent sense. Because in some other areas, people may say, whether justifiably or not, maybe other countries are better, why not do it elsewhere, and so on. But space is one area where we have clearly demonstrated our leadership. We have done several things, as the Minister pointed out in today's address in the morning. We have several firsts to our credit in space. And we also have shown innovation, and we have shown we can do it at low cost. We also have a very vibrant startup ecosystem now. So all these are ingredients which are required to establish a global space academy, and I think we have all the ingredients. And as you rightly said, it need not be targeting just some of the already space-faring nations. There are many countries who want to go into space, and for them, I think more than the US or Europe, we are the right example for them. We have shown that we can do it at low cost, we can do it with limited resources, and many of these other countries face exactly those sort of conditions. So I think this is an excellent idea, and I hope the government strongly supports it, but this has to be set up. It's also very important that it's set up in the right way. It has to be a completely autonomous organization which has the necessary powers to frame its syllabus, keep changing with the times, and has the independence to do so. I think we can start with probably short-term courses, certificate courses, and so on. And it can then graduate up to master's level and doctoral programs, where we could even think of joint programs with other countries, other universities. This is one area where all the institutions which have interest in space, including, of course, Indian Institute of Science, can contribute. IST is also there, of course, another natural partner. All these institutions can contribute to the training of the global students. So I think the time has come. I hope it is done quickly because we are in the limelight now as far as space is concerned. So this is the time to strike when the iron is hot. So let's take this opportunity and establish this Global Space Academy for the benefit of the entire world.
Thank you, sir. I have a sub-question, but looking at the time, I think I will not ask that question now. We have only 1 minute plus 40 seconds. Thank you very much for the excellent discussions, and I hope from the discussions that we have an interdisciplinary area for space, and the academia right now, they are all playing a good role, but they have to gear up and take up more responsibility to meet the future challenges. I think that's how this will be heard by all academia, and also together we will have more share of the space economy as we proceed further. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Back to MC.
Thank you very much, sir. We thank our eminent moderator and our esteemed panelists with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd like to now request Chairman ISRO, Dr. Somnath, to kindly join us on stage and felicitate our moderator as well as our panelists, please. I request our panelists to please step ahead of the dais. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Professor Rangan Banerjee, Professor Govindan Rangarajan, Professor Indraneel Manna, thank you, sir, Professor M. Jagadish Kumar, and Professor T.J. Sitaram, thank you, sir. And our moderator, Dr. S. Unnikrishnan Nair. Thank you so much, sir, for steering this conversation. Thank you once again, esteemed panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to move on to the next panel, which is an industry session, Decadal Vision Implementation Roadmap. That is the panel. But as part of the panel, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very, very significant keynote. And to introduce our honorable keynote speaker, may I invite Chairman InSpace, Dr. Pawan Kumar Goenka, on stage. Let's bring him on stage with a huge round of applause. Dr. Goenka, warm welcome again.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we are planning this session and thinking of who to invite to be the keynote speaker for this session, I couldn't think of a better person than the speaker that we have here. And you will see in a minute why I'm saying that. A keynote speaker is a young parliamentarian, a first-time parliamentarian, Mr. Sasank Mani. Mr. Mani is from the Deoria constituency and came into the parliament in May 2024 or June. He has been working with BJP since 2004 in the constituencies of Deoria and Kushinagar. He is a BTech from IIT Delhi. So if Dr. Sitaram is here, you're right there. So the two IITians, that's it, he and me. That stops there. And he just was talking to him, and he told me that he may be the only elected IITian in the parliament right now. So I guess IIT people don't get into politics. They get into doing real work. Sorry. Okay. He has written a book called Middle of the Diamond, India. And it really is a very fascinating book. If you can lay your hand on it, please take a look. But the reason I said that he is perhaps the most appropriate keynote speaker for this session is a little anecdote that when we were looking to develop the decadal vision, and we talked to several consultants to work with us, PwC was a leading consultant for this work. But that time, Mr. Mani was thinking of sort of moving out and start his political career. And I told PwC that unless he is going to be in this project, you will not get the project. So Mr. Mani then decided to continue with PwC for a while so that he could complete this project. So nobody knows the decadal vision more inside out than our young parliamentarian, Mr. Sasank Mani. And I welcome you, sir, to talk about the vision that you developed and the vision that you have today for the space sector.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. Pranam Devariya. मैं देवरिया संसदीय क्षेत्र का सांसद हूँ, तो मैं कुछ चीज़ें हिंदी बोलूँगा लेकिन अधिकांश अंग्रेजी में बोलूँगा. It's a real privilege to be here at a time when this country is going through a transformative change under the leadership of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And on this National Space Day, we usually do three things. We celebrate stalwarts like you who have brought this industry to where it is. We also have celebrated Vikram Sarabhai's birth anniversary, which falls earlier in this month. And most crucially, we plan for the future. And this panel, which will follow my short introduction, will hopefully discuss how the decadal vision can be implemented. But in some ways, this particular panel and what this decadal vision talks about is not just about space, it's about the enormous benefits that space can bring to this country. And as I think a socio-economic report which was launched earlier today says, space, and many panelists in the early panel said, space एक दृष्टिकोण है, space एक space of mind है, और उससे कई अन्य चीज़ें हो सकती हैं जिसमें नवाचार होगा, जिसमें नई दृष्टिकोण आएंगे, हमारे जो नवयुग है प्रभावित होंगे, कई ऐसे क्षेत्रों में प्रभाव पड़ेगा जहां पर शायद आज की तारीख में टेक्नोलॉजी पहुंच नहीं पाई है. Space, for me, is the third eye. When the third eye gets opened, it launches a very different perspective. It has a certain power which we don't even recognize today. But I am here to say that the third eye of this nation in space is yet to be fully opened. And I'm saying that with due respect because there are many people who have devoted their entire lives to this place. But I believe that the potential is enormous, and that's what I would like to at least point out to. Finally, on a lighter note, when I got elected to the parliament and I spoke to Dr. Goenka, he said there's both joy and trepidation in the space industry. There's joy because I will probably present the space industry well in the parliament, but there's trepidation that using my parliamentary privileges, I will probably ask some very sharp questions. So I'm here to say that both is true. I will do both. I will represent space, but I'll also challenge and look at all of you in a very different lens. So in my next few slides, I'd like to do three things. One is, what is the industry and our vision? Many of you know this inside out. Who am I to tell you? What is the how do we implement that vision, which is the subject of the panel? So I will not delve too much into that, but I'm going to take some privilege and some leeway by saying how will space support in Viksit Bharat. And I will possibly point a spotlight on my own constituency. मेरी constituency जो उत्तर प्रदेश और बिहार के बीच में है, जिसका क्षेत्रफल 100 किलोमीटर बनाम 75 किलोमीटर है, उसके लोगों को हम कैसे स्पेस से प्रभावित कर सकते हैं। और अभी मेरी बात हो रही थी डॉक्टर गोयनका से, अगर उसका उदाहरण मेरे होते होते अन्य पार्लियामेंटेरियंस करें तो हो सकता है 540 और अन्य जगह पे ये हो जाए, और इसके होते होते हो सकता है पूरा देश ही आगे बढ़ जाए। तो there may be some practical implications in what I'm going to say. This one slide is a very layman slide. I know, with due respect to all the people from ISRO who look at space in a very technical sense, I would say that if you look at space in a business sense, which is what the purpose of decadal strategy was, then essentially there's space for space, there's space for Earth, and there's access to space. And space for space exploration, in-orbit economy, space situation awareness. Space for Earth, Earth observation, navigation, position, technology, which is not written there, communication. And then anything between, which is satellite launch vehicles, satellites, ground networks, acquisition, aggregation, data storage, processing, and analysis. I think this is fairly clear. But what you'll find in the report, which I don't have any intention of presenting, is that all of these things have been detailed in a great amount of specificity for the next 10 years. And therefore, for those lay people, and especially when I showed this slide, sir, yesterday I had a number of young people in my constituency come to a center, and I showed this and they understood it fairly well. So I think we should think about this slide as a non-layman's, non-technical slide. Of course, it's imbued by all the technology all of you represent, and many of you are business people also. The second is a slightly busy slide, which I'm guilty of creating, which is, what is the national space strategy? And I don't intend to take you through this slide, but I would say the strategy essentially says there's a vision that we want to be the dominant space power that accelerates India's growth. Let Elon Musk conquer Mars if he has to. We need to make sure that the 1.4 billion people of this country, which represents 18% of global humanity, are fully serviced by space. And I'm sure we will also send people to space because, as somebody said in the previous panel, it excites other imagination, it excites technology. But unfortunately, as far as I'm concerned, we have to do a heck of a lot more bringing space to the ground. And therefore, space applications on Earth strengthen capabilities in space, create socio-economic benefits, for which I'm very pleased to hear that a report was launched. We believe the total market size in 10 years, that is about a year back, is 44 billion, including 11 billion for exports, which is fairly punchy, because that's almost 25% of the total market at that point. And if you look at it now, it is much lower. And I will not go into the various aspects, because this is done by a beautiful report that I saw Dr. Vinod show me. Space for Earth has EO, navigation, SATCOM, ground. Access to space is ground, satellite, launch vehicles. Space for space is SSA, and exports. Space situational awareness. And then strategic capabilities is very critical to build out, because these strategic capabilities at this point are largely within ISRO, which has done a fantastic job to make us a global leader. I think there are very few government departments which are looked up globally as a global leader. And for that, I think the ISRO people in this crowd, so Chairman Sir, it's a real proud moment. But how do we also make sure that it is widened? And then there are enabling capabilities. I don't intend to take you through this. I think this can also be skipped, because it just shows that the big push is in downstream, because downstream is where the 1.4 billion are. And if you ask me, till I did this project, of course I was a space expert before, the real applications were not even known to me. And we did a very thorough job of understanding in various sectors how these applications are, in EO and PNT, in communication, but in other things. How are we going to take space into the real India and make it one of the most democratic space experiences of any country of the world? Space is generally technical, but how do we humanize it is something which is very critical. This again is a further breakdown of that. And given the time, implementation is important. I believe as a strategist and now as a parliamentarian that something done on the ground is far more superior than something talked on a slide. And I've seen many of these presentations and reports go to waste. So my rail as a member of parliament, but also as a space as a fan of this space, I really appeal to you to implement this properly. And I think there are 3 things which have to be done. It cannot be done just by public sector. It cannot be just done by private sector. It cannot be just done by civil society. You require all 3. And that is the silo some people also talked about before. And I have to say this, I'm seeing the silos every day in my constituency. And I think if there is one industry which has broken those silos, it's space. There's a few others which have also broken it. But space, when you launch Chandrayaan 3, it's not just the private sector, it's not just the ISRO, it's everyone which collaborated. So you brought it all together, and you brought it all together in a precise timeline. I'll talk about a scientist who's right now in my constituency, Mr. Raghavendra. And he said something about how when you have an Earth station, it launches you. When you launch, you've got to then hand it over to Singapore, then Singapore hands it over to Australia. That precision is something that space brings. But that coming together is something that space brings. So as an industry, you think like that, let's bring it out into the public. And that is very critical. And therefore, private resources, government resources, citizen resources. My initial speech in the parliament, please go and look it up. I said that this budget is about sabka prayas. Everyone in the opposition, I'm going to make one political point, that everyone in the opposition, especially the opposition parties which have governed this country, have said, what is the percentage of GDP that you spend on health or education, other thing? That's the wrong question. How much is that enabling in the rest of society is the right question. Sabka prayas hai sabka vikas. आज की तारीख में अगर सबका प्रयास नहीं होगा तो 18.7 लाख वोटर जिन्होंने मुझे सांसद बनाया है, अगर वो सिर्फ वोट करके घर चले जाएंगे तो मेरा जनपद आगे नहीं बढ़ेगा. मेरा जनपद तभी आगे बढ़ेगा जब 18.7 लाख वोटर्स को मैं बतौर जामवंत उनको एक्साइट करूंगा. वो मेरे हनुमान हैं. इस प्रकार से हम लोग को चलना पड़ेगा ताकि we excite the imagination of the industry to come forward. We excite the imagination of the private sector, but also of civil society to come forward. And I have to tell you this very frankly, we have not managed to excite the imagination of civil society. We have excited the imagination of the private sector, I can sense that, but not of civil society. And I'm going to canvass a case for that. Then of course, policy, investments and capabilities, strategic growth themes, and space culture. Very critical that space culture comes out of ivory towers. मैं भी IIT दिल्ली का छात्र हूँ, मैंने भी देखा है IIT दिल्ली में कितनी बड़ी-बड़ी चीज़ें होती थी, लेकिन सच पूछिए 200 एकड़ के कैंपस के बाहर मैं भी 4 साल नहीं गया. मेरे एक ही प्रोफेसर से PL धर जो मुझे बाहर ले गए. हम लोग को ले आना पड़ेगा बाहर. Let's make the whole country a classroom rather than going to the, and this is not a critique, I'm a big fan, I'm a big alumni of IIT Delhi also. And of course, I just go back to that piece about the enablers in space, DOS, ISRO. And again, I really applaud ISRO. I saw the speed with which they delivered on something in my constituency. I'll talk a minute about that. I think this is also important. I think space consciousness is more than just young people getting excited about what happens by Chandrayaan 3, which is important. It's a starting point. But we have to excite the imagination of our country to say space delivers many other innovative things. And there's also something about how we increase the diversity of where we are going to get space going. This is my last point, and then maybe I'll take a question as well before I hand it to the panel. How do we support Viksit Bharat through space? And I'm going to illustrate it through my constituency. I know it's slightly selfish, but it makes me much more relevant because I can point out specificity. Otherwise, I'll go glossing over things. ये मेरी constituency है दोस्तों. इसमें 5 विधानसभा हैं, 3 देवरिया जिले में हैं, 2 कुशीनगर जिले में हैं. इसका क्षेत्रफल एक दूसरे से जाइए करीब 100-150 किलोमीटर है. Actually, it's 1.125. और उत्तर से दक्षिण जाइए तो 75 किलोमीटर है. इसमें 18.7 लाख वोटर हैं. उसमें 10.4 लाख लोगों ने वोट दिया. उसमें मुझे बहुत वोट इस बार नहीं मिले जितना मुझे चाहिए था, लेकिन पर्याप्त वोट मिले, मैं ठीक ठाक जीता हूँ. उत्तर प्रदेश में हमारी सिचुएशन ठीक नहीं थी, तो मैं ठीक ठाक जीता हूँ. और उसमें अगर मैं 18.7 लाख वोटर्स को इंगेज नहीं करूँगा और उनके ज़िंदगी में कुछ अर्थ नहीं लाऊंगा, तो अगली बार वो मुझे नहीं वोट करेंगे. आई एम स्टार्टिंग विद दैट वेरी क्लीन पर्सपेक्टिव. ये डेमोक्रेसी की अच्छाई भी है, ये डेमोक्रेसी की बुराई भी है. और इसमें देखिए महिलाओं ने, उनका वोटर इलेक्टोरल उनका नंबर कम है, लेकिन वोटिंग प्रतिशत ज़्यादा है. सो दे हैव वोटेड 5.5 लाख women have voted as opposed to 4 lakh men, whereas the number of electors is at least 50,000 more in terms of men. Let's talk about the possibilities. Thanks to Chairman ISRO, Chairman in Space, I reached out to them as soon as I got elected. there's a possibility, and I say it's a possibility because we haven't really declared it fully, that there's a space team today, and it's a huge coincidence, an entire coincidence. Dr. Goenka called me here, and yesterday, this morning, I got a call from Dr. Raghavendra, Mr. Raghavendra, that there is a good possibility that we can establish a space station in my constituency. Would you believe that? मैं उत्तर प्रदेश और बिहार के बीच में, नॉर्थ में आप लोगों ने कोई चीज़ लगाई नहीं है, दूसरा स्पेस स्टेशन उत्तर प्रदेश में हो सकता है मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। इसके लिए आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सब लोगों को, इसरो के जो लोग हैं जो वहाँ पर गए हैं, उसका नेतृत्व एक महिला कर रही हैं, आप लोगों ने किया है। But let's talk about other things. If you look at the farming community of my district, there is 10 lakh farmers, not farmers, there are 10 lakh people dependent on farming. How can space support them? By crop insurance. I know Statio is doing some work. Many others are doing some work. There is urban planning. I intend to create Naya Devariya. If I were to do it traditionally, I know it will take me at least 10 years. I know I can plan it in 1 year with Naya Devariya. I know that with space. Environmental sustainable growth. Somebody talked about that in the previous panel. It's a huge crisis. I can visibly see it in my constituency. People talk about it in Davos. I can see it. अगर हर गांव में हम लोग हर ग्राम प्रधान को बताएं कि यदि आप इतने पेड़ उगाएंगे तो आपको इतना कार्बन क्रेडिट मिलेगा स्पेस के माध्यम से, तो रेवोल्यूशन आ सकता है। ग्राम प्रधानों के मन में आएगा भाई हम पैसा मिलेगा तो हम पेड़ लगाया जाए। इंप्रूविंग लॉजिस्टिक्स थ्रू मल्टी मॉडल, गति शक्ति। मैं वहाँ पर एक नमो नारायणी कार्यक्रम कर रहा हूँ ताकि वहाँ पर एक वाटरवे बने। नारायणी नदी मेरे स्पेस के बगल जाती है। वाटरवे एंड अदर थिंग्स। सो आई वुड से दैट tremendous possibilities when you go to a district. It's very critical, and the book that Dr. Goenka referred to is also about going to tier 2 and tier 3 districts. That's where the real India is. And I would highly recommend at least one space conference in my own constituency. I have a 400-person air-conditioned hall next to a huge banyan tree, which is called Bargad Sabhagar. आप लोग उसमें आइए, वहाँ असली भारत को देखिए, थोड़ा हिंदी भी दक्षिण वाले समझें, उत्तर वाले थोड़ा तमिल समझें। बाय द वे इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्ट इज मैंने ये पढ़ लिया है, पता नहीं मंच पे कहना उचित है कि नहीं, कि मेरी आखिरी स्पीच पार्लियामेंट में इस बार 5 साल बाद, और होपफुली आई विल कम बैक अगेन, वो तमिल में होगी, क्योंकि मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं तमिल सीखूँ। तो इस प्रकार से हम लोग आदान प्रदान करें। वी शुड एक्सचेंज कल्चरल व्यूज, बिकॉज इफ यू वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड द रियल इंडिया यू कैनॉट डू इट इन very big cities. You have to go into that hinterland. So that's one invitation. The second is, what is the contribution of space to Viksit Bharat? So let me take you through some maths. If this station happens, it will have a direct contribution of 200 to 300 crores. I was asking the gentleman, maybe it's slightly higher. Impact of Viksit Bharat today, the GDP of Devariya Lok Sabha is 15,800 crores. If I grow it at 5% more than normal, it will create over 10 years 25,000 crores of extra GDP. I just asked an analyst to say that if 0.5% of growth is because of space, because we can do Naya Devariya faster, we can do Namo Narayani faster, we can do multimodal faster, we can tell the guy crop insurance karwao, maine ye kara, then that would contribute at least 0.5% of that extra. And if I was to do that, it would also impact many citizens of that area and create earth and dynamism in their lives. So my suggestion is that if some of you are interested in working on the grassroots, then like ISRO, which has done a fantastic job of coming, at least finding out whether it's possible. It's another matter whether approvals and all will take time, the acquisition of land. But please, you're cordially invited to my district. And I would also say that if other MPs are inspired by what we are doing together on this stage, then hopefully that will be multiplied by 43 times at least. And I was mentioning that to Dr. Goenka. I have another small personal vision. I've been speaking to Bhavish, who's also from NITN, on Kritrim and Sanskrit. And Sanskrit is the core language of my district, because every village has a Sanskrit school. It's another matter that some of them are not functioning, and I intend to change that. अगर हम संस्कृत को मैथ्स से, प्रोग्रामिंग से, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से जोड़ें, तो जो एक मोड चाइना ने मैंड्रिन से बनाया है अपने डिजिटल उस पर, आज की तारीख में हम लोग बहुत एक्सपोज हैं। मैंने नॉन किनेटिक वॉरफेयर में बहुत बड़ी रणनीति बनाई थी जब मैं PWC में था। हमारे साथ विशाल साहब यहाँ पर बैठे हुए हैं, उनके साथ करी थी। मुझे मालूम है कितने थ्रेट में हम लोग हैं, कितना हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बाहर का है। अगर हमारी लैंग्वेज हो, हम उसको लेके चलें, तो मेरे हिसाब से 2-3 अच्छे काम हो सकते हैं। एक तो Sanskrit itself is a very programmed language. Secondly, we can protect ourselves. Thirdly, vernacular can play a role because vernacular is usually ignored. Digital is equal to English, and that is a tragedy as far as I'm concerned. But more importantly, can space awareness be sown in our conscience through our own leaders? And I know ISRO is doing much, but I'd be delighted if together, if we were to get the space station, we could do something institutional in Devariya, given Sanskrit is already there, and given many of these leaders like Brahmagupta, Bhaskara II, Lala, Mahendra Suri, Sripati, all these people who we don't really recognize, and I'm not suggesting everything they said is right today, but there is a tremendous amount of wisdom that we can take from these leaders. So I'd invite you to also think about something which is softer, something which is really based in our own Sanskriti. I think my time has run out. I'd be happy to take one question, if there is any. Otherwise, the panelist, I'm sure, has any question. But I wouldn't mind taking one question. किसी के पास प्रश्न है? मैं एक क्वेश्चन तो लेके ही जाऊंगा. Yes, sir.
Just told. So especially we are developing tools for Panchayati Raj and decision making at Panchayat level where large amount of space data can be utilized, especially for water resources, especially for greening the environment. So we are also doing large amount of workshops now with the Sarpanch, especially so that they can use this data for planning purpose. And I think this can be an example where we can work together and we can plan that how the village level people can be educated to use space tools and technology. I need your comments and suggestion on these aspects.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Let me respond. So there are 1,050 villages in my constituency. And just day before, 2 weeks back, my colleague Nihal is here, we launched something called the Bargad Amrit Sangathan. It's not fully launched because we're going to launch it on 17th September. उसमें मैंने ये कहा है कि जीवन में 3 प्रकार के अर्थ होते हैं. एक अर्थ होता है पैसा, धर्म, अर्थ, काम और मोक्ष. दूसरा अर्थ होता है जीवन में अर्थ. अगर मैं कुछ अच्छा करता हूं तो मेरे जीवन में मीनिंग आती है. I have a healthy amount of disregard for the pursuit of happiness, and for my American friends, it has led to a lot of distress in this planet. Pursuit of meaning is a much higher aim that Indians always aspired to. We were always looking at meaning because we were always service oriented. आज सुबह आपको एक किस्सा बताता हूँ, just to answer a question. इंडिगो में बैठा हुआ था, गोरखपुर से फ्लाइट थी सुबह. वो एयर होस्टेस ने आके लंबी चिट्ठी मुझे दी, सर थैंक यू फॉर योर सर्विस टू द नेशन. मैंने भी अपनी किताब में लिखा, मैं थैंक यू फॉर फ्लाइंग दिस इंडिगो वगैरह, मैं उनको दे दिया. दिस एक्सचेंज क्रिएटेड मीनिंग इन बोथ आवर लाइव्स. मैंने कोई अर्थ उसका नहीं किया. दैट इज सेकेंड. थर्ड अर्थ इज EARTH, which is Paryavaran. So I'd be very glad to see if this Sangathan and the Gram Pradhans, who are part of it but not directly part, can be benefited from space. If we can create a module, not just for a district, as I was suggesting to Dr. Goenka, but for a village, then I'd be very happy to be the first district in the country, if not the world, to take it to the district. And I'll get it done. Thank you very much for having me here. I really appreciate it. And do enjoy the panel discussion, which follows.
Sir, can we request you to please stay with us on stage? We are very grateful to you. We'd like to request Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Dr. Somnath SG, to kindly join us on stage and felicitate the Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Shashank Mani. Thank you very much, sir. Your presence and insights have greatly enriched the celebration, National Space Day, and have inspired all of us today. A huge thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our keynote speaker, Honorable Member Parliament, Shri Shashank Mani. And we thank you, sir, for all your endeavors in expanding space consciousness. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we will now thank Dr. Somnath S. as well. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. And with that, I'm now going to go on to the session, Decadal Vision Implementation Roadmap, and invite our moderator as well as our eminent panelists. So let us begin by inviting our moderator, Air Vice Marshal Retired, Mr. Dhananjay Vasant Khot, Principal Consultant in Space. Let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to you, sir. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Air Vice Marshal Dhananjay V. Khote, ladies and gentlemen, served as a fighter pilot, flying instructor, commander and staff at the IAF headquarters in a distinguished 35-year career in the Indian Air Force. He graduated in 1988 with the Sword of Honor from the Air Force Academy and has flown over 3,100 hours on a variety of frontline fighter and jet trainer aircraft in operational, instructional, supervisory leadership roles. He was also the first IAF pilot to serve as a flying instructor and examiner with the United States Air Force and as a Category A flying instructor, and was awarded the Vayu Sena Medal in 2013 at the Ati Vishish Seva and the Ati Vishish Seva Medal in 2019 for distinguished service. A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I invite the panelists? I'd like to now request the presence of our eminent panelists on stage. Let's welcome with a round of applause Mr. Shantanu Bhattavdekar, Scientific Secretary, ISRO. Let's welcome with a round of applause, please. Welcome, sir. May I invite our eminent panelist, Mr. Jayant Damodar Patil, Member of Executive Committee of Management, Larsen & Toubro Limited. Mr. J.D. Patil, let's welcome him. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, please help me welcome Mr. J.D. Patil, Member of Executive Committee of Management, Larsen & Toubro. Welcome, sir. May I now invite, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pradeep Jyoti Nath, CEO and Managing Director, Nelco Limited. Let's extend a hand and welcome Mr. P.J. Nath, CEO and Managing Director, Nelco Limited. Warm welcome to you, sir. Let's also welcome our eminent panelist, Mr. Rohan Verma, CEO and Executive Director, MapMy India. Warm welcome to you, sir. And may I invite Professor Joseph Matthew, Aerospace Engineering, Indian Institute of Science. Let's welcome Professor Joseph Matthew with a huge round of applause as well. Very warm welcome to you. With that, I now hand over the proceedings to our Air Vice Marshal retired, Mr. Dhananjay Vasant Khote. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Ashura. A very good evening to everybody gathered here. Mr. Shashank Maniji, Dr. Somnath, Dr. Goenka, all the senior dignitaries present here on the stage and in the audience. Very good evening and welcome to this session on the decadal vision. A daunting task with the principal author who has just introduced the subject sitting right in front of me. And I think at the outset I must thank you, Shashank Maniji, for that very insightful, very lucid, very detailed and yet very succinct covering of this. And on a 15-minute canvas, you've painted a huge picture of the vision and the decadal vision. Thank you very much, sir. I must also thank you on behalf of my panel for injecting an energy into this session as we negotiate the conference valley of death that is between lunch and the caffeine deficiency that's felt around 4 o'clock. Thank you so very much, sir. The theme for today is the decadal vision for the Indian space economy. And this was born of the need for clarity when InSpace was formed and hit the ground running in uncharted territory of the Indian space economy. There wasn't any Indian space economy to speak about outside of what has always been there with ISRO. And of course, this is part of a larger vision. And the decadal vision is part of a vision that goes larger and wider and beyond that, and which was essentially that we need to go beyond the government-nurtured and carefully developed programs for socio-economic benefit and unleash the larger forces of the space economy by unleashing the power of the larger Indian mass of population and the creative genius of the people. So why a decade? Why a decadal vision? The two principal reasons. This is a critical window of opportunity, this coming decade, for where we are in the space economy. One, because it's a precarious period. The main elements of what are to drive the Indian space economy are in their infancy. There are many challenges, some formidable, some known, some unknown. It's also a period which is pregnant with possibilities. Today we are on an economic trajectory that's the best in the world. Today we have stability and continuity of policy. And the story that was started a few years ago is guaranteed to continue for the immediate future. Global elements and opportunities are shaping up favorably. With so many tailwinds,
If we cannot do it in this decade, it cannot be done. And to lead us through this discussion on the decadal vision and how we are to steer it to success, we have a formidable panel today here with us. Let me start with introduction to our first speaker. We have this panel drawn from the Department of Space, that's ISRO, Dr. Bhattadekar. We have eminent people from the industry and from academia. So I think we ought to cover most of the major elements that constitute the decadal vision and the strategy therein. The Scientific Secretary is present here today, Dr. Shantanu Bhattadekar, Distinguished Scientist and Scientific Secretary to ISRO. He spent 36 years with ISRO and is therefore one of the senior most functionaries present there. After a postgraduate degree in physics, he has been in the space applications area and has made a career there. Specialties being remote sensing, digital imagery processing, geographical information systems, and decision support systems. As the Scientific Secretary, he steers ISRO's programmatic activities, interministerial interactions related to Earth observation and disaster management programs, and he contributes to shaping space applications based on user requirement analysis, the imperatives of governance. He's also the key person for international cooperation and driving programs with NASA, with the Japanese agency JAXA, with ASEAN, etc. My first question to you, Dr. Bhattadekar, is you have had a ringside view of how new space has developed, the space reforms, and how they have evolved over the last few years. With that perspective, could you trace for us the contours of these space reforms? What are the salient structural and policy changes that have come about as a result of these space reforms and the role of ISRO in implementation of these reforms, sir?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for inviting me on this panel. As you asked about the contours of the space reforms, so let me start that over the past 6 decades, as far as the Indian space program is concerned, it has really very remarkable and inspirational journey as far as the development of indigenous technology is concerned, be it a launch vehicle, the satellites, the space applications for the imperatives of the national development, or even the citizens, and as well as many cost-effective space science missions which have really caught the global attention. But you have also been witnessing for the past 1 or 2 decades that the private industry and the private players elsewhere at the global landscape has been, contributing and revolutionizing the space sector and the space economy, particularly through the innovation, the advanced technology development, and also reducing the turnaround time and also the developmental cost. And if you really look at the India, we have been, since the inception of the space program, associated with the industries, but most of the time the vendors are confined to only supporting the Indian space program in terms of supplying the components or the subsystems. That is where probably we thought that, or the government of India thought that if we really want to contribute to the Indian space economy and always be the contribution to the global space economy, we should really transit from the space ecosystem, which is largely funded and led by the government, to a system which is more having the more stakeholder participation. And I think the banner, the side of the screen as well shows that we have the participation of the industry, also from the government, also from the academia, and the people, of course, having the participation or the benefits of the space program. So I think with this intent of making the industry contributing to the space economy and also bring a commerce-oriented approach to the space, I think with this intent, Government of India decided to bring the space sector reforms to build a very conducive space ecosystem with the larger participation of the private players, and also government and the National Space Agency hand-holding them to really, or you can hand-holding them as a co-traveler, so they can also climb the value chain and then give sort of be more contributing to the economy of the country. And I think towards this, for the past, soon after the reforms have come to India, the InSpace as well as the ISRO have been playing a key role and supporting the industry also for boosting the economy. We have taken the several measures, few of them only I can highlight because of the shortage of time, how we are really helping the industry. We have recently seen the third successful development flight of SSLV, which is basically a small satellite launcher. And by its sheer, simplicity and the way it is production friendly, it is really going to industry. It is ready for now for the transfer to the industry. And this can really be a game changer as far as the small satellite market is concerned. You're also aware that the industry is also now, producing the PSLV, and I think we are expecting the first industry PSLV by end of this year or by early next year. ISRO is also planning and looking forward for the development of our LVM-3 to industry, and as well as the total development of our next generation launch vehicle also with the participation of industry. Another important thing is, as far as the satellites are concerned, we already have done the technology transfer also for our IMS bus, which is 100 kg class satellite bus. And it is a proven bus, which is already ready for the industry to really take over and start the development and start building the payloads and the satellites with that. Another important thing what has been done is we also have been, after the unveiling of the Indian space policy, where now the remote sensing data, Earth observation data is also available with much ease to this thing. We also have been stimulating the private participation of the private industry, particularly for the downstream activities, as just now explained by our Honorable MP, Shahambani, that the downstream market has got the maximum potential. And today also the 85% of the market is still the downstream, which has tremendous potential, which is yet to be exploited. We have many of the startups coming up who can really utilize this downstream market. And it is not only for one Devariya, probably it can happen for many more constituencies where the potential is there for downstream players to play.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhattacharya. And if I understand correctly, I think the principal elements of hand-holding that is happening from ISRO for the Indian space economy and for the industrial growth is the transfer of technology, collaborative R&D, and the provision of data for the downstream activities to take place and applications to produce. Thank you so very much for those insights. I move on to our next panelist, and that is Mr. Jayant Patilji. He was the former whole-time director of Defense and Smart Technologies at L&T, and currently he is the member of the Executive Committee of Management at L&T. He is advisor to the chairman and managing director on L&T's precision engineering and new age smart technology business. He completed his MTech in IIT Mumbai in 1978. So just shy of 50 years of active participation and manufacturing in core industry in India. Our youngest participant on the panel is not yet 40, I think.
Not yet born there.
Yes. He has focused on L&T corporate R&D during this particular period and on interdisciplinary product development, and also L&T's space business. L&T being the oldest and the most mature space partner for ISRO and for the evolution of the Indian space program as the principal vendor. The number of things on which he is currently placed on various boards, and that would take half a session itself, so I'll just mention the top 4 or 5, sir. And he's chairman of the board of directors of L&T and BDA, member of the board of L&T Semiconductor Technology. He's the founder chairperson of the Indian Space Association and an ACC appointee on the InSpace board as well. He's also on the CII National Committee and chairs the CII Committee on Strategic Manufacture and Aerospace Committee as well. Sir, over 45 years in core industry and in manufacturing, and one that has been a space player. You bring an enormous depth of experience and perspective on this issue, sir. So how do you see industry response to the challenge of growing out of a vendor role to one that is going to be the centerpiece of the space economy as we go ahead. So the space reforms and how is industry responding to it is what we'd like to get a feel for from your perspective. Also, what would be, in your view, the main accomplishments of industry in this period that's happening now? What challenges and what would be your recommendations for overcoming those challenges?
Thank you. Thank you, Adrian. If I really look at this industry with exactly 53 years of partnership that we have enjoyed with ISRO, I clearly see this to be a phase of truly hand-holding industry from the phases when industry couldn't even probably machine something right. And I always keep going back to those days when there were no computers. We started seeing computers only in 80s, really, on the desktops. And the manufacturing that ISRO was looking for those days used to have tolerances which used to be in single microns. And when we talk of those kind of tolerances, there were exacting aspect of what the space demands. And this exacting aspect meant that whosoever became the part of this ecosystem that ISRO has built truly understood how to do, I would say, beyond the world class. Because normal world class, what goes in an industry or what for that matter goes on in space, is positioning you completely different in terms of precision. Now this precision obviously has leveraged in multiple ways. For Larsen & Toubro, space business was not even 0.000 some percentage of the company's turnover. Why we stayed all along in this business was these are those engineering and kind of challenges which your engineers always felt challenged, and as a result the spin-offs were enormous for the rest of the company. Now coming forward with this as a backdrop, when we start seeing that the space sector now is going to be completely open, and the Prime Minister made that announcement, and with the creation of the policy as well as the creation of InSpace, we now see that the euphoria of what is going to be built in this sector is enormous, clearly visible from the fact that pre-2020 we had number of startups which could be counted on fingertips. Now today we see more than 200 organizations who are doing some amazing work. We also see the number of launches that actually have started taking off from the private sector. We have been with the space sector when there used to be 2 or 3 launches a year, and we now talk of 25 launches a year, and that's an enormous amount of change. Of course, the number of launches is one aspect of it, and that's essentially where again ISRO having built some of those very, very special capabilities, because this was always, I always look at it that as a denial sector. The world never provided much of what ISRO wanted. And as a result, most of those technologies, or for that matter, self-reliance that ISRO built right from the basic raw material that gets used for building the launch vehicle, and of course the satellites, and thereafter bulk of the hardware that gets produced, and thereafter whatever data or the Earth observation related things, and the way applications have been leveraged out of it. This application field has been, to my mind, one of those limits which came because of the control that the sector had. And I see that the same data and the kind of data which probably will come out in terms of times to come with enormous innovation which we see on the startup side. Also the same data, I always keep saying a hyperspectral imagery, depending on how you tune your filters, will give you millions of combinations of data. And these millions of combinations of data can actually provide you n number of applications, and this n number of applications is all where imagination is only the limit. And opportunity as a result, we see essentially going to be in the kind of domain where what we think has to be done, or what we think we can possibly make happen through this data. For an organization like us, we obviously have already talked about, and Scientific Secretary talked about the industry launch. We also look forward to many, many more things which will come, including the industrialization of the SSLV, the GSLV and things like that. Besides, we actually are building on the business models which will essentially take anybody's payload and say, I'll position it into an orbit, or for that matter, use of data for very different level of situational awareness, which becomes extremely important for the security. We are someone who is as long term in security, and obviously this is where the confluence of two sectors start making enormous amount of difference. And we see this era to be one of those truly the hyper growth era as far as this sector is concerned. I think imagination again is a limit. We today believe it is that 16% CAGR will take us to those 44 billion. The early phase, hopefully, if it takes off well, I see that the growth rate should be far better. And that far better would primarily is on account of two confluence in terms of our own economy. If we see, we are the world's capital in terms of IT and the enabled services. Now that and the space data can truly create kind of opportunities for India which will position us very, very differently. And this is essentially where that 16% CAGR, I think, will evolve by itself. It's good to start with a very ambitious number like 16%, but going forward, I see that to be evolving.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Jayant Patil. And the quick takeaways that I see from his insights here is that imagination is going to be the key. And there are no limits to that, but the limits to imagination is what is the only factor probably that goes behind. Leveraging IT strengths that we have in-house, and that takes us back to space applications and the end user applications that I think we need to concentrate on.
And this is a sector, sky is not the limit.
Yes, yes, sky is not the limit. And the confluence of the private sector and its contribution to security coming together as industry matures further, I think that's another area which is going to lead to great things in future. Thank you so very much, Jayant Patil ji. I move on to our next panelist, and that's Mr. Pradeep Nath of Nelco. He's currently the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer at Nelco, a Tata Group company. Previous to that, he was part of Sifi Technologies, Tata Communications, and Wipro, where he built a reputation for aggressive business expansion, infrastructure development, and executed a number of company turnarounds. He has over 2 decades of experience in the telecom sector, related to telecom expansion. And at Nelco itself, he has transformed the company, leading the SATCOM and made it a leading SATCOM service provider. He has also actively pursued regulatory reform and changes related to the SATCOM industry. Currently, he is the chair of the SATCOM committee of the Broadband Industry Forum, that's BIF, and he's also active with the Indian Space Association. Mr. Nath, over 2 decades in the SATCOM industry. Satellite communications is a segment which was the oldest and is the most matured segment of all segments in the space domain, in India in particular. Also going ahead in the decadal vision, it is also the pillar of growth and is estimated to develop the maximum revenue even going ahead. So it's the most productive sector when it comes to the decadal vision as well. Your question is what are the recent developments that have happened in the SATCOM area? I'm focusing on the post-space reforms. Are there initiatives? Are there policy changes? And if so, then what is their impact? How do you see that going ahead? Also, what are the necessary measures and actions agnostic of the stakeholder? It could be industry, it could be government, it could be anybody. It could be us in space. What do you see are the necessary measures to keep and maintain the required trajectory for SATCOM growth that being a principal pillar of the decadal vision goals?
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. You said it's the oldest segment of the satellite, the space ecosystem. We are the part of downstream. You're right. I think the first time, I think it's about 30 years since the first license for VSAT services, commercial VSAT services license were issued in the country. And I did happen to be working in that sector for just about 2 years at that time. Then I left that sector and then came back again now. And I can compare what was happening then, what is happening now. So that's one part. The second is that while I'll talk of the new policy changes which are happening now, I think it's also good to talk about last 30 years very briefly. If you really see the last 30 years, the major development has actually, the market growth has happened in the last, say, about 6 to 7 years. Right? And that's also because some of the policy changes started happening, new policies came, and also simplification of policies. Let me explain this two parts. One is simplification of policy. I'll just give one example. As a VSAT service industry, for us to be able to serve cellular industry for giving a backhaul to their base station in the remote location, we had to have NLA license. Our license couldn't do it. But very recently, the policy changed, and we could use our own license for doing that. So therefore, you'll see that all of a sudden, all the mobile operators are using satellite communication in a big way for connecting the remote villages. So that's given a boost. In terms of new policy, I'll talk of only one, in-flight and maritime communication license, which was given out in 2019. Now, this is something, while it is given in 2019 in India, but globally it has been there for quite some time. And after that, while we don't see it in a domestic airlines, but a lot of international flights are going over India. They are using the services in India. Revenue is coming to both the Indian satellite operator like InSpace as well as to the Indian service provider. So that's something that's there. You see the cruise vessels today like Cordelia, there you're having internet. Well, in deep sea, that's on satellite communication. So this is what has happened. So I'm just giving an impact of what policy can do to an industry. I think the big change that we see is because of the new space policy that we've got in 2023. And our industry belief is that this is the time, this we call an inflection point, and we expect the industry to grow multifolds in terms of the way the capacities will be consumed, the way the revenue is going to come. Obviously, revenue growth will not be the same level as capacity growth because the price is dropping, which is again essential for the market to absorb more of satellite communication services. But I think that's part of the game. The most important part of the new space policy is that a couple of things. One is that creation of InSpace, nodal agency, autonomous body, which is one organization which is taking care of all the requirements of the satellite communication industry from our perspective. That's one. There's a lot of clarity in that in terms of what they do. The policy changes are happening. They're making it easier for us to do business. It's easier for us to create new services, etc. So that's one part. The other part is, if you really look at the space policy, I think very important emphasis has been given to the private sector. It is very clear that the private sector has been taken as a very key part of the journey of India for growing the satellite communication. I think so. That's the that fact that the fact that there's a class called NG, non-government enterprise, and they have been given so many flexibilities for doing business. I think it's a very important thing. That's what we see as an industry. For a satellite communication services business, the satellite capacity, right type of satellite capacity at the right time, at the right price is fuel. That's life. If you don't have the capacity, either not at the right time, we need it today, but you don't have it today, you got it tomorrow, or you don't have the right type of satellite, the capacity, or not at the right price, we can't really grow. The reason why we've seen the market suddenly taking off is because we saw the prices coming down, more capacity being available, and more industries, more use cases started coming up. So I think what we see is that the new space policy with InSpace coming in, there will be a lot of ease of getting some of the newer type of satellites, capacities, etc., etc. I think so that's one part. The other part related to that is the FDI policy, the very, very forward-looking FDI policy. I think that has also helped in terms of getting foreign investment. While we want to be, all Atmanirbhar, that is important, but it is also important for us to accept the fact that globally there are a lot of advancements have happened, and we need to also bring them into the country, and we learn from that and we build up on top of that. So therefore the FDI policy is important. So therefore overall we see that this policy change are making a lot of impact, positive impact for the industry to grow. And this is where we will see it going. You see, what are the things that we need to do in terms of what more to be done, right? I think it is not enough to say that it's only the policy makers who have to do that. The industry also has to do something. So from an industry perspective, very important for us to look for new use cases, new segments, new markets, and create services. It's not enough to sell only as a commodity. We just go and sell to wherever there is a basic need that you just go and sell a communication. We need to create more use cases, find newer ideas, newer concepts, have satellite communication work along with artificial intelligence, along with other terrestrial medium to create more holistic solutions. I think that's what is required to really give a boost to the satellite communication industry. From a policy perspective and from a regulation perspective, I think, before that, apart from the new space policy, another major development as far as we are concerned is the new Telecom Act, which is helping us getting the satellite spectrum on an administrative basis. Yeah. I think this is where we are. So we see this to be a very positive phase for us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nath, for those very insightful comments on one of the most important pillars and sectors of the space economy. The quick things that I take away from this is that simplification of policy, entry of the private sector, and SATCOM capacity at the right time, right type, right price. I think those should be the mantra for us to follow there. FDI will bring its own value in times to come, and the industry needs to focus on new use cases and explore new markets. With that, we'll move to the next panelist, which is Mr. Rohan Verma of Map My India. I hope most of us here are using that app on our mobiles. Rohan Verma is currently the Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director at Map My India. He's a passionate entrepreneur and a technology evangelist on a mission to improve our lives through maps and location technologies. He's a precocious talent. As a 19-year-old, at that time at Stanford, he created India's first interoperable, interactive internet mapping portal that was Map My India. As a 22-year-old, he joined as full-time director on the Map My India board, and since then the company has never looked back, seen high growth and great value. In 2021, Map My India was declared a unicorn when the IPO listed at 65% on the opening day premium. I must with great pleasure and some distress tell you, Rohan, that I can't afford your stock anymore. And this was in spite of the COVID-impacted uncertainties of the market. He was formerly on the board of the Cholamandalam Finance. He's a member of the CII National Committee on Space, a founder member of the Indian Space Association, and on the governing council of the IAMAI, co-chair of 2 FICCI committees, including the National Executive Committee. Rohan, you bring a great deal of value at a very young age. I think you're an example to a lot of our startups here. You pioneered in offering integrated Earth observation and sat-nav solutions through mapping as a commercial solution in India. But you would agree that the Earth observation as well as sat-nav solutions are still in their infancy when you compare it with a sector like SATCOM. So what is the scope for expansion, in your view, for Earth observation, sat-nav and integrated solutions, both in India as well as globally? How do we leverage this particular scope, whatever it may be? What are the challenges that you face as industry, even in the forced reforms area? And what measures would you like to see to increase institutional as well as retail consumption going up?
Good evening. Thank you so much, Coach Sir, for giving me the opportunity. Pawan Sir and Shri Maniji, I know you talked about IIT, so IITian is my mother, actually. And so that's my claim to fame. And she co-founded Map My India with my father, who's not an IITian, but he was at General Motors in the US, so just trying to bring some connection. this decadal vision is just incredible. I mean, space is, for us at least, it's core to what I've done for the last 20 years since I was 19. It's the only job I've ever had, and it's the only love when it comes to business that I've ever had. But before I kind of get into implementation and kind of what the future can hold from a entrepreneurship, tech, space, country point of view, it's important to acknowledge the role that ISRO played, critical role that ISRO played under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister to unlock this sector. And this is, I can tell you, my parents started the company in '95 to digitally map India when no digital maps existed for the country. And the amount of pain and trauma and harassment that they faced, and I also did, because of archaic government regulations around this, it came to a head in 2019 and 2020. And ISRO organized a meeting with Honorable Prime Minister. Jayant sir was there, NSA was there, Sunil Mittal sir was there, and Honorable Prime Minister mentioned to my father then that, look, we are going to fix this issue. हमें पता है कि आप लोग को, वर्मा जी, आप लोग को बहुत सालों से परेशानी हो रही है. And within 2 months, the geospatial data guidelines, liberalizing this sector, opening up it for the domestic companies, which had been suffering a non-level playing field before that, happened. And really the ride from there has taken off. We talk about Earth observation, SAT-NAV, and SATCOM. I'll say it slightly differently because all three are critical. X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z, T, star. The first dimension, second dimension, third dimension, fourth dimension, and star meaning all the information and actions of the world getting mapped to not just 3D, but in time. I think really if we think about this, this is the digital twin or a 4D map of the world. Macro at a universe level, micro at a cellular level, 1:1 at a world level. Mind map is at the not even physical but meta level. But really this encapsulates what everything in this world is, and that's how we think about it at Map My India. And there are infinite benefits that can come from this. Mani sir talked about it, what the common man can benefit. Pawan sir, when he came on as InSpace chairman, his whole purpose was the way he energized automotive sector. He wanted to energize the benefits of this horizontal technology called space to everybody. I want to tell you that it's happening in automotive, it's happening in mobility, it's happening in consumer tech, it's happening in enterprise, in government. I mean, literally you can go on mapples.com today and type Kurukshetra or Bits Pilani, and you'll see a digital twin built through drones, a 4D metaverse of that place. This is not a 2D map, this is not 3D, it is not just high definition, it is 4-dimensional. It is not something that is behind the US, it is in front of the US. And the fact that we are able to leverage maps, IoT, navigation systems, this all leverages the power of Earth observation satellites, SAT-NAV satellites, and SATCOM satellites. I can tell you innumerable benefits and innumerable applications, but obviously we are short on time. I can just tell you this. The Indian youth, the Indian startup, the Indian technology industry, Indian entrepreneurs, Indian engineers have incredible talent and incredible motivation. And they are motivated because under this government, under this Prime Minister, under this ISRO, under this InSpace, in the ecosystem, there is an energy that we want to take India to the world. And so yes, we've been proudly since almost 30 years now mapping My India. But I also tell you, we are venturing international and we are helping India help other countries map My Nation. And so this is the way that India can be a template for the world and India can serve the world, what we say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. This technology is very powerful. I'll only give one warning as part of this implementation. We have been over-reliant on foreign companies. They are still infiltrated in the country. It shows up in wrong borders of India on maps. It shows up on unsafe areas being shown on maps. I hope that people realize that we can be domestically reliant We should not allow foreign-owned, foreign-controlled companies to so deeply infiltrate that when domestic resilience is there. We need the domestic market and we want to venture internationally. We give you the commitment the Indian industry can do it. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Arun, for that very motivating view of what the Indian industry can do and where the opportunities lie. So the mantra here is think local, go global, right? And make in India for the world. With that, I'll come to our last panelist on the thing, and that's Professor Joseph Matthew of the Indian Institute of Science. He's the professor and chairman of the Department of Aerospace Engineering at the IISc Bangalore, a BTech from IIT Madras. Thereafter, he got an MS from the University of Missouri Lola, a PhD from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, all of these in mechanical engineering, after which he did some postdoctoral positions at the NASA Glenn Research Center in Cleveland, followed by the NAL, there's a National Aerospace Laboratory at Bangalore. He's a fellow of the International Academy of Engineering and associate fellow of the AIAA, and a member of the InSpace board, which makes him part of our family. His interests are in aerospace elements like turbulence, transition, stability, and wave propagation. And I think all of these elements can be used to describe the Indian space scenario today. So, Professor Matthew, my question to you is, space exploration and space exploitation is a child of technology, sir. And technology itself is a child of research and development. Research of development itself is based on our creative faculties and what effort we put into it and what money we put into it. From the lens of a senior academician, from your position, we'd like to hear your views on the status of research and development in India outside the ISRO ecosystem, that is in academia and in industry. Where are we? What is the criticality of that domain being strengthened? Any recent initiatives that you're aware of to improve the R&D scenario, sir?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Before I go there, let me begin by saying that I looked at this, the decadal vision, and saw it to be unusually specific, and its objective, the objective of going from 2%, 8 billion, to 8%, 44 billion, is a very, it's a quantitative target. You know, for something that's called a vision, I was surprised. I'm very happy that this is now being discussed in great detail in the document. So with that, you know, it can encourage a lot of investment, and it, you know, so people are looking at it, one side of it, they can see the potential, but they'll also ask about inputs. And one input is R&D, the other, or technology, the other input is people. So for R&D, it must be quite clear from, when you see certain products, even if every component of it is not made here, when you see the product, you know the capability that exists today. So at the front end, there's a lot of ability. But with respect to this, I'd like to talk about a role for the private sector, which I think has been missing when we look at basic R&D. So someone who wants to make a product will do in-house R&D. This is what private sector does. It's also what, let's say, ISRO has been doing. But there's another earlier level. There's another earlier level, which is the sort of thing that academia does. And for that, even recent initiatives in this is to say, combine private sector interest and investment along with what is invested in academia, right? The government which will support basic research wants the research in academia to be relevant, and so for the private sector to come in together. But we don't ask the private sector what it is they want done. we ask them to put in an investment to make sure that what is done is useful. So, you know, there are many good initiatives going on, but I'd like to see a situation where we invite the private sector to tell us what basic research should be done, and then for us to go there. So that input has been missing. Secondly, in a related sense, I'd like to see private sector companies that do only basic research. See, somehow that is restricted to academia and government sector, but I think it needs to be a viable activity for a purely private sector organization also. Not just product, but very basic research as well. And I think these things are important. It can't just be, because otherwise it's a bit of an echo chamber if it's only academia doing all these kinds of things. The other part which will feed into this are the people. Now we heard about a new curriculum being proposed by from InSpace through AICTE. This is an opportunity. You know, there's a reason why there's a large difference in the training that our students receive in the institutions. And it is sad, and we need to make some improvements for that. Front-end R&D, front-end training is all very well, but it needs to be much broader. So I think this curriculum is an opportunity to enter the vast majority of universities and create excellence and relevance. So through this curriculum, if you ask that the outcome of the curriculum must be graduates who are able to do something from day one when they start working, that would be a big step broadly. And this, I think, is a way to get in there. We must not discount the strength and inherent strength that the space sector has. It offers all kinds of things to all kinds of people. But there is a certain excitement. And here I'll just recall something. When I was let's say a high school student growing up in Trivandrum, Wednesday nights at around 8 o'clock, I could look in a certain direction and see a flash and hear a bit of a thunder. And I know that ISRO was sending up a sounding rocket. And I look forward to this every Wednesday. You can't but feel excited about the possibilities. The generation that goes to high school today and college will see Indians aboard an Indian launch vehicle going into orbit. The excitement and interest that can bring and entrain people into this area cannot be missed. And that's why events like the National Space Day and the associated activities spread this time, I heard it's over a month. That's very important to bring in people into the sector. I'm not really very concerned that they don't stay in this sector, because if they go out and contribute to many other sectors too, the impact is not 44 billion in 10 years. I think it's much larger. And I think we have a role, we have an opportunity to make that happen.
Thank you so very much, Professor Matthew, for covering the landscape on R&D and what's happening in that front, and touching upon some very important factors here. I think the big takeaways here that I see are that there's a big role for the private sector in R&D, and everybody here who's here from the private sector, I think, to take note. Thank you for identifying the big R&D gap, and we need perhaps more effort in connecting the funds and the effort to the purpose, and perhaps that little gap there needs to be covered. Involving people through better educational outreach and better curricula, another big takeaway. And a more practical curriculum, if I understand you right, sir, which will produce that industry-ready force and somebody who can directly go into practical work there. And above all, the space culture and the importance of events like these, where you drop that, proverbial pebble into the pond and the ripples keep going out and gathering more and more. Thank you so very much, Professor Matthew. There isn't a great deal of time left to take on questions, so I'm going to do a rapid question round here. Everybody gets just 5 seconds, and it's the same question to everybody. So Professor Matthew will just go in this, and so you get the advantage of about 25 seconds. And my question to everybody is, if you were to put your finger on a single factor, I know there are many, but if you were to put your finger on a single factor that will give us the decadal vision, achievement of the goals there, what would that be, in your personal opinion? We'll start with Dr. Bhatadekar.
I think from as far as my perception concerns is basically the participation of industry from the decadal point of view, and also co-developing the technology with the National Space Agency. And I think for that we have also been now putting more stress on the Atmanirbharta, where we are also selecting few of the technology which can be developed along with the industry. So not only by boosting the economy, also making them globally competitive.
Thank you, sir. That's 3, but I'll take them. Sir.
Talent and skill.
Talent development. Mr. Nath.
Right policy and the right satellite capacity.
Policy.
Actually good Atmanirbhar products.
Okay, that's a big one.
I think if you communicate how rapidly people have been able to do things, I mean Skyroot and Agnikul, how rapidly they were able to deliver something.
Yes.
It will encourage people to get it, more than any incentive we make available.
Outreach and awareness, that's a fantastic one. Thank you so very much, Professor Nath there. I'm sorry, Professor Matthew. We come to the end of this particular panel, and I think I have, from the views of this very formidable panel here, gathered a few takeaways here. I think the first thing is you saw the main elements that were touched upon by everybody. So it's very clear that it's a multi-domain, multi-agency, multidisciplinary effort. And it's not going to be one agency that's going to be able to do it. So this is really the clarion call for whole of nation approach, and really, in military terms, all hands on the deck. I think that's the principal lesson we take away from here. The digital vision and the strategies therein. The vision itself is enduring. The strategies will adapt to evolution. So it's a living, breathing entity that is going to evolve and adapt as we go along, as more data becomes available and as more clarity emerges when we walk the talk. Above all, I think the sense that I get from the panel is that we are bullish on achievement of the decadal vision, and will probably exceed that 44 billion. There couldn't be a better time to take risks, a better time to take those leaps of faith, and there will never be a better time than this to bet on ourselves. Thank you very much, everybody from the audience. May I request the audience to put their hands together for this panel. And with that, I hand over the stage back to
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we extend our gratitude to our moderator and our eminent panelists, and I'm going to request Chairman InSpace, Dr. Goenka, to please join us on stage and felicitate the presence of our eminent panelists at this juncture. And post this, ladies and gentlemen, we have another discussion coming up on collaborative space ventures, which is going to be equally compelling, so I request you to stay with us. Welcome, sir. I request you to please felicitate the presence of our eminent panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Shantanu Bhattavdekar, Scientific Secretary, ISRO. And we have Shri Jayant Damodar Patil. Thank you very much, sir. Shri Pradeep Jyotinath, CEO and Managing Director, NELCO. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for all our panelists. Shri Rohan Verma, thank you, sir. And Professor Joseph Matthew, thank you. And finally, our moderator, Air Vice Marshal Retired, Shri Dhananjay Vasankot, Principal Consultant in Space and Department of Space. Thank you. With that, we need a group photograph of our eminent panelists, ladies and gentlemen, and from here we will go on to the next panel discussion after a brief changeover hiatus. So we're going to reset the days, ladies and gentlemen, and we will now begin with the Collaborative Space Ventures panel, wherein the session is going to be moderated by Shri D. Radhakrishnan, Chairman and Managing Director, New Space India Limited. And we also have our eminent panelists who are going to be gracing the stage. We've got Shri Arun Ramchandani, Director, L&T Limited. We've got Shri Harit Nagpal, CEO and Managing Director, Tata Play. We've got Shri Parag Nayak, CEO, Sankhya Labs. We also have Shri Jayakrishnan S., Chief Executive Officer, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, and Shri Karthik G., CEO, Antares Space. May I invite all of our esteemed panelists to kindly join us on stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please remain seated with us. Our eminent panelists and our moderator are joining us. And now, I'd like to take the privilege, ladies and gentlemen, of welcoming our eminent panelists once again. Let's extend a round of applause as we welcome them, please. Let me take the privilege of introducing our moderator, Shri D. Radhakrishnan, Chairman and Managing Director of New Space India, who is leading this commercial firm of ISRO in its crucial formative years towards a growth-oriented and sustainable future. And earlier at ISRO, he has significantly contributed in the domains of launch vehicle mission design and commercial launch services management for PSLV and LVM-3 rockets for nearly 3 decades. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Once again, a very hearty welcome to Shri Arun Ramchandani, Director, L&T Limited, Shri Harit Nagpal, CEO and Managing Director, Tata Play, Shri Parag Nayak, CEO, Sankhya Labs, Shri Jayakrishnan S., Chief Executive Officer, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, and finally, Shri Karthik G., CEO, Antares Space. With that, the stage is set. I'm going to hand over the proceedings to our eminent moderator. Sir, please take it away.
Is activated? Yeah. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to all the distinguished delegates representing various industries, agencies, academia, and institutions who have assembled here.
I just want to know if Jayant has left or...
There is somebody else. Okay, who are assembled here in today's memorable National Space Day event celebrations. Throughout the day, all of us had the opportunity to hear various distinguished speakers who have participated in their capacity in various panel discussions. The panel discussion today, what we are having now, is titled Collaborative Space Ventures. I know we have come to the end of the day today. Now let me just give a little brief introduction of what we are looking for in this particular panel. As you may be aware, Indian space sector is undergoing a transformational change since the Government of India announced opening of our space sector in the country during June 2020, primarily for encouraging the enhanced participation of Indian industries in the space sector, be it a space startup or an established company. Now, when we look at the global space industry valued at $400+ billion, we heard it, I think, a number of times today, it's obviously an envisaged to provide lots and lots of business opportunities for the industry to tap its commercial potential, be it in the upstream or in the downstream part of the business. When you look at the entire space value chain, starting from building satellites to launching them, to establishing the user terminals, to marketing the satellite data and services, to its final delivery point to the user, It would require enormous amount of technical know-how in various disciplines, state-of-the-art technologies, infrastructure, facilities, and most importantly, the huge capital investment to cater to the entire value chain. This is primarily the reason there is a need for pulling together the distributed resource and expertise of various space business companies for garnering the meaningful share of space economy through collaborations in space ventures. Today's panel, we have 5 distinguished speakers who represent every facet of space activity which I just mentioned. We have speakers who represent launch vehicle building, satellite building involving state-of-the-art onboard intelligence technologies, ground segment systems for meeting the user service needs, and the most dominant communication satellite service provider. So we have 5 eminent panelists with us. I think before I begin, I would just like to give a very brief introduction of each of the panelists here. We have Mr. Arun Ramchandani, who is the Director L&T. He has 4 decades of long career at L&T, and he has been instrumental in growing the nascent technology and product development group at L&T's corporate R&D with a focus on niche multidisciplinary product development. He has worked extensively on the design and development of critical equipment and new products for the defense and aerospace business segment. Our second panelist, Mr. Parag Naik, who is a technology serial entrepreneur with over 32 years of experience, including 21 years of indigenous high-tech startup. He has co-founded Sankhya Labs, where he has served as CEO since 2014, and he has played a key role in the development of India's first private fabless semiconductor company. We have Mr. Harit Nagpal, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Tata Play since 2010. Harit has followed his graduation in chemical engineering with an MBA degree. Over 3.5 decades, his experience has been equally between packaged goods and services through his tenures like Lakme, Marico, Pepsi, Shoppers Stop, Vodafone, and now Tata Play. We have another panelist, Mr. Karthik Govind Swamy, who is the co-founder and CEO of Antares, focusing on the open scalable software for space. Prior to Antares, Karthik has served as Chief Technology Officer at Planet Labs, where he had led the design, launch, and operation of more than 100 satellites for EO communication. The final panelist, Mr. S. Jayakrishnan, who has taken over as the Chief Executive Officer of Bangalore Complex of Hindustan Aeronautics Limited from 1st of July 2024. Prior to it, he has served as a General Manager of Aircraft, IJT and ASC divisions at HAL. Now, let me just begin the panel discussion. I would like to start with Mr. Arun Ramchandani, who is the Director of L&T. L&T had been really in the forefront in taking a bigger role towards building launch vehicles, especially in the context of NSIL building PSLV launch vehicles through industry. And the recent proposal of NSIL, wherein the PPP mode of LVM3 vehicle realization is foreseen. I have 2 questions for you. The first one will be, would like to hear from you, your views on the move and where you feel the need for possible collaborative ventures would help in taking up this particular sector. And the second question will be, does L&T have any bigger future plans, especially in the area of launch vehicle building, wherein collaborative ventures are envisaged?
So, thank you, Dr. Radhakrishnan. And from the L&T perspective, I think this is a very welcome move that the baton is passing on from ISRO to the industry. And we took this opportunity when there was a possibility of providing industrial launch PSLVs and collaborated with HAL on the solid and liquid stages to build an industrial launch vehicle. I think this is the starting point, and this will enable us to build the industry, to industrialize these products, to take it to market, to make it more competitive. And Obviously, when we are doing this, kind of taking over the baton from ISRO, there is a complete supply chain that already is in place. And now as the industrial lead for this, it would be very important for us to integrate this ecosystem, to take on board our various partners in the industry, and also to look at how we can take this to the next level through industrial R&D, through the induction of new innovations from the startup. So I think all of this opens a lot of opportunities, and as an industry, we are looking to collaborate with the entire industrial ecosystem to take this forward. Coming to L&T's bigger plans, as we saw from the decadal vision, that there is significant opportunity in this complete space. When we try to build business models for launch vehicles and launch services, this being more capital intensive, higher risk involving assets, we find a few challenges in making the model very attractive. But I think that we have to look at that this is a sector which will grow non-linearly, and we have to take some risks and have to be rather entrepreneurial in this. So we are looking at this very positively. We are looking to participate in building launch vehicles of the future. We hope to get TOT for the SSLV and provide not only launch vehicles but complete launch services. In a broader sense, as a company, we believe that if we really want to create a good business model for the space economy for our industry, we should straddle all the three segments, that is upstream, midstream and downstream, and we are looking at how to build a cohesive business model in this, which will include a lot of partners, which will include other industries, which will include startups, working together with ISRO and research laboratories and the academia to build a sound space company. So that's really the kind of vision that we have. How successful we will be and how this will pan out, I think time will tell, but we have the spirit and the willingness to do it and work collaboratively with the ecosystem.
Excellent, thank you very much. Now I'll just move on to Mr. Harith. Tata Play has been one of the pioneers in providing DTS services in India. Would like to place on record your Tata's commitment and trust in utilizing Indian satellite systems for meeting various service needs of the country. Tata Sky remains India's single largest satellite capacity user in the DTS sector, utilizing almost 36 transponders in the Saturn-1 and 30 satellites. Sir, we have two questions for you. First of all, we would like to hear from you the journey of Tata Play in meeting the DTS service needs through Indian satellite systems. Then I'll come back to the second question.
It's past office hours, and since most people in the front rows have left, so I can be slightly informal.
Okay.
Our marriage completed 18 years 2 weeks ago. So if it was human, we would have been allowed to vote, and in some states we would be allowed to go to a bar also. Ours was a love marriage, because we had many suitors. When we were wanting to get into business, we had many suitors of fairer skin with an international name and more capability, at least on paper at that time, to provide a communication satellite. But we wanted an Indian satellite provider at that point in time, and we chose you over the others at that point. The marriage did have some hiccups in the initial years, for sure, because the house we were living in was not absolutely perfect. But we managed with each other pretty well. When we tried to expand our family by adding one more satellite into the system, it took us almost about 4 years, and the child that was born also was not a perfect child. It had reach limitations, it had capability limitations, everything. But we still lived with it very nicely, because we knew one day you will make up for it, and you did. But there was a huge learning that came out of that. When we came in to expand or plan our second child, which was GSAT 24, which happened last year, exactly this month last year. We, I think, planned for almost 3 years for that baby, learning from our previous mistakes together, and to produce a child which was absolutely perfect in terms of its reach, capability, dimensions, everything. And we almost have a real perfect baby right now, which we launched a year ago. It has 24 transponders. Ours was actually a love marriage, but what happens is that love marriages also after marriage become like arranged marriages. You have to live up to the expectations of the in-laws and the rest of the family. You have your in-laws by way of my investors who have certain expectations from this venture, this marriage. I have my in-laws, which are the other ministries that you are responsible to and accountable for, who have expectations from this marriage. What has worked very well is how we've tuned ourselves as husband and wife over the years to manage our respective in-laws and keep them out of their way, out of our ways, and continue to progress. So that's been our story of 18 years.
Exactly, excellent. Very good. I'll come back to the second question, sir, in the next time.
Yeah.
Okay, now we'll move on to Sankhya Labs. Sankhya Labs has been one of the key partners who has been associated with NSIL as part of the Department of Fisheries project of late. I know you have been into this business for a very long time, especially your contribution to realizing the MSS terminals for the Department of Fisheries, specifically in large numbers for marine fishing vessels monitoring, has been extraordinary. We would like to hear from you your experience in realizing such systems in large numbers and your future business plans, especially related to ground systems for meeting future service application needs. I know the space segment system is the second largest contributor in terms of the revenue the space industry value chain provides to the entire market. So would like to hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Mr. Radhakrishnan, for the invite here. And taking Harit's analogy further, while yours was a marriage, for us, ISRO has been a benevolent parent in some sense, also a mentor. This whole MSS terminal that you talked about has been in the works for about 7 to 8 years. So we're involved right from the conception with Space Applications Center Ahmedabad, and there are very few technologies that actually go from concept to lab, from lab to production, and from productions to operations. So we've seen that entire cycle, and that's a testimony to Indian engineering, that we have our own satellites, we have our own terminals based on our own chips that are designed in India, so which is a big thing. And also for us, while from a technology perspective we were sure that it would happen, we would deliver some of this. We have seen a lot of challenges and we've learned a lot along the way together with you on how to operationalize this technology and how do you take something from a lab. For example, this is a intersection of complex signal processing, antenna design, marine grade battery systems, enclosures which withstand all the marine grade stuff, all of those put together, and then an operations actually that works 24/7. So which is a big thing for us. And also as a private enterprise, at the end of all of this, also make money in it, so which is a good thing. So we have gone through all of it, and because you get that scale now, we have international operators who are now willing to talk to us and talk to the Indian space ground segment folks to actually go build stuff for LEO satellites and for VSAT terminals and stuff like that. And I think we just scratched the surface in terms of the MSS, and like you rightly said, the ground segment, it has to be ground first. While satellite is a complex technology by itself, the ground segment is what enables the the applications and all the revenues therefore. So there is a lot of now confidence in the rest of the world and the larger operators to actually look at Indian solutions. And from our own roadmap perspective, we are actually now looking to build more complicated chips for servicing LEO terminals and cellular networks. and contributing to standardization in 60. 60 is largely going to be about satellites. So, and since we've been, and together with ISRO, we've had this journey for about 10 years that puts us in a right place to actually lead this and show the rest of the world how to build economies of scale for for a country like India and probably the other developing world.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to the next panelist from HAL, Mr. Jayakrishnan. HAL, the public sector unit, has been one of the leading Indian industry who have majorly been responsible for supporting Indian launch vehicle programs. Your recent engagement with NSIL as the lead bidder for end-to-end manufacturing of 5 numbers of PSLE along with L&T has been progressing well. I think you would appreciate that. As we understand, HAL is also very keenly looking forward to participate in the LVM3 PPP production model that we have recently released. I think we would like to hear from you, from the HAL perspective, how this new change of being vested with the responsibility of end-to-end manufacturing of the rockets, especially the PSLE, has helped HAL to grow both technically and responsibly device in terms of realizing such complex systems.
Thank you, Mr. Radhakrishnan. Dr. Radhakrishnan, actually, for any space program, for that matter, any research programs, to come to an executing stage, an industry partner is always required. So if you take the case of NASA, NASA has got Boeing from 1950 onwards. And similarly for the French programs, even from the inceptions, they had an industry partner. So when ISRO was established in 1960s and they took HAL's help, at that time, that was the only Indian aerospace industry in 1970s to partner with ISRO. So in HAL and ISRO partnership exactly started in 1970s and it matured over the years. In 1988, HAL started its own division exclusively for aerospace industry, which is the aerospace division. That shows the importance which HAL has given to the Indian Space Research Organization's developmental program. The first satellite was built there. But now, over the years, what has happened is the industry has grown and it is growing as an industry now. The number of launches are increased. Earlier, it was only maybe 2 or 3 launches a year. Now the number of launches are increasing and the programs are increasing. With this, there is a need for a huge capacity augmentation. This is the case whether ISRO and HAL together can create an ecosystem in Indian industry so that the vision of India as Atmanirbhar Bharat in the space sector is possible. And we are moving towards that. The first and foremost was the consortium which we have set up with L&T, which is moving in the right direction. And also, now for the future programs also, HAL is not only ready to work with other private industries, and we are also enhancing our capability, investing more and more from our side to help the program. So we are keen, HAL is always keen with the LVM3. We are, as you know, we are always interacting with you and we have been eager to partner with ISRO and other Indian private industries as well as to creating an ecosystem in India and for the new generation launch vehicle. So this is our motto. It is only HAL, it is not only HAL, the complete or ISRO, the complete Indian industry has to grow to we have to have a major space ecosystem in India. That's all.
Thank you. We'll just move on to the next panelist from Antares. Just a brief introduction. Antares India is an emerging Indian space startup, and you have successfully launched your nanosatellite onboard Indian launch vehicle. As we understand, you are moving towards building microsatellites now. Would like to hear from you about the technological capability that the new microsatellites, new generation of microsatellites are going to provide, and whether it provides different solutions and capabilities from the user perspective rather than the conventional small satellites that are built by many companies now of late.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Radhakrishnan, for the opportunity. Before I start to answer a question, I'd like to give you a context as to why we do what we do. It's also probably good information for the audience here. If you look at satellite industry, historically has been closed and vendor locked. That results in constant reinvention and significant capital and operational expenses that eventually results in mission failures and delays. That is one context that people should understand. So I witnessed this in first hand. I was CTO at Planet Labs. We've launched hundreds of satellites, but every small configuration change will result in a hardware and software changes, and therefore, the qualification and further downstream impacts and mission delays and cost overruns. Now, if you look at all the conversation we had the entire day, opportunity is going to be huge, right? Analysts are predicting anywhere from 60,000 to 200,000 satellites, small satellites, going to go in low Earth orbit, and with multiple capabilities. Some of them may require multiple payloads, some require onboard edge processing, some require even processing that's probably not expected for high resiliency, security, those kind of things. It's literally impossible to solve it with current practices of how satellites are currently designed and built. The other industries have solved this through software. If you look at what happened in the cloud computing and mobile computing, right? If 20 years ago, Sun, Spark, and Solaris and closed systems, today you have cloud computing and virtually serverless opportunities for people to do a lot of applications on top of it. Same thing happened in the mobile industry. So that's what we are doing. Antares is trying to kind of disrupt the way satellites are designed, built, and operated by providing this infrastructure, software, and hardware platform with collaborative partners, right? So once you do that, then it provides a platform for operating on multiple payloads and also providing onboard edge and AI ML processing that is going to be increasingly required for the industry to move forward. So to give you an example, we with a partnership with local ecosystem, X-Links in India, we actually designed and built and launched our own satellite, as you mentioned, and we have enabled multiple hardware platforms, anywhere from 10 kilograms to 150, 200 kilogram platforms, because we are providing this software platform approach and a distributed computer hardware environment, and we could do that with different payload which can be launched. So in the next few months, we're going to launch 2 more customer satellites, and we have a lot more to be planned the next year. So that's where we are today, and welcome to have more conversation with the team here.
Thank you. So I think we will have another one question. Maybe first question I will just go to Mr. Harit. Since you have been in the DTH market, I would say for quite a long time, I would like to hear your views on how the DTH market is going to evolve, both from the demand and supply side in the coming years. And are you thinking of any systematic changes that are required for the industry to strive further? And do you also foresee any partnership models emerging in the future?
So yeah, DTH, pay TV as such continues to be the largest segment. If you look at revenue terms, pay TV generates about 36,000 crores of subscription revenue every year and about 25,000 crores of advertising revenue. So combined, that's about 60,000 odd crores of revenue. Compare that to any other form of entertainment, say free-to-air, about 5,000 crores of advertising, no subscription. AWOD, about 6,000 crores of advertising, no subscription. Or even paid apps, about 10,000 crores or whatever in that ballpark. So it's the largest. It hasn't been growing in the last few years at the pace it was growing earlier. But when you look at the opportunity, there is 120 million homes in this country out of the 300 million homes which are yet to buy their first TV. So if they haven't been able to put together 6,000 or 8,000 rupees so far to buy a small under 32-inch TV so far, how do you expect them to start with a broadband and start watching Netflix? So, first we have to get them a TV, then they will go to free-to-air, and then they will go to pay TV. So that the runway ahead of us is quite large. And therefore, we have to find cheap and affordable methods of reaching them, acquiring them, and servicing them. And that's what we're working on right now. 60% of our current subscribers come from the 6 lakh villages in the country. 70% of new subscribers that we're getting today are coming from the 6 lakh villages, not the cities that you and I live in. That's where the entire expansion is. So we're working on reliable, durable equipment that can get them to a hassle-free, error-free service. That's the motto right now.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Now I think I would put one question for the launch vehicle building team, one for HAL and maybe L&T, same question. You would like to hear your views on that. Now we are looking at, the globally, if you look at it, everybody's looking at the need for bringing the cost of the launcher, bringing in cost competitiveness and timely availability of launch vehicles. The demand has been growing exorbitantly. What do you feel, in your view, is the drivers to achieve this goal to ensure Indian launch vehicles play a bigger global impact in the launch service market? What are the factors that you feel should be addressed when we design a kind of a launch vehicle or when you are producing it as part of the ISRO's launch vehicles of the Indian industry?
So one, I think the importance is in the industrialization and optimization of the production. We've always done it for small scale, and scaling it up is one thing that if we do efficiently, we can definitely bring down costs. So that's something that we think we can add value in terms of the industrialization process. In terms of moving forward, I guess we will have to look at newer technologies and how we can look maybe at reusable launch vehicles, at materials technology, and all of this requires, again, building an ecosystem. Today, our challenges are on materials, the basic materials required for space launching. We need to see how that ecosystem can be built up, how we can drive down costs there. So, in my opinion, there is, the industrialization and scaling up of production, which is one cost driver.
Okay.
The second is the technology and innovation, which will enable us to build more efficient launch platforms. Broadly, these are some of the things that we need to do. And of course, third is building an ecosystem where things like materials, etc., we can drive down costs or get broader supply chains where we can, control the costs.
Cost of the vehicle.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Jayakrishnan, your view from the HAL perspective?
Yes, I would rather agree with Director L&T, but I would like to add three points into this from HAL perspective. The first one is creating a separate design vertical at HAL itself. Now, HAL does not have a space vertical for designing this, because we depend exclusively on ISRO designs, and we are more of a build to print. So with HAL's experience in aeronautical development and aircraft technology, HAL and ISRO can work together along with private players to create a separate design vertical, which can pull in and the complete technology which is available all over India, whether it is in aerospace, whether it is in space technology, and which is available in private, is available at one point, which will be a great help. The second area is materials technology. HAL is also investing a lot of money and effort in indigenizing the materials right now, either through Mithani, either through Entra, and using our own lab, and which is avoiding the dependency on the foreign sources and creating an ecosystem of raw material production in India. These two areas is where definitely, along with private industries and ISRO, if we, HAL and these three industries come together, we will be able to, maybe in the next 5 years, we will have our own raw material production in India. And the third area is, again, process optimization.
Okay.
When we are going for the number of launches are going to increase, we need to have a process optimization. That can come from the industry. In aerospace, HAL has got abundant experience in process optimization. So these three areas, the number one, the design collaboration between ISRO, HAL and the private industry. The second one is material indigenization, coordinated effort between everyone. And the third one is process optimization.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe one question to Dr. Parag Naik with respect to the ground segment. As I just mentioned earlier, the ground segment being the second largest contributor in terms of revenue it brings to the space value chain. How do you see the ground segment market developing in India, given the new space policy and the increased penetration of space systems in various key sectors?
Yeah, actually with the MSS part, we just scratched the surface. And unfortunately, on the DTH side, we missed out on the ground segment, and I think we lost about $15 to $20 billion of forex because of that. While building satellites and launching them is an extremely complex thing, we have not made enough investments in R&D on the ground segment. Okay. So if we make the right, I mean, we are one of the few ones that are actually made, well, we actually didn't build it for satellite. Our investments were majorly for some other market, but turns out that we could also use our technology for, space terminals. So if we make those investments properly between both the government and the industry, I think we have all the capabilities here in this table to actually give a run to Elon Musk for his money, right, on Starlink. I think we should have that vision, and then we could actually go build launch vehicles, we could build ground segments, which are very competitive. One of the challenges for the LEO broadband terminals is the cost, and the cost also is a function of also scale, which we can bring in India and the rest of the world, and also custom silicon, which is building custom semiconductors that actually bring down the cost. So if these two things are aligned properly, I think, sky is the limit for actually building out a very large ground segment in India. And we could do what China did to DTH for the broadband terminals in India, out of India.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Before we wind up, final question to Antares, Mr. Karthik. Now, the space startups like yours, you have been the direct beneficiary of the Indian space sector reforms. Can you just share your experience on this, and how do you see the future? Do you have any suggestions to make the system further better?
Yeah, definitely. So as I mentioned before, the collaborative platform is one important aspect of the space reform, and we really welcome that. And we already enable a lot of startups in India already. I mentioned X-Link Labs is one of them, who we partnered with on the hardware side. We are already working with other startups, space startups in India, to enable to go faster with their development and also reduce overall mission cost by 10x. They can really adapt this model. So I would say, from a policy point of view, I think the import-export is the key area that we should really focus on. If we look at the number of the growth we talked about, 44 billion or even 100 billion, and then 30% to 40% downstream, those are all great numbers. But the most important thing is having the skill sets, capabilities, speed, and execution. Those are the four vectors I think is very important that we need to look at. I do believe that the skill sets and capabilities are abundance in India, and that we can enable through the policies and with the collaborative venture that you just tapped. The topic is very apt for that. And we are really committed, and we're going to work with the local ecosystem for that. But when it comes to speed and execution, it's very important that we need to look at the policies. For example, if you want to go faster, there are certain restrictions in terms of how the import-export works today, how the customs works today. We don't want to be blocked for a number of weeks and number of months if you don't really launch faster. So those kind of things, I would still think there is room to improve. And we are more than happy to work with the policymakers here and make that changes happen.
Okay, thank you very much. I think maybe one final question. Since the topic is on collaborative space ventures, I think we'd just like to hear from you what in your view could be the possible collaborations that could happen to make the space system much more cost effective, and maybe increase the volume of production and increase the space economy also.
So I think ISRO has created a good network of space industry, and I think now it should be an industrial-led drive for growing this collaboration. And at least industries like ours that have been around for long and have developed some scale, we are really looking at how to create a multi-tiered ecosystem where we have access to different industries, and that core base is developed. The growth of the Indian industrial base, the focus on manufacturing, which is happening now, the digital technologies which are available, I think if we can put all of this together and our startup ecosystem, bring it together, this would really propel us much faster than what we have been doing so far.
Harit, from your perspective on the satellite services side, any
not
collaborative
on the
options?
Services side, but since the second largest check that I cut every year is to ISRO. It doesn't hurt me because you're the lifeblood of my service. But all I sometimes wonder is that without any moving parts, this guy sitting in this space, why does it have to be discarded every 13, 14 years? So is there some way of somebody sending more fuel or something like that that somebody can invent. I'm not a space scientist, but I can always wish. So that this thing, instead of lasting 13 years, can last 100 years.
Okay.
That's my only hope and wish.
Okay. Parag?
I think we have to flip this thing from engineering to service first. I think he's the one who's facing the customers, right? And that generates all the backstream stuff.
Correct.
So right now we are all actually operating in silos in some sense. That probably those silos need to be broken for better collaboration, so that we can actually do taking Starlink as an example, he has all those things. He is the technology stack, launch vehicles, and also consumer-facing,
exactly.
in the same company. So how do we, navigate through that? For that we need to break the silos that we are including.
Three things. What I have said again.
Yeah.
One is that because when we are going for the multiple launches and the increase in the volume, the capacity generation is the first one, but we need to focus involving the private industries. The number two is the supply chain localization, because this will come into stress later when we are going for a bigger growth. And the third one is the design optimization.
Anything? Any observation from the startup perspective?
Yeah, sure. I think this was touched upon in other panels as well. I would highly recommend for Center of Excellence that was mentioned before. And then bringing some of this platform thinking, and then thinking from end user perspective, the mission use case perspective to the grassroots of universities and colleges, and then providing that collaboration between academics and then the research institutes with even ISRO and even the commercial companies to come together to have the practical knowledge for them. So when they are coming to the workforce, they're already ready to serve the nation. So I think to me the grassroots, having the platform approach, and then having the Center of Excellence, and also he touched on the global supply chain, bringing the global supply chain resiliency. That's very important. You can have all the capabilities and skill sets, but if you do not have the global supply chain resiliency, that would really hurt us. So I think that is something that we should look into.
Okay, thank you very much. I thank all the panelists for your valuable insights on the topic that we just discussed. I think with this we can come to the end of the session. Back to the MC.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's have a round of applause for our esteemed moderator and eminent panelists, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, I'm going to once again request Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Dr. Somnath S. to please join us on stage and do the honors of felicitating all of them. A big round of applause for Dr. Somnath as we bring him back on stage. Once again, thank you so much, sir. And I request you to please thank and felicitate our esteemed panelists and our moderator. Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Karthik Ji, Mr. Jayakrishnan S., Mr. Parag Nayak, Mr. Harit Nagpal. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Arun Ramchandani. Let's hear it. And finally, our moderator, Shri D. Radhakrishnan. Thank you very much, sir. And with that, the photographers are going to need a photo opportunity. I'm going to request our panelists and Chairman, sir, to please give us that. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we now are going to progress to a very interesting segment before we take a tea break. And right after the tea break, we've got the cultural program. So we have a small segment right now, which is presentations. Now, these are going to be very short accomplishment presentations by Indian space industries. And I'm going to request Dr. Vinod Kumar, Director in Space, to kindly join us on stage in order to steer the proceedings of this segment. This is going to be a very, very interesting segment, ladies and gentlemen. So I request you to please be a part of this. Very warm welcome to you, Dr. Kumar. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Dr. Vinod Kumar, Director in Space. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So we are moving towards final session. Very interesting session. Presentation by our startups on their accomplishments during this period. So we have total 9 startups. They are in various domains, starting from application to space situation awareness to the satellite making, even art in space. So that's the new concept, and we have a presentation on that as well. So the sequence is Arms for AI, Mistio, Fireside Space, SkyServe, Galaxy, Digantra, Zovian, Athralex, Arca Space Studio. So you have 4-minute time each in the presentation, and I request to put the presentation from there for Arms for AI. Yes. I request Dr. Jagrati to please come, and this will go automatic mode. The company name will come. Next presenter should be there. Thank you very much. We will finish on time. Thank you.
Presentation. Okay, right. Okay, sir. Right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jagrati Dabas. I'm the founder and CEO of Arms for AI. We are a downstream satellite data analytics company based out of New Delhi. Where we primarily work is to solve the manual dependence removal problem. Actually, we are revolutionizing geospatial analytics through one-click Geo AI platform using space technology. There is a long pending issue of manual dependence on handling satellite data. There's a common problem of 15 GB data ingestion in each organization per day. And to handle such data, we always deploy huge manpower, cost, and infrastructure. And even after having that, this problem remains still unsolved. And that is where we enter the chain and we help prepare, process, and analyze entire satellite data with a single click using geospatial AI and deep technology. The problem which was taking at least 4 to 5 days, now it gets solved in just 5 to 7 minutes in a single click. The competence that we have is very simple. It is easy to use, scalable solution. Anything that we develop, if it works in one part of the country, will definitely work on the other part of the country and also outside the globe as well. This is the real-time monitoring that we provide. We do not work on pre-saved data set. Every new update is provided in the similar timeline fashion, and that is where the entire USP comes with the complete enhanced transparency. We work in various verticals, including agriculture, infrastructure, environment, and defense. Agriculture and infrastructure, we are already working with the B2B and B2G partners, especially state governments. In agriculture, we work entirely on crop sustainability, economics, crop quality, and quantity. In infrastructure as well, we are solving ground root problems of road quality management, illegal building monitoring, and etc. things. Our achievement and foreign collaborations include these things. In space, Agricultural Opportunity Challenge was the latest addition to our kitty, where we have been supported by InSpace and ISRO equally. Because of their efforts itself, we have bagged some international connects as well, like Institute of Ionosphere Kazakhstan, British American Tobacco, DCM Sri Ram, Thane Zilla Parishad, Raipur Nagar Nigam, and Startup India as well. All of these domains we are working either with B2B and B2G, and our products are getting regular validation, and that is where the entire value addition comes. Space data, space applications, if they are not applicable on ground in an affordable manner, they remain incomplete. And that is where our agenda is. We need to make sure that technology comes from lab to land, and that is where the entire vision goes right now. The future plans and scaling up plans are very simple. Right now, we are doing multiple pilots in multiple crops in UP, Telangana, and Andhra Pradesh. Our plan is to scale agro AI to 2 million hectares of land in different continents, including Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, and India. We are collaborating with different space agencies, especially the Saudi Space Agency, to enter into GeoGPT version of this entire geospatial analytics. GeoGen I would be a ChatGPT version for the geospatial analytics products, and that is how our plan goes. And thank you so much.
Good evening, thank you. I am Samuel John, the founder of Mistio. We are a climate downstream play based in Trivandrum in Kerala. We work in the climate finance space. We help our clients mitigate the cost of climate change by providing them weather forecasting and geospatial data. Our loss prevention models have been built with academia and industry, basically providing them with the most advanced climate mitigative action that they require to basically manage their climate impact. Our competence is primarily in the hyperlocal weather forecasting space. We have an India-specific model which gives 3-kilometer resolution. Of course, we are adding the remote sensing and the geospatial analytics stack to our capability. But our real differentiator is in the actuarial science and how we manage big data from space. The products and services are quite varied. DICRA is Data in Climate Resilient Agriculture, which is now used by the National Bank of Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD. This is one of the largest open source geospatial platforms used by the bank. Climate Decision Intelligence Platform is livestock specific, providing support for farmers from Australia to Uzbekistan. Deep listening is our foray into AI by using geospatial and AI tools to basically help the government of Indonesia plan their public policy. And last but not the least, right now in Gurugram and in Patna, we are deploying India's first open source air quality monitoring system. Our achievements in foreign collaboration, along with Arms for AI, we were very fortunate to have received the first in-space seed grant opportunity for agriculture. We have research partnerships with universities across the world, primarily in livestock research and management of livestock and animal husbandry. We were selected by the CGIAR to provide parametric insurance for smallholder farmers in Central Asia, starting with Uzbekistan. And last but not the least, we were part of the top 15 sustainable financial solutions at the COP28 held in Dubai last year. Our future plans is to basically expand the climate decision intelligence model for livestock in Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, Canada, as well as the European Economic Area. Secure more research partnerships across the world, specifically in Europe and Australia for the field of specialization, which is climate mitigation and climate finance. And last but not the least, provide the parametric insurance platform, which we have built for solutions here in Central Asia and Southeast Asia. Sorry, India and Southeast Asia. With that, thank you very much for your time. It's been an honor being here. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Vineet, CTO and co-founder for PSI Space. At PSI, we're developing a constellation of synthetic aperture radar and AIS satellites for persistent ocean surveillance. These satellites have all-weather imaging capabilities, which means they can see through clouds, as well as night, as well as bad weather. Now, these satellites are tailor-made for ocean surveillance, and hence can provide highest coverage with lowest latency and lowest cost, such that we can detect every ship and every iceberg on this Earth every few minutes. We are on an audacious mission to build a global database of all vessels semantically labeled for human language queries. Talking about our capabilities, we have expertise in building all subsystems of synthetic aperture radar and AIS satellites. These are indigenously developed in India from our facility in Ahmedabad and are tested at InSpace facility. You can see an image of our first SAR and AIS payload, fully indigenously developed in India over the last 8 months, as well as tested at InSpace. Thanks to InSpace for providing the phenomenal test services and test centers. Now, we also have expertise in building foliage penetration sensors that allows us to see through thick foliage as well as through forest cover, and we can detect human activity under that. We also have expertise in SAR signal processing as well as geospatial data processing, allowing us to detect dark ships. We can detect illegal fishing vessels. We can detect vessels, do vessel classification, as well as do oil spill detection. I can proudly say our biggest asset today is a team of domain experts having decades of experience in building synthetic aperture radar and AIS sensors at ISRO and NASA. Talking about our products and services, we built niche synthetic aperture radar and SAR, synthetic aperture radar and AIS solutions, the first one being focused on maritime applications. When I talk about maritime applications for defense and intelligence, it means vessel detection, vessel classification, exclusive economic zone monitoring, as well as detecting threats during the wartime. For coast guards of the world, it means detecting intruders into the exclusive economic zone, detecting pollution, detecting oil spills, etc. Similarly, for insurance and hedge funds, it means detecting maritime trade, doing maritime trade analytics, as well as improving the underwriting discipline for insurance applications. Talking about our achievements and foreign collaborations, we started a journey with Techstars Space Accelerator, which is the largest accelerator across globe for space applications, which runs in collaboration with Jet Propulsion Laboratory, NASA. I'm happy to announce we finished building our first satellite, which will go over PSLV C60 this year, and we will be launching our next commercial satellite next year. We also built India's first deployable flat panel reflector antenna by a non-governmental agency from India. We also won India-US Defense Challenge for Maritime ISR this year, both from India and US. We are also selected for mentorship under InSpace seed fund scheme for disaster management and urban development. We are building an antenna, SAR antenna specific for disaster management application, and we received mentorship from InSpace. Again, thanks InSpace for all the support. We are also finalists in NSIN's NGA Global Fishing Forecast Challenge, where we are predicting the fishing activity based on archive data of AIS, SAR, and some demographic data. Lastly, we have LOIs from world's largest maritime organizations, including Global Fishing Watch, of more than $45 million. Talking about our future plans, as I mentioned, we intend to launch our constellation of 32 satellites for maritime applications by the end of 2028, post which we will move to another constellation, which is focused on land subsidence detection using synthetic aperture radar. Thank you, everyone. In case of any questions, feel free to catch me here.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks to ISRO and InSpace for having us here. My name is Vinay. I'm CEO, co-founder of HiSpace, or SkyServe as we call our product. And thank you for this opportunity here to present about what we're doing and our journey so far. What does SkyServe do? SkyServe is an edge computing platform on board satellites. It primarily does solve for three things. It solves for latency. It solves for affordable data sets for geospatial usage. It solves for seamless deployment of geospatial models. All these in orbit on multiple satellites. That's what we do for Earth and for space. From our mission so far, we've also finished on Transporter 10, on Transporter 11, and we are on C59 as well. Largely, when we look at the data, we're looking at it from smart processing and capture of information for users. And on the sensors, we have already covered multispectral, hyperspectral AIS, RF, IoT. SAR is something that we are working on. On the current flight, we are already fusing multispectral 6-band hyperspectrals, 150 bands on a 10-meter GSD resolution, and an AIS as well, all on board the satellite for Earth observation today. This is a graphic of how we see across a set of applications in space. What we traditionally, for last 40 years, when you look at geospatial data, they've all been processing it on the ground. Hence, the cost of a geospatial data is super high. It's 10 times more. Now, we are taking these AI geospatial applications, we are making it AI/ML ready, pushing it on our AI/ML platform in space so that they can be processed there, there can be inference there. Instead of sending megabytes of data, we are sending kilobytes of inferencing for the users in milliseconds. And that's what we're doing with our platform on the ground and on board as well. Some of the accolades that we have, and thanks to ISRO, NASA, Loft, and Deorbit, we are recognized as top 100 global companies for 2024. We won the Startup of the Year. We also won the AI Challenge along with Google on one of the best industrial solutions for geospatial data inferencing. And also we are working with 25 plus partners globally as well. Upcoming journey, we are looking at about, in the 18 plus months, we are looking at 15 plus missions that we have primarily between India, US, Europe. We have built a lot of partnerships on this for Earth observation, IoT, and for comms, and that's what we're looking to do as well. We're a team of about close to 30 people now, building out of our office in Bangalore, and we have now opened an office in the US as a part of our office in the Valley. That's it from my side. Thank you very much again.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's been a good National Space Day today, being celebrated everywhere. Very happy to be here. I'm going to take you through Galaxy. I'm Suyash. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Galaxy. So we started our journey in 2021 from IIT Madras, wherein we developed the Hyperloop as a concept. We also went to SpaceX, taking Hyperloop there and demonstrating it in the global forum. Thankfully, this Hyperloop is also now getting bigger and bigger, and hopefully we'll have some Hyperloop Day as well. But coming back to space, post Hyperloop, we started to build a hybrid sensor satellite, which will consist of a multispectral plus SAR together coming on the same sensor to provide an all-time, all-weather coverage across the Earth. Also, we've raised $10 billion in funding so far, so that's a good update. From a competence standpoint, we're taking one step at a time. We're going into different altitudes and proving the sensor one step at a time. We're India's first private company to develop a SAR sensor completely in-house, as well as prove it on a drone level, as well as it is made for an airborne level. We're into X-band. We're also in the P-band. We've also built massive data processing pipelines to take raw data from the machine and converting them into meaningful images. Our core product starts with UAV payloads for fog and smoke penetration imaging radars. We've also built software solutions for multiple sensors data set to be synchronized together as much as possible. And we've built data processing pipelines and analytics solutions for a few of the customers. So far, we have gotten an IDEX award for participating in one of the satellites to be developed for Indian Air Force. Apart from that, we have demonstrated multi-sensor imaging on UAV and a HAPS, which was recently done in a couple of months back. We have also collaborated with various foreign institutions, majorly and largely for some of the software platforms and cloud solutions. We have been busy. We're preparing to launch the first satellite hosting multispectral and SAR together very soon in 2025. And we are almost there to kind of do the AIT. So pretty excited about that. And eventually we will be converting the same satellite into a bigger constellation over the span of next 4 years. Also demonstrating dual use capabilities, not just for commercial context, but as well as for strategic context and stuff. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Look forward to an amazing space day for the next few years as well. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Space has been considered as a resource to place satellites. And like every other resource, let's say petroleum, we have taken it granted that it's infinite. But with 1 million objects in space, I think everyone has realized that orbits are finite. At Digantara, we are solving for the finite problems. Sorry, finite orbits, but infinite sustainability. We are doing this in 3 steps. Step 1, we are building our own proprietary hardware. These are satellite-based sensors and ground-based sensors that have capability to track space objects, satellites and debris. Second step, the raw data gathered in the first step is in form of images and very raw information. That has to be cataloged and converted into orbital information. And the process of converting this and mastering this so that we achieve very high accuracy in knowing where the satellites and debris lie as of now and where they will move in next few weeks with very high accuracy so that data-driven decision making can be done. That is what we are building in step 2. Step 3 is where we are taking this cataloged information as an infrastructure layer and creating end analytics for our customers. As of now, we have 2 analytics that are live. One is for the commercial market, for commercial satellite operators. It's a flight dynamic solution based on high accuracy datasets that will help safety of life solutions for the satellites. Second is a defense product. That is a space military intelligence product that helps any space agency to understand the satellite activity over their areas of interest and the satellites coming close to our own satellites with a military perspective. As of now, there are 3 main contracts that we are working on. First one, indigenously developing these sensors, payloads for the satellite-based sensors, and also telescopes for ground-based sensors. In this line, we have got a contract with Indian Air Force to develop indigenous SSA telescopes in India. Second, we are working on having the space payload onto an OTV mission, wherein we'll be utilizing the high delta Vs that an OTV brings onto the table to get enhanced situational awareness of space objects, which a normal mission wouldn't be able to do. Third, we are pioneering AI in SSA. AI in SSA is something very cutting edge and research that is happening as of now. There have been hardly any cases that have been successful. So we are working actively on a contract with Singapore, wherein we are trying to prove that AI can be used in SSA. As next steps, by the end of the year, you'll be hearing 2 major announcements from us. So have an eye on the newsletters, wherein we'll be operationalizing our first ground sensor and also our space sensor. Along with this, we are building a suite of space-based hardware and ground-based hardware indigenously in India to track, monitor, and survey each and every activity happening in space. One thing is what I want to conclude with. I am a person who has been born and brought up in Bangalore. Traffic is something that I have experienced very intimately, and I understand it very well. So be it on ground or in space, there is no one single solution that can solve the problem of traffic. This is where a plethora of sensors, ground-based and space-based, and a proprietary data fusion engine that can transform the hardware and the fusion algorithms into an infrastructure layer and create a product very similar to maps for Earth. Whatever analogy solution that we see for maps on Earth, the same analogies is what we are trying to create in space with very high mission assurance confidence. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Ankit Bhateja. I'm founder at Zovian Aerospace. Thanks to InSpace for this opportunity. At Zovian Aerospace, we aim at cutting down the human and economic toll and bringing operational efficiency across industries with the help of our satellite-based GIS and situational awareness technologies. We are trying to address the challenge of a broken remote sensing infrastructure. We all know that currently remote sensing datasets are collected with the help of two types of infrastructures. First one is the terrestrial ground-based infrastructure, and second is conventional space infrastructure. When we talk about conventional terrestrial infrastructure, the biggest challenge is the cost of this infrastructure. The sensors that we deploy on ground, the cost is very high. Second, the problem is there is a scattered approach when it comes to data collection. And third is there is a lot of manual operation which is required to operate all these sensors. And then we come to the conventional space infrastructure. There multiple sensors are put on multiple satellites which have higher revisit timings. And other problem is that the data which we get is storage and process heavy. So this results in a data gap in remote sensing segment, and added with the recent changes in the climate and extreme weather events, all this data gap results in a losses of around $890 billion across industries globally annually. To address this challenge, we are deploying an infrastructure of radio satellites. We collect radio frequencies throughout the entire spectrum, and we use this data to provide situational awareness for maritime, aviation, and defense. And we also process how these radio frequencies are interacting with our atmosphere and on the Earth's surface. This gives us parameters related to the terrain information and weather forecasts at micro scale. Just for an example, if we talk about current weather forecast information, which is somewhere around in few kilometers, we are able to provide this type of information with a resolution of 200 meters with a vertical resolution of 25 meters. So this gives us an advantage over the conventional solutions where single dollar spent on the satellite generates 6 times more data sets per square kilometer as compared to a conventional solution, giving us a much more viable commercial viability as compared to a conventional satellite. The data sets are provided to the customers with the help of a decision intelligence platform. So we are not selling data, we are selling decision intelligence insights under a single roof where customers can directly use the industry-specific tools to address the problems that they are facing. Our platform is Skylobe, which is able to provide precise multi-data RF information with AI-based analytics and contextual insights. Contextual insights means that conventionally when we process the data, data sets are coming from different sensors in different formats. But here a single satellite is generating the data sets in same format, due to which the layers are able to actually talk to each other. That means we see the impact of weather data directly on the trail of the vessel which is crossing a particular zone or an aircraft which is flying at a high altitude. We are targeting this tool as a sector agnostic approach, targeting maritime, aviation, agriculture, defense, BFSI, power, and disaster management sectors. Coming to our achievements, we have been able to indigenously design this hardware. Almost 100% of the design is indigenous, with 80% of the developments that we have done is using indigenously sourced components. We are also the winners of recent in-space announcement of opportunity scheme for disaster management. And apart from that, we have also won several awards for our indigenous developments and intellectual property that we have been generating around RF-based remote sensing. We also would like to thank Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Electronics, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka for their support in these developments. And with the recent winning of this scheme from InSpace, it has also helped us to gain more traction in the market. Coming to our future plans, we plan to fully deploy a commercially ready infrastructure by 2026 by seamlessly integrating all these RF datasets. We are targeting a commercial launch for our payload Q4 this year, with a platform launch for pilot run ready by Q4 next year. That's it from my end. Looking forward to discuss more offline. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. This is Manu representing Ethereal Exploration Guild. At the Guild, our fundamental vision is to aid in civilizational progress as much as we can. And in that journey, we started off back in 2022. The idea was, how do you go about, we figured out that space is expensive for the same reason why Maggie costs you 400 rupees in Leh. Getting there is a very expensive affair. So how do you go about reducing the unit cost per kg of getting anything into orbit? And it was quite evident that the combination of bigger rockets and reusability was key to reducing the cost per kg. But this was something that SpaceX figured out early on. So the only way to really reduce the cost at a unit cost level to affect both pricing and the frequency challenge was to retrieve the 25 to 35% of the vehicle that is spent over the life cycle in a partially reusable vehicle. In that journey, we ended up developing a completely new rocket engine cycle, because the only challenge for us to bring up any upper stage back was to face the re-entry heat, and we had to solve for that. So with the combination of our rocket engine cycle, and which is coupled with the deployment system, it allows us to operate our engines in both vacuum and atmosphere efficiently and redirect the re-entry heat throughout the re-entry phase. In a sense, we are building the world's first fully reusable medium lift launch vehicle. The targeted dynamics for us is to operate anywhere between $350 to $2,000 per kg by 2028, and to have a 96-hour turnaround time for propellant loading, partial replacement, and refurbishment, and not manufacturing whatsoever. This is primarily because at this point you're operating on a refurbishment and replacement timeline over a manufacturing lead time. And 16 orbit insertions, because our proprietary injector is designed for multiple restarts in orbit, and everything from ground up for the propulsion system has been designed centric to reusability. So in terms of what we're aiming to do, we would be able to put over 24.8 tons to the low Earth orbit at an expandable configuration of maximum payload capacity. We can do around 22.8 in partially reusable and 8 tons in fully reusable. The reason why our resultant payload capacity for partially reusable and expendable is only 2 tons is because of how we are re-entering our booster stage, which is a combination of 2 re-entry deceleration methods. 1, engine braking, and 2, air braking. In the last 2 years since our inception, we are a fairly young company. We've raised over 40 crores in our seed round. We've acquired 16 acres of land in Tamil Nadu where we are developing India's largest privately developed rocket engine test facility for semi-cryogenic rocket engines. We also won the Aegis Graham Bell Awards for innovation in space tech. And we were the first startup in history outside of the US and Europe to be invited to Zurich by the Beyond Gravity Launchpad program, where we validated our upper stage technology cycle design. We were also one of the Forbes Select 200 companies listed as companies with a global business potential this year and before. We've also won over 80 lakhs in grants from the Indian government, various grant schemes. We were also winners of the Government of Karnataka Elevate Aerospace Sector Awards. We've partnered with InSpace, Beyond Gravity, and Guidance Tamil Nadu, and SIPCOT. Beyond Gravity being our international partner for any ITAR-based payloads. Speaking of our future plans, we have now begun our official ignition tests, which we are planning to do with partially with ISRO and partially with our facility as well, and aiming to do our engine tests by the end of this year, and our engine manufacturing of the 925 kilonewton by the end of this year, because we've developed a capacity building in this country which has not been done before, where we've introduced a completely new rocket engine design tool as a replacement for NASA CEA, where it allows rapid prototyping instead of wasting time. So this is where we are. Happy to chat. Thank you all for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, InSpace. Thank you, ISRO. We do not wish to be witnesses to history, but rather its authors. Thank you.
A very good evening, everyone. Before I start, I would like to share a Sanskrit saying, Asmabi vardhitvamyam, natu kevalam jivittam, asambharat sambarvatam, margam prati, which means we must thrive and not just survive, from finding the pathway of impossible to possible. These are the roots that we must carry of Viksit Bharat to space. My regards to one and all present here on this historic occasion of National Space Day. I'm a space architect and founder of Asia's first space architectural company. Basically, we design, prototype, and test Earth analog habitats and future space and moon habitats. Some of our most prominent projects include designing the Astronaut Experience Center, launch vehicle crew module designing, crew seat assembly designing, deployable, scalable habitats, origami structures, and underwater habitats. Our competence lies in pioneering the concept, the discipline of space architecture in India. We have launched India's first lunar analog expeditions. We are very much expertised in human ergonomics and anthropometric design, basically human-centric design. We have also introduced the ground-based India's first experiential space tourism. So basically, when I talk about our services and products, we do space architecture consultancy services from start to testing. One of our products that we have recently developed is the inflatable habitat, analog inflatable habitat. And for our additional testing, we are going to lay this winter. Second one of our projects is space analog inflatable habitat. Currently, we have finished our design phase, and our research has been published at American Institute of Astronautics and Aeronautics last month. And we are working on prototyping this inflatable space habitat currently, which will take us some years to send it to space, for sure. And a lunar habitat is something which is incoming in our future plans. Our achievements and collaborations lies in winning the EduWeek Excellence Award in Design, MSME Awards 2024 in Innovation in Space Design, winning the NASA CLD grant in collaboration with Think Orbital Company for in-space manufacturing. We have also launched India's first space architectural exhibit, India's first lunar analog expeditions, and India's first ground-based experiential space tourism. We have a very interesting future plans and collaborations. One of our current ongoing projects is underwater analog habitat. This will be Asia's first underwater analog habitat simulation, where one of my crew members from my team is going to stay in the water for 72 hours and simulate space conditions, where we'll be understanding the life support systems for space. Followed by that, we are designing a small scalable payload on inflatable structure to send it to space. One of our future plans also include astronaut experience centers in India. This will be the first kind in Asia. And of course, if all things goes well, we also want to send our habitat, inflatable habitat, to space by 2028 and be a part of Bharatiya Antariksh Station. And we also have, just like Modi ji, we also have 2050 vision for our startup. And that is to land our inflatable habitat on the moon. The sky was never the limit for me, and I believe in creating opportunities. I would like to thank InSpace, ISRO, and each of you for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be present here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all for nice presentation and your future plans. I really thank all the committee members of Academia Industry Committee, those who have helped in curating all this presentation and other aspects of exhibition and all. Now I request all of you to please come on the stage for a group photo with Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman in Space. I request you to please come for a group photo. All the presenters with Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman in Space. Thank you.
Good work done. Very, very crisp.
Thank you very much, Secretary, Department of Space, and Chairman ISRO. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Chairman InSpace, Dr. Goenka. Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for leading the proceedings of this accomplishment presentation session. And thank you to all the presenters once again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a tea-coffee break now, which will also give us the opportunity to explore the exhibition area a little more because we'll have some time. But 7 p.m. sharp in the adjacent hall where we all witnessed the inaugural session of the National Space Day, we will gather back for a very beautiful cultural program. There'll be a screening of a movie on Chandrayaan 3, and there's also going to be a Mohini Attam dance performance. So I take the privilege of inviting all of you to that program that starts at 7 p.m. in the adjacent hall. And I'd like to request all the members of the organizing committee to join us for a group photograph at this juncture with our chairman of ISRO, Secretary, Department of Space. So I'm going to request all the members of the organizing committee to please join us for that group photograph. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, I do hope to see you at 7 p.m. sharp for the cultural program that's going to begin at the adjacent hall at 7 p.m. So please do not miss that. And after the cultural performance, we will invite you for dinner. So I request you to please go have a cup of tea, coffee, and you could also visit the exhibition area and then join us at 7 p.m. in the adjacent hall, the plenary hall, where we will witness the cultural performance. Thank you very much for your participation. I'll see you on the other side of this break. All the members of the organizing committee are invited on stage, and we request Secretary, Department of Space, and Chairman ISRO to kindly join us on stage, Dr. Somnath ji, after those pictures with the students.